Your magical zones. How to use the miraculous power of the mind. Wayne Dyer. He was an American spiritual growth book writer and psychologist. Your magical zones. How to use the miraculous power of the mind. And to my two very special friends, Dr. Deepak Chopra, my god brother, who shakes my hand in love as we make our boundless vision public. Michael Jackson, whose lyrics, music, and love remind us that only by giving can we survive. I love you all. What if you sleep? What if, in dreams, you dream? What if, in the dream, you will go to heaven and there you will catch a strange and beautiful flower? What if, upon waking up, have that flower in hand? Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Introduction. This book is about miracles. Not of the miracles of others but of you, reader, and how you can create miracles for yourself in your life. He does not speak of luck or of the chosen few in whose lives miracles have occurred. This book has been written with the express purpose of showing you the way to create what may previously have seemed impossible in your life. This is a very personal book. I have seen in my own life the path that leads to magical reality, and I have devoted great attention to detailing what I believe are the essential ingredients for creating a life full of miracles. I have gone beyond believing in miracles to something I call knowledge. Knowledge is, in this sense, something that we have all experienced. For example, if I don't ride a bike for a few months, I am aware of my knowledge of the technique when I ride it again. I inflate the thin wheels and go, perfectly balanced on them. I move effortlessly through the streets, I drive without hands with full confidence, I turn corners cleanly and, for the rest, I make my way through the streets with total abandon. What is in me when I get on the bike is not the goal of being able to keep myself in balance after the intervening months, it is not the belief that I can ride it. What is in me is an inner knowledge, and I proceed based on this powerful knowledge. I think the same about your ability to bring miracles in your life. You can learn to go far beyond beliefs and goals, to a new place within yourself that is the place of knowledge. It is in this territory of your mind that miracles occur. Deep within you is a unified field of endless possibilities. When you become proficient on your way to that fantastic place, you will discover a whole new realm of human experience, where anything is possible. It is there where the magical reality takes place and where you can begin to manifest everything that you seek in your physical universe. Limits do not exist, and you have the feeling of always being in the right place at the right and precise moment. This is where you establish incredible synchronous relationships with others and can almost read the thoughts of those around you. This is where you can meet the right person to help you on your personal journey at the right time. It is there where whatever or whoever is necessary appears to bring prosperity and abundance to your life. It is there where the precise cure for your ills appears or the appropriate book or tape comes into your life, as if guided to you by an invisible and mysterious force. In this place of higher consciousness, the mystery begins to fade, and your purpose in life it is clearly revealed to you. Your relationships miraculously move to new levels of spiritual brotherhood. Your businesses begin to flow and the effort required to make decisions is less and less. You begin to rid yourself of toxins and to place your physical life on a plane of health and not disease. This book is my contribution to show you what you must do to reach this higher level of consciousness. I have written what I consider to be a plan designed to help you develop this awareness and apply it to all aspects of your life, including your personal relationships and your relationships with the world at large. It seems that the plan of nature is nothing more than a slow and steady unfolding of consciousness. A stone is made up of atoms, just like you, but it lacks perceptible consciousness. It is immune, it does not feel trampled or pulverized. It is simply unconscious. A plant is aware of soil conditions, seasons, and humidity, and it flourishes in the spring sun. It is conscious, but in a very limited way. Animals, compared to minerals and vegetables, have much more developed levels of consciousness. Many animals show an awareness of the seasons when they are able to migrate, or of danger when they are able to elude predators, and of deep care and affection in their relationships with their mates and young. And finally, we are human beings, who possess the ultimate consciousness of choice. We can choose to function at a lower level of consciousness and simply exist and take care of our possessions, eating, drinking, sleeping, and getting by in the world as pawns of the elements, or we can rise to new and higher levels of consciousness. Consciousness that allow us to transcend our environment and literally create a world of our own, a world of magical reality. Within each one of us is the ultimate consciousness that offers some form of victory over the material world, the ability to find balance in every set of circumstances. The lesson of this book is very simple: you are able to achieve the perfect balance of mind. This path requires a commitment to your own inner transformation. Your inner transformation cannot be achieved from an intellectual or scientific perspective. The instruments of limitation are not going to reveal the unlimited. It is a job that must be done by your mind and soul, the invisible sector of your being that is always there, but is often ignored in favor of what you can capture with your senses. The first part of this book provides the basis for you to place yourself on the side of the invisible world again. It is there where you will achieve dominion over your mind and prepare the ground to manifest miracles in that highest stage of consciousness whose knowledge corresponds to you. Once you have learned to place yourself on the side of the invisible world, begin the process of experimenting with this miraculous new mindset, and gazing in awe as your world begins to fit into perfect order. The second part of this book is devoted to putting into actual practice what you have made a mental commitment to. It will guide you in the real manifestation of miracles and in how to live your daily life in the highest state of balance. During the early years of the American space program, Wernher von Braun fostered in the employees of the Space Center the knowledge that there is a perfect order in the universe. The human being and only the human being can understand that order, and it is good that the human being understands it. This idea was a symbol of great strength when problems seemed insurmountable. You, as part of humanity, can understand this perfect order and choose, in effect, to side with it. This is the context of your magic zones. I know of that perfect order and I want you to experience it too. The path to understanding passes through your willingness to reach your own highest state of consciousness, using this consciousness to give your life purpose and radiating it to those around you. It is basically a mental journey, so powerful that it can affect the material world with its magical miraculous powers. But you must be willing to go inside and find out for yourself. My words are not going to make it real. Only experiencing what I speak of will make it your reality. This invisible mental journey involves dispelling some very powerful misperceptions and arriving at a new body of knowledge. With your new awareness, you will go from knowing that you are limited to knowing that ultimate reality and your own potential are unlimited. From knowing that you are controlled by heredity, environment, and supernatural forces to knowing that you create your own reality, that there are innate and divine forces that act with you and not independently of you. From knowing that knowledge and experience can only be achieved through your five senses to knowing that you have an intuitive and invisible guide when you reach a higher state of consciousness. From knowing that human existence is dangerous and bad to knowing that every experience is a blessing, something positive. From knowing that some people are more fortunate than others to knowing that you can create your own luck and that every experience contains a valuable lesson. From knowing that life is chaotic to knowing that there is order in chaos and that there are no accidents in a universe whose order is perfect. I know that the things I talk about in this book will shock some and be rejected by many. So be it. They are the truth, as I live it, and they come from my heart. I know that there is a divine order in this universe, from the tiniest cell to the entire galaxy and beyond. This splendid consciousness is our birthright and is a part of each and every one of us. Take these ideas and apply them, first to your own life, then to relationships with your family and your immediate circle of acquaintances, and finally to relationships with the whole world. Once you have discovered the capacity for magical reality within you, you will want to share this knowledge with others and endow the entire world with that awareness. I trust this book will help you in that endeavor. It has been a joy to write and an even greater pleasure to live in the consciousness of which I speak. I wish you the same magical reality in your life. God bless you. First part. How to create an inner path that leads to magical reality. 1. A transcendent view of magic and miracles. I have been all things ungodly, and if God can work through me, he can work through anyone. San Francisco de Asis. According to the illustrious magician Harry Houdini, magic is achieved through illusion. We have a simple example in the illusion created by using smoke and mirrors. This illusion is called magic for the sole reason that it appears to be inexplicable. However, years later Houdini would allude to something he experienced and which he called magical reality. Apparently, he had acquired the ability to produce results that were in fact inexplicable. These magical results could not be explained even as a product of illusion. I chose the title of this book because I was attracted by the paradox that exists in these two words, reality and magic. You, like most people, are probably convinced that if something is real it cannot be magical, and if it is magical it cannot be real. However, in my opinion, our ability to experience our magical dimensions is inhibited when the paradox baffles us. I believe that we experience magical reality when we transcend the paradox, and that a transcendent vision includes the experience of magical reality as something very real and magical indeed. In recent years, my life has undergone an incredible transformation. I am on a path that leads to levels of consciousness and results that I could only describe as miraculous. They are inexplicable in other terms, that's all. I am convinced that there is another terrain for experience when we are willing to transcend this life, to which we have become accustomed. It is a terrain that defies our laws of science and logic, an interior space within each one that is free from ordinary barriers, norms, and limitations. This is not a wonderland that can only be accessed in the imagination. It is real from a magical point of view, and it is available to each of us when we are ready. I cannot explain how or why I have reached this point in my life. I'm surprised I'm talking about it. I have the feeling that experiencing and writing about magical reality is my purpose or mission at this point in my life. Whatever the explanation, I am filled with fear and respect for this unexpected part of my life's journey. Leo Tolstoy intrigues me, in part because of what I see as parallels between his life and mine. He was a famous author in life and a man who spent much of it hedonistically, without any spiritual bent in his early writings, but who underwent a change that seemed to take place without his consent. His writings began to reflect a spiritual trend. He began to speak of the journey of the soul, as well as the world of magical reality. However, he was not sure how or why that transformation had occurred. Recently, a woman, one of the world's greatest experts on Russian literature, gave me a copy of a handwritten part of Tolstoy's will, written by him 20 years before his death. In this testament, Tolstoy described his feelings in relation to his life's work, feelings that correspond exactly to mine when I look at my life. In addition, and especially, I ask all people near or far not to praise me. I know they will, because they have done it during my life in the most obscene way. However, if you wish to study my writings, please look closely at those passages where I know the power of God spoke through me and use them for the good of your own lives. There have been times when I have felt that I was becoming the bearer of God's will. I have often been so impure, so full of personal passions, that the light of this truth has been obscured by my own darkness, and yet this truth has sometimes passed through me, and those have been the happiest moments ever. My life. God willing that these truths have not been corrupted by passing through me and that people can feed on them despite the superficial and impure form that I have given them. So, too, this unexpected turn that my own life has taken has occurred almost without my consent. I did not have grandiose plans. I did not set such goals or objectives. What he did have was a disposition, an openness to seeing things differently. Now that I have witnessed miracles in my own personal life, I feel compelled to share this magical new awareness. You may have been drawn to this book by the same natural flow of life that has prompted me to write about magical reality. 3 ways to the lighting. If I look back and look at the whole picture of my life, I can see from the perspective of the present moment that each and every aspect of it has been necessary and perfect. Each step led to a higher place, even though these steps often seemed like obstacles or ordeal. All the really happy and successful people that I have come across confirm this knowledge that accidents do not really exist. They see the universe as something with a purpose, including so-called accidents. Everyone agrees that every single event that takes place in our lives leads to a higher place. As Harry Miller used to say, you don't have to order the world, because the world is the embodiment of order. We are the ones who must put ourselves in unison with that order. Begin right now to rethink your entire life experience and see it as a beautiful tapestry or journey into greater awareness. There is a very simple way to do it, and that is to imagine life as a journey with 3 ascending paths. 1. Enlightenment through suffering. On the first path of our journey, we learn through a process that I call enlightenment through suffering. At that moment in life, which has nothing to do with chronological age, you wonder, why me when something painful or difficult happens? If, for example, it is about the unwanted breakup of a relationship, you will spend those moments suffering and wondering how and why such a disaster could have happened to you. After a while, when you recover, you will be able to look back and say, now I know why I had to go through that breakdown, and you will see, with the help of hindsight and suffering, that fact has allowed you to move forward and move on to another very important life experience. From the perspective of looking back, you will realize that you must experience that pain in order to transcend it. This is the growth pattern that many people experience. Events occur, suffering makes its appearance, and then light emerges. These events can occur in virtually every area of life: addictions, bankruptcies, illnesses, spiritual emptiness, job layoffs, tax problems, and anything in between. The experience consists of learning through hindsight, repeating this pattern of suffering over and over again. There are people who continue the cycle throughout their lives. They never leave the first path and never experience the higher stage of enlightenment. They literally spend their lives suffering and, after walking a lot, they may or may not see that a certain event was necessary and that it was at the time a test that was presented to them. They never seem to get the message that life tests us and that unless we learn from our mistakes, we are doomed to repeat them. For example, they spend their lives wondering, why me, my God, why is this happening to me? For people in this category, magical reality is unattainable. 2. Enlightenment through the results. If you recognize on the first path an existing pattern in your own life, it is probably that you have moved from suffering as a means of learning to enlightenment through results. At this level, you learn to stop asking yourself, why me, my God, and develop in yourself a knowledge that says there are no accidents. Everything I experience is somehow necessary for me to move on to the next stage. Instead of asking yourself the question, why me, you begin to ask yourself, what is there in this experience that I can use to my benefit, even though I don't understand right now why it is happening. This is a major change. When the mind is focused on what can be learned from an experience, it does not wallow in thoughts that can lead to suffering, thoughts like, why me, how awful, or how unlucky I am. The change in the mind allows us to contemplate the outcome of the event or experience and what can be learned from it. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, you adopt a more positive attitude. You ask yourself, how can I create the outcome I want through this illness that I am suffering from right now, or what can I learn about myself and how much strength I can muster to deal effectively with this problem. Many people spend their entire lives traveling this second path. They have overcome suffering as a way of life. They always ask themselves, what will be the result in relation to me? These are the people with goals, focused on specific rights and ambitions towards which they work assiduously. They see opportunities in obstacles. Living for results is far superior to living suffering. It gives meaning to life and keeps us motivated to set higher and higher goals. It practically eliminates the pain that comes from self-pity. For many people who live their lives for results, there is no higher place. They are focused on results, and when they achieve them, they seek new and bigger results. However, their lives lack the ability to experience magical reality and the ability to cause miracles to occur. To do this, you have to go to the third path of this metaphorical journey. 3. Enlightenment through purpose. Nothing can help a person to overcome or bear pain more than the awareness of having a task in life. Viktor Frankl wrote these words while enduring madness and the brutality of the Nazi concentration camp at Auschwitz during World War II. Learning that you have a heroic mission and rising to that mission is the third step I recommend as you begin to introduce magical reality into your life. I call this path enlightenment through purpose. Everything in the universe has a purpose. In fact, the invisible intelligence that flows through everything for a certain purpose also flows through you. In order to experience magical reality, it is necessary to make a dramatic shift from results to purposes. You begin to achieve this by viewing our presence here from a new perspective. Briefly give this new way of thinking about yourself a try and see if it makes sense and if it feels right for you. If it seems absurd and you don't think it is going to be right for you, go back to results or learning through suffering. How to go to the purpose. Here's one way to start the process of moving on to purpose. Think first of the concept of eternity. Let's admit that this is a confusing idea to our minds, but just think about what the word eternity means. There is no beginning or end, just as in the concept of God or nature or the universe. But forever. As you contemplate the concept of eternity, keep in mind that you do it from within a physical form, your body, which has begun and will end. This physical self may consider a concept that defies beginnings and ends, but cannot directly experience it. This is a matter of the mind. However, the concept of eternity is something you can accept. You know that the universe does not end at any particular point. You know that there was something called life that existed before your conception. If you are able to view eternity from within your ephemeral body, it must be due to something existing within your non-physical self. Try to see your life as a parenthesis in eternity. This parenthesis opens at the moment of your conception and closes at the moment of your death. The space within this parenthesis is your life, surrounded by something called eternity. This something we call eternity is not physically experienced, yet it exists in a mysterious way within the mind. There is something that is an integral part of us and that is invisible. Let's call it mind, thought, consciousness, soul, even Louise, if you like. The name that is given does not matter. The invisible self, that part that is not your physical sensory self, is the part capable of contemplating eternity. If you accept, even slightly, the idea of eternity, it is real for you. If you are able to live with the idea of eternity, it is up to you to explore this idea. And if you are at the point where you are able to consider eternity or no end at least out of curiosity, you can use this curiosity to help give your life purpose. You can do it in the following way. First, remind yourself that everything exists for a reason, as part of the perfect intelligence that is the universe. Next, here and now and whatever age you are, go back 10 years with the thought and then imagine yourself. Examine what you were thinking at the time, how you dressed, what you felt and who you admired. How many things that you lived then have led you to where you are today? Go back 10 more years in your mind now and see how each and every experience and learning has taken you to the next point and then to the next, until you find yourself again nowadays. If you are sincere, you will discover that each experience of your life was absolutely necessary to lead you to the next point and then the next, until this very moment. This mental exercise is very helpful in developing the ability to contemplate and meditate. Ultimately, you can go back to being a child in thought. You will see that childhood experiences, whatever they were, helped that little person who you went to grow up and become the adult you are today. I am not asking you to judge, to like or dislike, to approve or disapprove. You simply have to see that each experience has led you to the next and has offered you something to continue or not to grow. It was necessary for you to have those experiences, and the proof of that point of view is that you did. As simple as that. You had them. You then went on to the next experience and then the next, all invisibly intertwined and all leading to now. You may have lived for the suffering or for the results, but in any case you had those experiences and that nothing can change it. If you go back to your childhood with thought, from the perspective of the present moment, and take a serious look at all the experiences of your life, the good and the bad, the terrible and the sublime, you will instantly begin to know that it runs through inside your physical life a kind of invisible force that connects and unites everything. Somewhere in all of this there is meaning, and every single event in your life is in some way related to the next event. There is the person who seemed to come into your life by pure coincidence, who introduced someone else, who led you to something, who completely turned your existence upside down. You will realize that without that strange coincidence you would not have met, for example, the companion or companion of your life, you would not have had the children you have had, you would not have attended the school where you studied, or you would not have started the business that has become your way of life. Seen from the perspective of now, insignificant events, seemingly unrelated or meaningless, have led you all of them to the very moment you read these lines. Traveling mentally, you can go back to childhood, you can go back to your very beginnings. Your rational mind tells you that there was an instant, an iota of time, when you were conceived. Without losing sight of the two essential components of this exercise, the fact that eternity is a concept that you can contemplate in a non-eternal body and that the universe is perfect and has a purpose, mentally contemplate the immediately preceding iota of time. To your conception in which you were still part of eternity, that instant of eternity just before your parenthesis began. There had to be a moment like this, a moment when, for whatever reason, you went from what we call nothing, absence of frontiers, norms, limits, form, to the something. The question I ask is why did you go from formless to form and appeared in this human body to live for a period of time and then return to eternity, back to formlessness? We could speculate all day about why we started such a journey. Some believe it was his choice to enter the physical world of boundaries and boundaries. Others see in this fact the divine will. And others see it as a monstrous and senseless accident, simply a cosmic coincidence. But, believe what you ultimately believe, you know what happened. I suggest that your presence in the world of form has a great mission and that you can discover and begin to think, feel, and behave in accordance with that mission. I, Wayne Dyer, have gone back in time with my meditations and have discovered why I appeared in this form, why I was conceived, back in 1939. It is very clear to me. I have asked God, or another name that we want to give to that invisible part of ourselves, and I have received answers. I know my great mission and the meaning that I give it. I accept the fact that I was born in 1940 to accomplish certain things and that each and every one of my life experiences from conception has led me to this end. I believe that I had and still have the power to choose the concordance with this perfect order and that, when I was not on their side, it was also for a reason. My purpose has been clearly revealed to me through the process of prayer and meditation. I don't care how others view my behavior in giving my life purpose. The knowledge that I have has been revealed to me in the clearest and most profound way. My purpose is to give, serve, and promote peace and prosperity, to totally and unconditionally love others. Willa Cather sums up my words like this: where there is great love there are always miracles. Miracles do not rely so much on faces, voices, or healing powers that reach us from afar as on the refinement of our perception, which makes, for a moment, our eyes can see and our ears hear what is always there around us. Yes, there is always something around us. Having a purpose in life, entering within ourselves, discovering that purpose has to do with unconditional love, and serving and being in touch with what is always around us dramatically alters our view of the world. Making miracles is then just around the corner. Suffering decreases markedly, because the emphasis is no longer on why. You know that the experience of that moment is necessary and valuable in a sense that you probably do not understand at the time of its occurrence. However, you accept it? If I could define enlightenment in a few words, I would say it is the quiet acceptance of what is. No judgment, no anger or bitterness, no hostility or remorse, just a quiet willingness to accept it rather than fight it. When you go beyond the results in life, you see that you do not care what it may bring you. Thoughts, feelings, and behavior become more and more focused on the realization of your purpose. You leave behind success, achievement, and performance as indicators of your life's mission, and instead live each moment fully and lovingly. Material possessions cease to dominate your thoughts, which does not mean that they disappear, but that they cease to be the central point of your life. Instead, your purpose is strengthened and you achieve a sense of inner joy and harmony, knowing that you are divinely fulfilling your reason for being here. As Michel de Montaigne said so succinctly, man's greatest and most glorious masterpiece is how to live with purpose. Achieving purpose in life has a hugely ironic undertone. Things that you previously considered so important lose their appeal. You no longer care what you may encounter along the way, and yet you find that those same things come into your life in increasing numbers. The joy, however, is not in the arrival of these rewards but in the experience of thinking and acting with purpose. Giving becomes more important than receiving, because giving is in accordance with your purpose. You now reject the burden of collecting, sorting, insuring, and caring for possessions. You know the meaning of the words of Satya Sai Baba: the many desires of man are like the small metal coins that he carries in his pocket. The more he has, the more his weight overwhelms him. You know with certainty when you have achieved your purpose. You don't need anyone to tell you. You know it, because you no longer question the meaning of your life. You know that everything you do is in sync with the work of God, because you are in harmony and each and every activity in your life is destined to fulfill your purpose. Are you willing to give a purpose to your life? Are you prepared to go back in your mind to the moment before your conception and ask your higher self, why did I come here? When you receive the answer, it will tell you about giving and not about receive. Whatever your vocation, your vital energy will begin to shift automatically and move from suffering to purpose. When you begin the journey towards a life based on purpose, you will be entering the realm of magical reality. Magical reality, miracles, and purpose. When you have a purpose, you actually flow with life and experience a kind of harmony that comes from the fact that you no longer have to fight for something else. Simply put, you enlighten yourself, figuratively and literally. This is due to the new knowledge that allows you to dedicate yourself to your life's work free from disturbing thoughts. You feel that you are being watched and your actions derive from this inner bliss, made of righteousness and balance. When you act on that inner knowing, constantly reminding you that you have a purpose and that you trust yourself to carry out that purpose, you can only do what needs to be done. The holiest book of the Hindu faith is called the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord. It is the story of Arjuna, the most famous warrior of his time, and Krishna, God, who appears to Arjuna on the battlefield, when Arjuna is preparing for combat. Krishna reveals himself in the physical form of Arjuna's charioteer. In 18 short chapters, Krishna talks to Arjuna about the essence contained in being a purposeful and divine human being. Taking this book as a guide, Mahatma Gandhi modeled his life. Briefly summarized, the message of the Gita is that your conduct is in accordance with love and harmony. Do not take attachment in any way to the fruits of your labor. If you can achieve this state of grace, your life will be miraculous and peaceful. Live your life totally for a purpose and give up any form of rewards you may encounter along the way because of your actions. Be firmly aware of the need to serve God and to serve others in each and every one of your actions. This is how the miracle worker behaves. You may be thinking that this philosophy is very beautiful but too simple for the aggressive and competitive world of the 20th century. I acknowledge and respect your reservations. In fact, I have lived most of my life with similar skepticism. I had to go through suffering to learn life's lessons. I was only looking at the results and did not believe in metaphysical matters, nor was I willing to listen when I was told about giving up the results of my efforts. He fought for them. I was concentrating on the destination and not the journey. The vital issues for me were rewards, money, prestige, and achievement. While this was certainly a success in a conventional sense, I did not know that you could go beyond these extreme heights, nor did I know about magical reality. I can only say that miracles and magical reality began to appear in my life when I consecrated myself to a purpose. Only when I stopped worrying about what was in my way was I able to reach a state of grace. Here is an excerpt from a letter I recently received from a reader in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, in which she describes how it feels to be ready to discover her purpose in life. Dear Wayne, sitting by the fire in my lair, in my favorite room, I feel full of peace. The usual things happen. 9 at night, 3 children going to bed, my husband packing for the trip to Phoenix, etc. I am sitting here in the same room and dressed in the same clothes. I know I look the same, and yet I am not the same person. Every day I walk in the park in front of my house and listen to your tapes on my Walkman. It is my time. No phone, no children, no noise, just your voice in my ears and the beautiful park that I have come to love so much. I wonder why I didn't hear you 10 or 5 years ago, when I was so miserable. I realize that in those moments I would not have listened, at least not as I listen now. Now is the time for me to hear your message. Now I really listen and love what I hear. Tomorrow I will walk again and probably finish listening to the awakened life. I never get tired of walking while I listen to you, and I feel full of peace. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. My life is now a miracle that unfolds day by day. I have a purpose. For this woman, her life is a miracle even though nothing external has changed. She still has the kids, the house chores, and her job, but now she has a purpose and she doesn't care what the results might be. This is the state I hope to help you achieve. Yes, you can create miraculous changes in your life. Yes, you have within you the power to make what might have seemed impossible a very short time ago come true. Yes, you can know what magical reality means in your life. The framework for making this your reality is within yourself. Get in tune with your purpose. Discover the joy and peace of giving instead of receiving, of contributing rather than acquiring, to do rather than compete or win. Why? Because there is nothing to achieve, actually. The message of your life is in what you give. You appear with nothing and you leave with nothing. The only thing you can really do with this life the way is to give it. The purpose is always to give. When you know the experience of giving, serving, loving and promoting harmony, you will feel different inside. This is how André Gide summed it up magnificently in his diary: complete possession is only demonstrated by giving. All that we cannot give owns us. As you prepare for this exploration of magical reality, you may ask yourself, how am I going to do it? What if I need help? These are sensible questions, and I want to help you find your answers. When the student is prepared. The first time I read the Bhagavad Gita, it was as if lightning had illuminated my life. A similar experience I had when I read the letters of St. Paul in the New Testament. These two wise and ancient works had been a part of my library for over 30 years. I must have looked at them hundreds of thousands of times, and probably had looked at them as a child and when I attended college. And yet they didn't make any sense to me until I was ready, until the moment they guided me to miraculous discoveries and helped me give my life purpose. An old Zen proverb says, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When you are really determined in your mind to experience magical reality and to live each and every day with a purpose, you will be shown the way to achieve it. Let's examine the 4 key words in this Zen proverb. Student. Be a student. Be open and willing to learn from each and everyone. Being a student means having interior space for a new knowledge. When you are green you grow, and when you are mature you rot. By staying green, you will avoid the curse of being an expert. When you know from the heart that each person you meet in life has something to teach you, you can make the most of what it offers you. The ability to create magical reality is first of all to be a student of life. Prepared. Be a willing student. Your level of readiness to grow and become your own miracle worker is nothing more than a state of mind. As a student, you know that everyone and everything can in some way be your teacher. As a willing learner, you crave what everyone and everything has to offer. The wrong turn that takes you to a new and unexpected place is an opportunity to grow. When you are a prepared student, the stranger who tells you about how he overcame his addiction years ago becomes a guide sent to you to help you cope with your own personal addiction. When I was ready, really ready, to leave alcohol behind, the teacher appeared to me in a meditation with these words: "You don't need to look anymore. Do it now, you will have all the help you are willing to receive." I had heard these words thousands of times, but my unwillingness was always an obstacle. This time, I was ready and was able to walk away from alcohol without looking back. Almost every magazine article I read in the days that followed seemed to speak of people finding the courage to leave alcohol and drugs behind. Those personal stories may have been there forever, but they didn't serve as powerful reminders until I was really prepared. Ready means willing. Genuine and authentic layout. When you are so ready, you will discover your own personal teacher. Teacher. The teacher is everywhere. The help you need will be provided by the universe as soon as you turn your preparation into readiness. As soon as you are ready, you will find teachers in every corner of your life. The teacher may very well be an experienced soul ready to help you and guide you towards the miracles you seek. You can interpret the appearance of that person in your life now, in the very moment that you are prepared, as an accident or a divine break on your part. But, in one way or another, that wise soul has always been at your disposal. It is your disposition that makes the teacher can help you. Teachers appear in various forms. Yours may be a tape that someone has accidentally left in your car and that you accidentally put at the right time. It is possible that last week you listened to it for 2 minutes and rejected its content. Now, your disposition allows his presence as a teacher. Your teacher can also be a book or an article that a friend has recommended to you. It could be your unexpected attendance at a conference or a church service for which someone has given you their ticket because they had to leave town. The speaker's message seems to be directed specifically at you. The teacher can be a child who takes your hand and asks you a question that you had not thought about until then, and the answer you give the child is the answer you give yourself. Your teacher can be invisible and appear in the form of a thought that comes to your mind in a quiet moment of contemplation and encourages you to follow a certain direction. Hundreds of times people have come to me after I have given a talk and have told me how they had come by accident at one event or another and heard exactly what they needed to hear at the time. For example, a woman listened to a tape of me while driving home. On the tape, I was talking about the topic I talked about earlier: when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Suddenly, as I was walking past the Unitarian Church, where I was supposed to speak, the woman saw my name on the marquee announcing my appearance that night at 7. It was 7:15. The woman left her car in the parking lot, bought a ticket and attended the event. At the end of the talk, she came up to me on stage, trembling, to tell me about this incident. I've never done this on the way home, never. I was in my friend's car and she had accidentally left that tape on which you speak on the deck. It was ringing when I started the car. I've been thinking a lot lately about making inner changes in my life, and after hearing you tonight, I know you have performed here in Chicago precisely so that I could do it. I was prepared and I have been sent directly to hear you tonight. Stories like this have been repeated to me hundreds, if not thousands, of times. I needed to hear from you today, and I know you came here for me. Yet I have given multi-session public seminars across the country for 20 years, in almost every major city. These people had seen me advertised before, but their unwillingness prevented the teacher from appearing even though he might appear at the neighbor's door. When you, the student, are ready and willing, the teacher will appear. You just have to take a look around, look with new eyes and ask yourself silently, who is my teacher? Will appear. The Master makes his appearance in everything and in all the places you are. As we have already said, accidents do not really exist. The universe has a purpose. If the teacher was there and you have overlooked him, that was part of perfection at that particular moment. The teacher was there before you, but he was not there for you. That was then and this is now. Today, when you are giving your life a purpose and acquiring the ability to make miracles appear in your life, you will recognize the teacher. When the wounded, dying insect reminds you of the need to be compassionate, the teacher has appeared. When the homeless person, with his ramshackle appearance and outstretched hand, reminds you of the need to be godly, the master has appeared. When the soldier loaded with his deadly instruments and ready to kill the assigned enemy reminds you of the need to send love and peace where they are most difficult, it is also that the teacher has appeared. When you ask yourself the question, in what way is the teacher going to appear, meditate on this little chant by Jarns Broughton and you will have the answer. This is it. And I am it. And you are it. And so it is. And he is it. And she is it. And it is it. And that is. That's it. The appearance of the Master is everywhere, and without him you will find yourself groping. It is true that no human being is an island. We are all related and we all learn and grow together on this journey. In your preparation to perform miracles and for magical reality, you will have all the help you need. You have already considered the idea of giving your life purpose and preparing for the help you will need in this endeavor. However, the main premise of this book is that there is a realm of human existence that transcends what we have come to regard as normal or possible. I call this dimension magical reality. Once you feel genuinely open to living your own purpose here and are open to receiving any divine help that you may require as a willing student, you will be in a position to believe in your ability to become your own miracle worker. Believe in miracles and magic reality. When I speak of the world of magical reality and miracles, I do not mean the development of a talent to turn stones into gold, raise the dead, or cause the seas to open. When I speak of working miracles, I mean anything that you may have considered beyond your ability to create for yourself, due to the limitations you think you have. Later I will describe the main areas of life in which we have magical reality. For now, I want you to cultivate the foundation for creating magical reality in whatever area you fancy. If you have lived in the belief that certain accomplishments or levels of achievement were impossible for you, you should begin by examining your life's focus and beliefs before attempting magical reality strategies. Protestant confession that rejects the dogma of the Trinity. It emerged in England in the 17th century and since the early 19th century settled in the US. To become your own miracle worker, it is essential that you give your life a purpose and believe in yourself a state of openness to help. Aside from these qualities of purpose and openness, there are guidelines to put yourself in the right frame of mind. These beliefs, or knowledges, are necessary to help you enter within and manifest, literally, what you previously believed impossible. I will allude to this knowledge throughout the pages of this book. I have had to go through a series of steps throughout my life, all of them within my mind, in order to reach the point where I can say that I feel confident in my ability to bring about what I can only call miracles. I give them this name because until recently, before I experienced this inner awakening, the things that I am now capable of creating and manifesting seemed impossible to me. I offer this sequence of steps in the belief that if it has been possible for me, it will surely be possible for anyone else. I remember the words of Jesus Christ about his own miracles: "He who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and he will do works even greater than those." Somehow, deep down inside you, you know you have this kind of power. Even if you have no idea how to use it or how to begin to focus it, you know in any case that within each one of us there is a divine and invisible presence related in a certain way to the creation of a state that we can only describe, paradoxically, as magical reality. Then, Jesus Christ said, "But you will know him, because he dwells with you and will be within you." Exactly, inside you is that magical and invisible presence of which I speak here. It is not something that is outside of you and whose search requires a lifetime. Dwell within you, in that invisible part of yourself where the same rules do not count as they do in the physical world. In your soul, in your spirit or in your higher self, in your mind or in your thought or whatever you want to call it, lies that portal of entry to the world of magical reality. When you master the inner path of awareness that I present in the first part of this book, you will not be skeptical of the application of this awareness, nor will you doubt that, through that inner divine presence, I speak directly and unequivocally to you. 7 Beliefs for the manifestation of magic reality. I have identified 7 beliefs or insights that can help you put into practice the power of magical reality. I present them in sequence, and once you are in possession of the inner knowing that comes from embracing these beliefs, you will be well on your way to becoming your own miracle worker. 1. There is within you an invisible but knowable life force. Try to cultivate awareness of the invisible life force that permeates every form in the universe, including your physical body. It is the same universal intelligence that makes a rose, a beetle, the planets align and move through space, and you are you. This invisible force is without limits and dimensions, just like your thoughts, feelings, imaginations, dreams, fantasies, and emotions. This universal life force, which is part of you, is immortal. Death supposes an end, and that end supposes borders. For this first step, you simply know that this powerful and divine but invisible force is within you. Trust completely in their presence. She is, in fact, the one that allows you to perceive and live your physical body and this physical world in which you temporarily lodge. 2. Your thoughts are something that you control and that originates from you. In The Power of Belief, I devoted an entire section to the power of thoughts. Here I simply encourage you to realize that thought is our way of recording and processing our human experience. Thought originates from a nothing inside you and gives you your human condition. All your past, as well as your future, are within that realm of thought. Your thoughts create your experience of health, wealth, and all the details of your world. Ralph Waldo Emerson reminded us, the ancestor of all action is thought. We live the life we imagine we are living. When you stop imagining, fantasizing, or thinking, your active participation in your physical world ceases. As a step towards awakening life from magical reality, you must consider how your thoughts have contributed to a non-miraculous and limiting approach to life. You will know then that you are also capable of producing the opposite. If, indeed, miracles are available to anyone, you may be one of those people who experience them. But it has its beginning in that ancestor of all your actions, which are your thoughts. 3. There are no limits. All the things that you have come to believe with conviction as limits are a product of the way you have learned to think. They probably taught you that logic and scientific proof dictate what is possible and what is not. Before the invention of the microscope, hardly anyone believed in the existence of microscopic life. People who believe only in what they can see or demonstrate scientifically are limited by the current level of complexity of our measurement devices. You know that at some point in the future we will fly from one place to another on this planet in minutes rather than hours, and that interplanetary travel will be a reality of life. We already have the capacity to do so. In other words, the timeless universal force already exists, only technology is missing. Do you believe in that possibility now, or do you have to wait until the arrival of that technology to be able to believe in it? Only 20 years ago the idea of a remote control that would allow us to change the television channel was an impossibility. Renting a movie was unthinkable. Cooking food in the microwave in a few moments was not part of our consciousness at all. Although the ability to create these miracles we already had in Hannibal's time, the devices only arrived at the time. Become a person who does not accept any limits in his mind. None. 4. Your life has a purpose. The entire universe constitutes an intelligent system. The universe that is your physical body is a multitude of systems, all of which function with astonishing perfection, and it is also an intelligent system. The invisible parts of your being, your thoughts and feelings, are also part of the system that you are. That intelligence is invisible and we can describe it as we please and give it whatever name we please. Thousands of terms have been invented to describe it. But intelligence is not etiquette, just as the statue is not the saint and the menu is not lunch. You are that intelligence from which you can never separate, and you have a purpose. I have explained the need to give a purpose to your life and to undertake that path, the path that purpose marks for you. What I ask of you here is simply that you know. When you know that you have a purpose, you will be well on your way to creating miracles in your life in any and every area you choose. 5. Weakness is overcome by leaving it behind. You cannot overcome weakness or limitations by thinking. You will not get to the place of inner harmony necessary to create magical reality by striving to overcome your old negative behaviors. What you can learn is to leave that stage of your life behind and cross the door that leads to a new way of being. This process of leaving old habits behind begins in your invisible dimension, that is, in your thinking. You see yourself really freeing yourself from the obstacles that you have placed in life. You imagine yourself no longer needing to support yourself in those negative schemes. Then the part that corresponds to thought is complete. You are now moving towards a new you. You leave behind the belief that you cannot change or that you cannot create the miracle you want for yourself, and you will leave behind the physical activity that supported that belief. Imagine it back, look at it, and you will know that you no longer live that way. I can also see myself, in a distant moment, with those old behaviors. And I smile to myself, knowing that I have left that part of myself behind. It all started with a thought followed by an action based on that new thought, and this is for me a miracle that I live now day after day. I did not achieve this by constantly trying to eliminate the problem by thinking or by making a little mockery of it, but by leaving it behind. This is how all miraculous changes take place, when it comes to the question, what must I do to change? Or what must I do to create the miracle I want in my life? After so many words, advice, support groups, medicines, elixirs, exhortations, and requests from others, ultimately we must leave behind what is self-destructive or an obstacle to growth. Any person who has overcome some difficulty or made a positive change in their life, when facing what has been their life, has had to leave the old habit behind of their own free will. As soon as you know this to be true, you will see how soon you are creating magical reality in your life. 6. By examining what you think is impossible, you can then change your beliefs. Make a makeup of what you think cannot happen in your life. Whether it's related to your physical achievements, your relationships, your health, or your finances, make a promise to, at the very least, rid yourself of those beliefs. I am not asking you to be delusional or fall into self-deception. What I ask of you is that you believe in yourself, an attitude open to possibility, instead of continuing to subscribe to the impossibility. Nothing more than that. Just be open to a new idea. And remember that you don't have to do anything different in your life at that moment, just flip some mental images. A new thought will ultimately lead you to new and miraculous behaviors. We know who has ever undergone a terminal diagnosis, and therefore we know that this capacity exists within us. The universal force or energy that once created a miracle is still present. The force itself has not disappeared, although the miracles have disappeared. Stuart Wilde says in Miracles, because universal law is indestructible and therefore infinite, we can assume that the power used by miracle workers in the past must still exist today. And, if it still exists, I ask you to believe that it is there, waiting for you to approach it. That universal law that created miracles has never been and will never be repealed. This whole book is about how to help you take a position such that that universal force or energy is something that you can get to know intimately and use in your life, even if no one around you knows what you are doing or believe your words when you speak of miracles. Once you know and decide to use this force, your life will have the taste of magical reality. I guarantee you. I am not asking you at this point to use that power and begin to perform miracles. I only ask that you open up to a new inner belief system that says that maybe, just maybe, it represents a possibility for you. Anyone who has risen from misery to create personal abundance, myself included, has had to use the universal energy of their mind before this could be realized in the physical world. If that power to 14 miracles has been available to any disadvantaged soul, it will be available to your disadvantaged soul if you decide that this is your truth. You should know that if someone has been able to go from illness to health, from obesity to thinness, from addiction to purity, from poverty to wealth, from clumsiness to agility, from misery to happiness, from discontent to satisfaction, is that this capacity is part of the universal human condition. Even if only one person could have done it, it would mean that it is possible. And, even if it had not been possible before, as was the case with the cure for chicken before 1954 or with air travel in 1745, the human being does not need to be open to the possibility other than the fact that a single and only individual is capable of conceiving it in his mind. Replace the belief that something you can mentally imagine is impossible with the belief that it is possible. Get to work on that idea right away, right now, which is the only physical reality you have. 7. You can go beyond logic. Although you may not feel completely comfortable relying on something other than logic and rational thinking, let the idea that there is another dimension that is an integral part of your being and has nothing to do with logic or scientific validation. You have never seen, touched, smelled, or physically felt a thought or a dream or a feeling, and yet you know that these exist. There is no rational proof for the existence of intuition, and yet you know that it exists within you. Until a few years ago we had no physical evidence for the presence of microscopic life, and yet it did exist. And the same goes for that part of your being that I call your soul. While we have not invented an animoscope that rationally demonstrates the existence of the soul, we nevertheless have the notion that this dimension persists as part of our human condition. There are those who will never believe in it if they do not see it. Others will see it because they believe in it. These are the 7 beliefs that you can use as mental steps to adjust your inner gyroscope to magical reality. There are those who will live their entire lives contenting themselves with the limitations of their 5 senses. The magical reality and the working of miracles do not enter his vital agenda. Others, like you and me, even knowing that the physical part of our being is in itself a beautiful miracle, we also know that there is a spiritual dimension beyond the scope and limits of our physical universe. There are many differences between these two consciousnesses, the only physical consciousness versus the spiritual and physical consciousness. In the next chapter, I describe in more detail what these specific differences are and how we can avail ourselves of the benefits of magical reality and miracles by changing our consciousness to include the spiritual side. How to become a spiritual being. We are born into the world of nature. When we are born the second time, it is to the spirit world. Bhagavad Gita. Few of us have had training or education on how to use the power of our mind. We have been educated on the basis of a constant diet of logic and rationalism, in the mentality that you have to believe only what you see. In short, we have been brought up to believe only those things that we can understand and verify. The rational mind cannot understand miracles, which are a challenge to logic. Miracles cannot be understood by the thought forms to which we are conditioned. Thus, to enter the world of magical reality you must learn how to go far beyond your rational mind and enter the spiritual dimension. Beyond skepticism. The minimum spiritual preparation that you have been able to receive has probably come to you through some religious organization. The wonderful gift that religion gives us is the teaching that we are spiritual by nature and that we all have a soul as part of our human condition. The main drawback of religion is the teaching that the soul must adapt to the rules and regulations, and the fact that these psychic restrictions come directly from the dogma of a particular religion and its representatives. But the soul does not conform to any of the limits or the laws that have been attributed to it. It has no dimensions or shape, and it is invisible. Even talking about it is very difficult, because sentences must come to an end while the soul does not. Probably, due to your formal training, you have adopted a skeptical attitude in relation to spirituality. In order to participate in the high drama of miracles and magical reality, you must believe in your spiritual self, something that has absolutely nothing to do with your religious affiliation. Whatever name you give to that higher intelligence that permeates your form, whatever the name of your spiritual master, his name will not influence your potential to perform miracles. I simply encourage you to develop an authentic understanding of this part of your human condition. Maurice Nicoll wrote in Living Time the following words: which I consider very appropriate in relation to this question. We do not grasp the fact that we are invisible, we do not understand the fact that life, before any of its definitions, is a drama of the visible and the invisible. We believe that only the visible world has reality and structure, and we do not conceive the possibility that the inner world that we know as thought, feeling, and imagination has a real and existing structure in its own space, although this is not the space with which we are in contact through our sense organs. In Nicole's words, there is a lot you have to overcome to develop your inner knowledge of the truth. You will be asked to believe in the unknowable, contrary to what you have been taught. And yet it is always there, as H. L. Mencken so aptly tells us, by penetrating so many secrets we stop believing in the unknowable. But there he is, calmly licking his back. Indeed, it is right there, and yet you cannot touch it with your fingers even for an instant. Becoming a spiritual being means forgetting our five senses, including the finger that you cannot pose, and developing a quiet sense of confidence in what permeates you, you know, but that you can never demonstrate through logic or through our current devices. Measurement. Once you have the experience of this invisible dimension and you know that higher place to which you can go mentally and from which you can receive guidance and, yes, even the necessary help to create magical reality in your life, you will have gone from being an exclusively physical person, a human being with spiritual experience, to be a spiritual being with human experience. Of course, this will not be a rejection of your physical self at all. In fact, the step toward becoming a spiritual being will broaden and enhance your physical life in so many ways. The place for the creation of magical reality will be in your spiritual awakening, but it will manifest here and now, in this physical world where you find yourself day after day. It is necessary that your capacity expanded to make physical life. When this special knowledge becomes a reality for you and is something you can draw on and trust within, you will be so powerful that you will feel like the rich man who, whatever he does, always has money. It will comfort you to know that you can never lose your spiritual contact once you have achieved it, and you will know that it is forever a part of you. In the same way that I ask you to accept this invisible world whose existence you know but which, as Nicole says, you cannot identify with your senses, there are many and respectable members of the scientific community who are trying hard to scientifically prove the existence of the soul. Although my intention in this book is not to prove or disprove anything from a scientific point of view, a few words about these studies will help you get moving in the direction that leads first to being spiritual and then to being physical as a consequence of your spirituality. In the fascinating book Recovering the Soul, Dr. Larry Dossey provides a comprehensive picture of the evidence supporting the non-local theory of the human mind. This theory says that the human mind is not limited to a body or a brain but, in some way, exists in time and space in concert with the physical body. This non-local view of the mind opens up enormous possibilities. In the words of Dr. Dossey, suppose for a moment that we could show that the human mind is not local, that it is ultimately independent of the physical brain and body, and that, by way of correlation, transcends time and space. This, in my view, would occupy a place in importance that would go far beyond anything that has been discovered, in the past or today, about the human organism. This discovery would strike a hopeful chord about our inner nature, a chord that has been silenced in a scientific age. It would foster a new vision of the human being, triumphant over flesh and blood. It would anchor the human spirit again on the side of God rather than on the side of chance, and decay. It would spur the human will toward greatness and not toward expediency and selfishness, and, once again, we might reclaim something that has been largely absent in our recent experience of the human soul. This idea of the soul as something timeless and not local is really fascinating. It is being investigated by scientists of various specialties, and I am sure that we will soon have irrefutable evidence of its non-local location. Imagine the difference such a test would make to us as human beings. Knowing that the soul survives the death of the physical body will help change the way we relate to each other while we are here on Earth. It will drastically affect our practice of medicine. As Dr. Dossey points out, The ultimate purpose of the modern healer would no longer be to prevent death and physical deterioration, since these would lose their absolute status if the mind were ultimately transcendent in relation to the physical body. On the other hand, if humanity really believed in the reality of a non-localized mind, entirely new bases for ethical and moral conduct would come into play, offering at least the possibility 16 of radically departing from the insane way in which human beings and nation-states have always behaved, one with another, and furthermore, the entire existential premise of human life would shift towards the moral and the ethical, towards the spiritual and the sacred. Within this context, I ask you to try boldly to become a spiritual being, since within it is where miracles and magical reality are known. Once you have developed the inner knowledge of your spiritual self, not local, any external scientific data will be irrelevant. However, to help you overcome your lack of faith, here are a few opinions of contemporary scientific thinkers on this topic. Robert Haerman, scientist, executive director of the American Science Affiliation, and author of The God Who World Be Known, says no matter where you look in science, it is becoming increasingly difficult to understand the universe without God. When forced to define God, theologians and scientists strangely agree. They know that somehow, in a physical world of cause and effect, something was necessary to get the whole thing going. They also know that there is some form of invisible force that holds the whole together, including all matter. Instead of seeing God as a deity located somewhere in the celestial distance, they see him as a presence that permeates the universe. Hence the biblical idea that says in him we live, and move and have our being. There is great disagreement among the scientific community, which lives by and delights in hard evidence, on this question of the soul and of God as a presence in the whole of life. And yet scientists know that there is something in all life that defies logic. A heart begins to beat inside a mother's womb 6 to 7 weeks after conception, and the entire process is a gigantic mystery, even to our most subtle scientific minds. 40 years ago the answer to the question "Do you believe in God?" was usually "Of course not, I'm a scientist." Today, and increasingly, the scientist's answer to the same question is naturally, "I am a scientist." Those who are dedicated to the new physics of quantum mechanics are now beginning to demonstrate what metaphysics, beyond physics, had been indicating for centuries. There is a connection between all beings, an invisible force in the universe that permeates all life. Even more surprising, as reported by John Gliedman in Scientific Digest 10 years ago, July 1982, is the fact that various great theorists have reached the same and surprising conclusions. Their work seems to indicate the existence of a hidden spiritual world within all of us. Gliedman sarcastically called this the spirit of the machine. It is this presence within all of us, this dimension of our human condition that defies measurement and the rules of cause and effect, that continues to confuse scientists. And yet many of them have concluded that the soul, that spirit of the machine, exists. Gliedman's article, entitled "Scientists in Search of the Soul," cites many of the world's most respected and distinguished scientists. Some conclude that it is our immaterial, invisible, self that constitutes our human traits of self-awareness, free will, personal identity, creativity, and emotions. They indicate that this invisible presence exerts a physical influence on us and, what is even more surprising, that this immaterial self survives the death of the physical brain. Another disturbing idea is that of John von Neumann, a mathematician and scientist whom Nobel laureate Hans Bethe said was perhaps the most intelligent man who ever lived. Bethe once observed the following: "I have sometimes wondered if a brain like John von Neumann's does not indicate the existence of a species superior to man." And what were von Neumann's conclusions? That physical reality was an invention of the human imagination and that the only true reality was thought. Eugene Wigner, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1963 and who studied the formulations of von Neumann, publicly stated the following: "It is possible that man has an immaterial consciousness capable of influencing matter. In my words, as a non-Nobel laureate you have the ability to create miracles and live a life of magical reality if you use your invisible self to influence your physical reality." When you truly become first a spiritual being and then a physical being, and you know how to live and breathe in this new concordance, you become your own miracle worker. To be fair, let's say that Glideman also talks at length about the many distinguished scientists who take the opposite position, according to which we have no evidence for the existence of the soul. We can see in these people members of the same fraternity who, throughout the history of which we have evidence, have declared that there was no evidence and thus, microscopic life does not exist, flying machines are impossible and the earth is not round. For me, the existence of the soul does not need any scientific validation. I know what I know about myself, and for me the proof is in my own experience. Metaphysicians and poets have expressed to me truths of special importance in relation to the question of the existence of the soul. Listen to Auguries of Innocence, by William Blake. See the world in a grain of sand, and heaven in a wild flower. Have the infinite in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. We are led to believe a lie when we see with and through the eyes what was born in one night to perish in one night while the soul slept in rays of light. What a magnificent sight! Have infinity in the palm of your hand. Indeed, we are led to believe a great lie that we are nothing more than these aging bodies. Blake reminds us instead that our soul, our spiritual being, does not die or be born, but is eternal and formless like a ray of light. Make it prominent in your thinking that becoming a spiritual being involves being able to touch our inner selves and knowing that it is the secret to our ultimate ability to become miracle workers. This formless, inner self is your imagination. Albert Einstein, in whom the qualities of the poet and the scientist were united, summed this up superbly: imagination is more important than knowledge. If we examine the lives of the most influential people among those who have walked among us, we will discover a thread that unites them all. They have taken the side of their spiritual nature first and only later that of their physical self. Our greatest teachers, all of our great teachers without exception, as well as those who have caused the greatest impact on humanity, have been spiritual beings. They were in no way limited by their five senses. All the great teachers and doctrines, such as Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, Sufism, and Confucianism, have left us a similar message. Penetrate inside yourself, discover your higher and invisible self, recognize God in the love that is in you. All these spiritual teachers were miracle workers. They came to teach us the incredible power that resides within each one of us. It seems ironic that as people we have been obsessed with what divides us, with war and building ever more powerful systems designed to spread hatred and death, when the world's most influential and revered teachings all contain one message of love. For example, Christianity: God is love, and he who is governed by love is governed by God, and God dwells in him. Buddhism: he who does not love does not know God, because God is love. Judaism: love is the beginning and the end of the Torah. Confucianism: love belongs to the high nobility of the cycle and is the quiet home where man must dwell. Sane and crazy Sufism: all seek him wounded by love, just as in the mosque as in the temple or in the church. Because only God is the unique God of love. And love calls from them, who are all his home. Becoming a spiritual being is equivalent to becoming a miracle worker and knowing the blessing of magical reality. There is a huge difference between non-spiritual, or just physical people and those whom I call spiritual beings. Let's examine the following outline of the way these beings live with their invisible selves, their minds. If you really want to know this ideal something that I continue to call magical reality, your task is to side with the thought of spiritual beings. Spiritual beings versus non-spiritual beings: the 12 traits of spirituality. I use the terms spiritual and non-spiritual in the sense that a spiritual being has conscious awareness of both the physical and invisible dimensions, while the non-spiritual being is only aware of the realm of the physical. Neither of these two categories, in the sense in which I use them, in any way supposes atheism or religious orientation. The non-spiritual person is not wrong or bad just because he lives the world only physically. Here are the 12 traits of spirituality, 12 beliefs and practices for you to cultivate as you develop your ability to make miracles appear in your life. It is absolutely imperative that you become a spiritual being in accordance with these traits if your purpose in this life is magical reality. 1. The non-spiritual being lives exclusively within the framework of the five senses, in the belief that if he cannot see, touch, smell, hear or taste something, that something does not exist. The spiritual being knows that, beyond his five physical senses, there are other senses with which the world of form can be experienced. As you work to become a spiritual being at the same time as a physical being, you begin to live in more and more consciously within the invisible realm that I have spoken of in this chapter. You begin to realize that there are senses beyond this physical world. Even if you are not able to perceive it through one of the five senses, you know that you are a soul with a body and that your soul is limitless and defies birth and death. It is not governed by any of the rules and regulations that govern the physical universe. Being spiritual means allowing yourself the possibility of being multisensory. So a whole new universe opens up. As Gary Zukav says in The Seat of the Soul, the experiences of the multisensory man are less limited than those of the pentasensory man. They provide more opportunities for growth and development and also more opportunities to avoid unnecessary difficulties. 2. The non-spiritual being believes that we are alone in the universe. The spiritual being knows that he is never alone. A spiritual being is comfortable with the idea of having divine guidance, observers, and teachers available to him at all times. If we believe that we are souls with bodies and not bodies with souls, we can always turn to the eternal and invisible part of our being for help. Once this belief is well established and unshakable, it can never be doubted, whatever the rational arguments put forward by those who live exclusively on the physical plane. For some this is called praying with intensity, for others it is God, it is universal and omnipresent intelligence or force, and for others it is spiritual guidance. What matters is not the name we give to this higher self or how it is pronounced, as it is beyond definition, beyond labels and language itself. For the non-spiritual being, this is all slop. We appear on earth, we have only one life to live and no one has spirits either inside or outside to turn to. For the non-spiritual being this is a purely physical universe, and the purpose is to manipulate and control the physical world in every possible way. The spiritual being sees in the physical world a field in which to grow and learn, with the specific purpose of serving and evolving to higher levels of love. Non-spiritual beings accept the existence of a supreme being or God not as a universal force that we carry within, but as a separate power, which one day has to account for us. They are more fearful than loving beings. They do not consider that they have help or that they possess a higher self, unless they know the kind of direct experience of a divine presence that St. Paul or St. Francis of Assisi tell us about. Spiritual beings know, through personal experience of having been in contact with their own divine guidance, that they are not alone and that they can turn to that guidance to work miracles in their lives. 3. The non-spiritual being is devoted to external power. The spiritual being is devoted to the acquisition of inner power. External power is in dominion and control over the physical world. It is the power of war and military power, the power of laws and organizations, the power of business and stock market games. It is the power to control everything when it is external to oneself. The non-spiritual being consecrates himself to this external power. The spiritual being, on the other hand, is devoted to elevating himself and others to higher and higher levels of consciousness and realization. The use of force on another is not within the scope of this spiritual being. He is not interested in accumulating power, but in helping others to live in harmony and experience magical reality. It is a power of love, a power that does not judge. There is no hostility or anger in this power. The aim is to really train yourself to know that you can live in the world with others who have different points of view and not have the need to control or defeat them to make them your victims. A spiritual being knows the enormous power that represents the ability to manipulate the physical world with the mind. A mind at peace, a mind focused and not devoted to hurting others is stronger than any physical force in the universe. The entire philosophy of Aikido and the martial arts of the East is based not on external power over the other, but on becoming one with that external energy in order to eliminate the threat. Acquiring power is the inner joy of knowing that outer strength is not necessary to be in harmony with yourself. The non-spiritual being knows no other way. You have to be constantly prepared for war. Even when the spiritual leaders to whom they often pay homage speak out against such use of power, the unspiritual being is unable to see any other alternative. The real power consists in surrendering to what is loving, harmonious, and good in us and not allowing the presence of enemies in our conscience. It is a concordance with the soul, a concordance that is our very reason for being here. Once you no longer need to dominate others, acquire more possessions or control the environment around you, you will have shifted your interest from external power to internal power. You will see that having inner power does not reduce you in any way to servility or to being a victim of others. Quite the contrary. You will see that you do not even perceive others as potential aggressors. You will reject those threats and, in fact, you will not even perceive them as such. Also, the absence of a need on your part to demonstrate how great your power is will give you the opportunity to empower others. When you reach the stage of giving, you will be in accordance with your purpose, and you will be at the point from which you can work miracles. You will not ask for anything from others, not because you are proud or omnipotent, but because you will be a light to yourself. This is how the spiritual being behaves, and only when you renounce the need for external power and take the side of your soul purpose will you be ready for magical reality. 4. The non-spiritual being feels separate and distinct from everyone else, a being for himself. The spiritual being knows that he is in relationship with everyone else and lives life as if each person he meets shares the human condition with him. When a person feels separated from everyone else, they become self-centered and much less concerned about other people's problems. You may feel sorry for starving people in another part of the world, but in your everyday life you will react like this: it's not my problem. The separate personality, the non-spiritual being, is basically devoted to his own problems and often feels that others are getting in his way or trying to get what he wants, so he must reduce the other before they reduce him. The spiritual being knows that we are all related and is able to see the fullness of God in each person with whom he comes into contact. This feeling of connection removes much of the inner conflict experienced by the non-spiritual self, who constantly judges others, classifies them according to their physical appearance and behavior, and then seeks to find a way to ignore or take advantage of them for his own sake. Benefit: being related eliminates the need for conflict and confrontation. Knowing that the same invisible force that flows through you flows through everyone else allows the spiritual being to truly adhere to righteous conduct. The spiritual being thinks the way I treat others is essentially the way I treat myself, and vice versa. The meaning of love your neighbor as yourself is clear to the spiritual being, while it is considered foolish for the non-spiritual being. Negative judgment is not possible when we feel related to everyone else. The spiritual being knows that with his judgments he cannot define others, but only define himself as a person who judges. Research in the field of subatomic quantum reveals the existence of an invisible connection between all particles and all members of a given species. This unity is being demonstrated in remarkable scientific discoveries. The findings show that physical distance, what we think of as empty space, does not prevent a connection by invisible forces. Obviously, there are invisible connections between our thoughts and our actions. We do not deny this fact, even though that connection is impervious to our senses. The non-spiritual being cannot make this leap, but the spiritual being knows that this invisible force puts him in relation to everyone else and therefore treats everyone else as if they were part of himself. It is a question of knowledge. The non-spiritual being knows and acts as if it were an island, separate and distinct from others, unrelated to them. The spiritual being knows the truth in these famous lines by John Donne. No human being is an island, closed in on itself, but every man is a part of the continent, a piece of the mainland. If a clod of earth is washed away by the sea, Europe is diminished, just as if it were a promontory, as if it were your friend's mansion or your own mansion. The death of every man diminishes me, because I have to do with humanity, so never ask for whom the bell tolls for you. There is no better description of the spiritual being, who certainly cares for humanity and lives his life every day accordingly. Simply put, miracles and magical reality are not available to those who believe themselves to be islands in the sea of humanity. 5. The non-spiritual being believes exclusively in an interpretation of life based on causes and effects. The spiritual being knows that there is a higher power at work in the universe, beyond a simple cause and effect relationship. The non-spiritual being lives exclusively in the physical world, where cause and effect rule. If you plant a seed, cause, you will see the result, effect. If it is hungry, it will search for food. If he's angry, he will vent. It is really a rational and logical way of thinking and behaving, since the third law of motion, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, is always at work in the physical universe. The spiritual being goes beyond Newton's physics and lives in a totally different realm. He knows that thoughts come out of nowhere and that in our dream state, 1/3 of our total physical life, where we are in a pure thought state, cause and effect play no role. In the dream state we can be 40 years old at one point and 12 the next, we can get in a car and fly over our childhood home. Thoreau summed up that experience very well with this provocative observation: I can't tell the difference between wakefulness and sleep. Don't we always live the life we imagine living? Thus, the spiritual being knows that thoughts are not subject to the laws of classical physics and that with our thoughts we create reality. When you live purely according to the laws of cause and effect, you cannot expect to create miracles, because miracles and magical reality are beyond the logic of physics. Miracles have their origin in the power of our mind and, in this way, cause and effect are replaced by a belief in the resulting effects of what we call nothing or emptiness. Our thoughts and beliefs are miracles in themselves, and the only tools we have to process this physical world. They defy the logic of cause and effect, since our thoughts seem to come from nowhere, so our ability to perform miracles also has its origin in that divine place out of nowhere. When you need an explanation of cause and effect, you are unable to enter the world of magical reality. Our thoughts, like all the sounds we make, come from the silent emptiness, and our ability to work miracles is a power that originates in the empty and silent space of our true selves. 6. The unspiritual being is motivated by achievement, performance, and acquisitions. The spiritual being is motivated by ethics, serenity, and quality of life. For the non-spiritual being, the important thing is to learn in order to climb the ladder, advance, and acquire possessions. The purpose of sport is competition. Success is measured by external labels such as position, rank, checking accounts, and rewards. These things, which are an important part of our culture and are certainly not to be despised, nevertheless do not constitute the axis around which the life of the spiritual being moves. For the spiritual being, success is achieved by taking the side of one's own purpose, which is not measured by performance or acquisitions. The spiritual being knows that these external things enter his life in 20 sufficient quantities and that they come as a consequence of a life with purpose. The spiritual being knows that living with a purpose involves serving with love. Mother Teresa, who has spent many years of her life caring for the most deprived among us in the outskirts of Calcutta, thus defined the purpose in for the love of God. The fruit of love is service, which is active compassion. Religion has nothing to do with compassion, what matters is our love for God, since we have all been created for the sole purpose of loving and being loved. The inner and outer reality of the spiritual being is experienced in this or similar way. It is not necessary to become a saint who cares for the disinherited to be spiritual. The only thing to know is that there is much more to life than achievement, performance, and acquisitions, and that the true measure of a life will not be in what has been accumulated, but in what has been given to others. The spiritual being knows that he appeared here without anything material and that he will leave in the same way. The only thing you can do therefore is give what you have in this metaphysical moment that we call your life, your parenthesis in eternity. Although the spiritual being can reach and perform at high levels and even acquire many possessions, the organizing principle that guides his life is not that of this motivation. At the center of his being is living in an ethical, moral, and serene way, in accordance with a spiritual purpose. You cannot know the magical reality when the goal is to get more for yourself, especially if it is at the expense of others. When you experience a sense of serenity and quality in your life and you know that it is your mind that has created that state, you will also know that magic capable of working miracles arises from that state of mind. 7. The non-spiritual being has no place in his consciousness for the practice of meditation. The spiritual being cannot imagine life without it. For the non-spiritual being, the idea of quietly looking inward and sitting alone for a period of time, repeating a mantra, emptying the mind, and searching for answers in accordance with the higher self, borders on insanity. For this person, the answers are sought by working hard, fighting, persevering, setting goals, reaching those goals and then setting others and competing in a wild world. The spiritual being knows the enormous power of the practice of meditation. You know that meditation makes you more alert and enables you to think more clearly. Learn about the very special effect meditation has on stress and tension relief. Spiritual people know, because they have been there and experienced it firsthand, that divine guidance can be gained by achieving peace and quiet and asking for answers. They know that they are multidimensional and that it is possible to use the invisible mind at higher and higher levels through meditation, or whatever we call the practice of being alone and emptying the mind of the frenzied thoughts that occupy so much of life. Every day. They know that by meditating deeply, one can leave the body and enter a sphere of magic that is as beatific a state as any drug can temporarily provide. The great French scientist Pascal provides us with this vision. All man's misfortunes derive from the fact that he is unable to sit quietly, alone, in a room. One of the great joys of becoming a spiritual being is learning about this new world of phenomena. You will indeed feel lighter, happier, and also, ironically, more productive than ever. The non-spiritual being perceives as a flight from reality what, for the spiritual being, is an introduction to a whole new reality, a reality that includes an opening in life that will lead to miracles. More information on meditation is provided in Chapter 3, as well as some helpful techniques. 8. For the non-spiritual being, the concept of intuition can be reduced to a hunch or a random thought that occasionally and accidentally comes to mind. Head. For the spiritual being, intuition is much more than a hunch. He sees it as a guide or as the Word of God, and he never takes this inner insight lightly or ignores it. You know from your own experience that when you ignore your intuitive promptings you end up regretting it or having to learn the hard way. For the non-spiritual person, intuition is totally unpredictable and occurs randomly, with purely chance occurrences. Often shuns or disdains in favor of habitual behavior. The spiritual being strives to be more aware of his intuition every day. He pays attention to invisible messages and knows deep down that there is something in them that is much more than mere coincidence. Spiritual beings are conscious of the non-physical world and are not reduced exclusively to a universe limited to the functioning of their five senses. Hence all thoughts, however invisible, are something to pay attention to. But intuition is much more than a thought about something. Intuition is almost as if it receives a gentle push that leads us to behave in a certain way or avoid something that can be dangerous or insane. Although inexplicable, intuition is really a factor in our lives. For the non-spiritual person, intuition is simply a hunch, not something to study or to pay more attention to. The unspiritual person thinks this will pass. What happens is that my head sometimes works foolishly and insanely. For the spiritual person, these inner intuitive expressions are almost like having a dialogue with God. I see in my intuitions, whether they are related to whatever it is, to God who speaks to me. I pay attention when I feel something strongly, and I always follow that inner inclination. There was a time in my life when I ignored him, but now I have changed my attitude, and these intuitive feelings always guide me in the direction of growth and purpose. Sometimes my intuition tells me where I should go to write, I go there and writing always comes spontaneously and fluidly. When I have ignored my intuition, I have had to fight like a condemned man and have blamed writer's block. I've gotten to the point where I not only rely on that guide when I want to write, but I rely on it in virtually every area of my life. I have come to have a private relationship with my intuition, from what I should eat to what I should write about, through my relationship with my wife and the other members of my family. I meditate on it, trust it, study it, and try to be more aware of it. When I ignore him I pay, and then I repeat the lesson to myself so that next time I don't forget to trust that inner voice. I imagine that if I can talk to God and call this praying, in the belief of such a universal divine presence, it is not crazy for God to speak to me. All the spiritual people I know of share a similar sentiment. Intuition is a loving guide, and such people are wise enough not to despise it. 9. The unspiritual being hates evil and is determined to eradicate what he believes to be bad. The spiritual being knows that everything he hates and fights weakens him, and that everything he defends, everything he supports, gives him strength. The unspiritual being is always fighting. He sides with the instruments of power in a war against what he believes to be evil. This person knows what he hates, and what he perceives as evil causes a great inner turmoil in him. Much of your energy, both mental and physical, is devoted to what you perceive as bad or unhealthy. Spirit beings do not organize their lives for combat. They are not against hunger, they are in favor of feeding people and ensuring that everyone has their needs met. They work on what they are for rather than fighting what they are against. Fighting against hunger only weakens the fighter and provokes anger and frustration, while working for the population to be well fed empowers the person. Spiritual beings are not against war, but for peace, and they dedicate their energies to working for peace. They do not wage war on drugs or poverty, because wars require warriors and combatants, and that is not how problems are solved. Spiritual beings are in favor of a well-educated youth, who know how to be euphoric, vital, and happy without the need to resort to external substances. They work in this direction, that of helping young people to know the power of their own mind and body. They do not fight against anything. When you fight evil using the methods of hatred and violence, you become part of the hatred and violence of evil, no matter how just you believe your position. If all the people of the world who are against terrorism and war changed their perspective and went to support and work for peace, terrorism and war would be eliminated. For every dollar we spend on peace, we spend 2,000 on war. Across the globe, we spend approximately $25 million every minute in the war industry and increasing our capacity to kill, while in that very minute, and every minute of every day, approximately 40 children starve to death. It is as if every 10 minutes a Boeing 747 loaded with children crashes and kills all the passengers. How much does it cost to feed 40 children? Who is going to reverse these significant statistics? The spiritual inhabitants of our planet? Or the non-spiritual inhabitants? No matter how convinced we are that these things are irreversible, we contribute to the problem as long as we choose for being combatants instead of people who know what they defend and what their purpose is here on earth, in this short period of time, and they work to give opportunities even seeing that there are many who do something else. Somehow the priorities are clear. Spirit beings do not side with hatred. They consecrate themselves with faith to what they defend and translate this into action. Spiritual beings maintain their ideas of love and harmony in the face of things that they would like to see change. Everything we fight weakens us. Everything we defend gives us strength. In order to make miracles appear, you must fully focus on what you stand for. The magical reality will occur in your life when you have eliminated the hatred that may be in it, even the hatred that you feel against hatred. 10. The non-spiritual person has no sense of responsibility in relation to the universe, and has therefore not developed a reverence for life. The spiritual being feels for life a veneration that reaches the essence of all beings. As Zukov says, the non-spiritual being believes that we are conscious and the universe is not. He believes that his existence will end this life and that he is not responsible to the universe. The unspiritual being has become arrogant. The spiritual being behaves without losing sight of the God that exists in all forms of life, and has a feeling of responsibility towards the universe. He fervently respects this life and the fact that he has a mind with which he can process the physical universe. That reverential fear leads you to look outward, to life and to the environment, with a sense of appreciation and reverence, to engage with life itself on a level deeper than that of the simple material world. For the spiritual being, we must approach the cycles of life as representatives of the infinite, with a deference that truly honors life. His is a gentle approach to all that exists in our world, a recognition that the earth itself and the universe beyond it possess a consciousness, that our life, in some invisible way, is related to all of life. Current and past life. The invisible intelligence that permeates all forms is part of us and, thus, to feel veneration for all forms of life is to know that there is a soul in everything. That soul deserves to be honored. The spiritual person is aware of the need not to take more from the earth than is necessary and to restore it in some way to the universe for those who will inhabit the planet after it. The ability to perform miracles arises from a strong veneration for all forms of life, including our own, and therefore, to know magical reality, we must learn to think and act in a way that is congruent with our spiritual and reverent selves. 11. The unspiritual being is full of aftertaste, hostility, and need for revenge. In the heart of the spiritual being there is no room for these impediments to miracles and magical reality. The spiritual being knows that all spiritual teachers have spoken of the importance of forgiveness. Here are some examples drawn from our main religious teachings. Judaism: the most beautiful thing a man can do is forget evil. Christianity: Peter then approached him and said, Lord, how many times must my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Perhaps 7 times. And Jesus said, I tell you, not 7 times, but 70 times 7. Islam forgives the servant 70 times a day. Sikhism: where there is forgiveness, God is present. Taoism rewards wrongdoing with kindness. Buddhism: hatred never diminishes by hatred, only diminished by love. Here is an eternal law. For the spiritual being, it is essential to be able to act on the words. We cannot profess a certain faith and then behave inconsistently with its teachings. Forgiveness is an act of the heart. A whole chapter of The Power to Believe is dedicated to this question. If you fill your inner and invisible self with bitterness and a desire for revenge towards others, there will be no room for the harmony and love necessary to experience magical reality in your life. From a posture of hatred towards others will come more hatred and disharmony. It is evident that miracles cannot be manifested in any area of life when one is immersed in such great negativity as hatred and the desire for revenge towards a person or a thing. Forgiving others is the essential component of one of the most quoted prayers of the Christian religion: forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. The spiritual being knows that these are not simply empty words to recite in a bedtime ritual. They are, in effect, a necessary ingredient to become a spiritual being. 12. The non-spiritual being believes that there are real limitations and, although there may be proofs of the existence of miracles, they see them as fortuitous events that some fortunate ones experience. The spiritual being believes in miracles and in his own unique ability to be guided with love and to know a world of magical reality. The spiritual being knows that miracles are very real. He believes that the forces that have created miracles for others are still present in the universe and can be used. The non-spiritual being has a totally different view of miracles. He regards them as accidents and therefore has no faith in his own ability to participate in the miracle-working process. These 12 traits of spirituality require very little on your part. They are not difficult to understand, nor do they require lengthy preparation or indoctrination on your part. They can be reached at this very moment that you are reading. The process that leads to conversion into a spiritual being takes place in that invisible self that I have spoken of. Regardless of how you may have chosen to be thus far, working towards becoming a spiritual being may now be your concrete choice. You do not need to adopt specific religious principles or undergo a religious transformation, you just have to decide, this is how I would like to live the rest of my life. With this form of inner commitment you will be on your way. However, it is very important for you to know that magical reality is totally unattainable for those who choose the non-spiritual life. The ability to make miracles happen is basically a result of which side you align yourself with, how you decide to use your mind, and how much faith you have in your ability to use it to affect the physical world. Summary of the 12 traits of spirituality. I give below, see box on next page, a brief summary of the 12 traits of spirituality. Consult it often and know that the difference between being spiritual and non-spiritual is not found in your material form or in the physical circumstances of your life. It is located within the invisible dimension of your being. Some suggestions to become a spiritual being. Remember, the ancestor of all action is thought. Here are some practical suggestions for getting in touch with yourself as a spiritual being. To show yourself that you are more than just a being with 5 senses, take note of all the things you experience within yourself that are beyond your senses of taste, sight, hearing, smell, and touch. Keep a diary of your thoughts for a day and take note of your insights into your inner world. Observe any intuitive hunches and make a note of them for your personal satisfaction. Keeping track of your actions in spiritual being 1. Use multidimensional thinking 2. Believe in the possibility of being guided with love 3. You consecrate yourself to the authentic inner power 4. You feel in relation to all of humanity 5. Know another dimension beyond cause and effect 6. Motivated by ethics, serenity, and quality of life 7. Practice meditation 8. See the Word of God in intuition 9. See the violent response to evil as a participation in said evil. It is devoted to what it defends 10. Has a sense of responsibility with and belonging to the universe. Have a reverential respect for being here 11. Live a life of forgiveness 12. Believe in the ability to manifest miracles being unspiritual 1. Your beliefs and thoughts are limited to the 5 senses 2. You believe that we are always alone 3. Is devoted to the attainment of outer power 4. Feels separate from everyone else 5. Believes in cause and effect 6. Motivated by achievement, performance, and acquisition 7. Rejects meditation 8. Sees unpredictable hunches in intuition 9. He hates evil and fights against it. It is devoted to what it fights 10. It has no sense of responsibility with or belonging to the universe 11. It holds a grudge and seeks revenge for what it considers to be grievances 12. Miracles are unpredictable and fortunate events. The physical world. You will learn that you are a physical being, but by keeping track of what caused that action, you will see that your actions come from something that is not physical at all. To help you know yourself as a multi-sensory being, test the power of your mind with something that you find difficult. Imagine doing something like improving a golf shot, skipping a cocktail, jogging for half an hour, making a baked cake for the first time, or spending a Saturday afternoon at the movies with your 5-year-old daughter. Imagine anything that seems unusual or difficult for you to do. Create a mental image in which you are doing that difficult task. Describe it in detail in writing or record it on tape. Do this several times and see if you can later manifest the vision in your physical world. When you do, you will have crossed the limit of your 5 senses. The image is beyond your senses and is invisible to them, and the action comes from that invisible part of your being. Get to know that upper part of yourself that truly wants to transcend the many limits you believe in when you function exclusively as a 5-sensed being. To know the reality of your invisible world, question the sheer physical evidence that your 5 senses show you. Your senses tell you that the world is flat, and this is an illusion. Your senses tell you that the world is still and it is you who moves on it. But you know that the world travels at astonishing speeds, spinning on its axis and traversing thousands of kilometers through space every hour. Your objects tell you that the objects are solid, but take a look through the microscope and you will see that these objects are empty space and dancing activity. Trusting the limitations of your senses is living an illusion. Get to know the reality of your invisible world by beginning to question the sheer physical evidence provided by your 5 senses. Check to what extent your five senses deceive you about your own reality, and then ask yourself why you place so much faith in those senses. To establish contact with a divine or spiritual guide, put your skepticism on hold for a day. Give yourself a quiet place and a quiet hour to yourself. Start this experiment without skepticism or doubts. Ask for help in an area that worries you, and strive to clear your mind of any distracting thoughts. See if you can create an image in which you find yourself receiving help from a guide who takes care of you and wants to offer you love. In this state of tranquility, with the mind empty of distractions, you will know deep down that the answer you are looking for is on the way and that you are not alone. You must know it, and feel yourself receiving that help. I am not asking you to hear voices or see apparitions, but simply to feel very, very at peace. Keep a record of what you feel at the end of that hour and 24 any hunches you have had, or the help you have received. I can guarantee that if you make this a regular habit, you will begin to visit that magical inner place on a regular basis and receive the guidance that was once so elusive. Go ahead and give it a try. You don't have to tell anyone what you're trying to do. You will be establishing direct contact with your inner self, with that divine intelligence that always accompanies you no matter how much resistance is offered. To connect with that invisible dimension that we call death, follow the track of your dreams for a short time, especially those dreams in which you were in the presence of someone who was part of your life but is now gone. When you go to bed and enter the invisible world of thought, in which you create with your mind all the characters that should appear in your dream, remind yourself that no one dies, that only the form changes. Be aware then of the guidance that this apparition in your dream has provided. You must be willing to converse with that soul in your formless dream state. Ask him questions and see for yourself that you have the human capacity to do so. If, indeed, we are souls with a body and not bodies with a soul, it is because all souls continue to live after what we call death in an invisible dimension. Those souls will appear as something very real and very alive, as long as you are in your invisible dimension and without pure thought form. When you are able to make contact with these souls in your dreams and to experience the reality of their presence, you will see that aging and death are realities only for the world of the five senses. Once you know this and have established that contact, you will be aware of your own immortality and you will have a totally new vision of death. You will know in your heart that those whom you have loved and who are no longer there have not really disappeared from your life. They are there and you can have them. Open up and make yourself available to that contact, and you will experience it along with all the guidance it can provide. To broaden the feeling that there is a guide in your life, start by knowing that you don't need to sleep to make contact with a soul. If you are able to establish contact with the invisible dimension in your dream, work on the belief that that same connection, that same loving guide, is available to you when you decide to recognize it. You will start looking for that guide more often and with less doubt. The sentence will take on a new meaning. It will not be a ritual of silent and one-sided communication. It will become a practical transformation in which you will take your brain to a higher state and will literally participate with God in the comings and goings of your life. Listen quietly and be willing to hear communications that will come to you in the form of overwhelming feelings. Be grateful and appreciative for any help you may receive. Always ask the question, how can I help you and others in solving this question that I am faced with? If in your inner communications you focus on helping others and staying true to your purpose, you will truly receive the answers you are looking for. To find role models and companions for your journey, read about the personal experiences of the people you admire. In doing so, he seeks the spiritual dimension of his personal journeys. You will invariably find that the people you admire most often come into themselves in times of difficulty and have received the guidance and help they sought in due course. Great scientists often manifest a special spiritual connection to inner guides in the course of their careers. Most autobiographies show that highly successful people attribute their success to establishing a connection with a higher part of themselves as they have felt the presence of divine help at very distressing times in their lives. Whether these heroes are athletes, writers, priests, astronauts, musicians, artists, businessmen, or something else, Virtually every truly inspired leader in their field has reached a point in their life where they felt guided. They knew they were not alone and began to rely on divine guidance to reach levels they did not think they could otherwise achieve. Once you know that most of the people who achieve the highest levels of success in their professional fields have felt the same, it will not be so hard to admit it to yourself, and you will even seek it. Soon, like me, you will be out in the open. As for those who find this absurd and over the top, give them your love and focus on your purpose. His current path is skepticism, as was mine and yours. Be in peace. To learn new ways of relating to others, examine your behavior towards those people in your life whom you feel the need to dominate or control. Whether it is the wife, children, colleagues, employees, secretaries, service personnel, etc., try little by little to relate to them in a different way, looking beyond their physical form until you see in they the fullness of God. This is a great exercise to move into spiritual awareness, as there will be no need for you to control, judge or dominate. On the contrary, you will be trying to empower those whom you previously viewed as your subordinates. Once you begin to see beyond the physical form of those around you, you will begin to enter into relationship with that same invisible force that flows through you and them. I started doing this with my children many years ago. I try to see the affectionate thoughts behind their actions, to see beyond their faces and their little beings, to contemplate the soul that they harbor within their little body. When the need for power and control disappears in me, I empower my children to control their own lives, and I see in them what really are little souls with bodies, who also have a purpose for which they are here. When the need to dominate someone disappears, I help that person to continue with their purpose in life, while I also remain faithful to my purpose. To practice a life that is not devoted to control, try to help someone do something for themselves instead of what you did before, give them instructions on how to do it. Instead of giving an order, try asking this question: what does it take for you to show that you can do it yourself, and then say, let's work together to make it that way. A simple offer of help instead of a takeover or command will infuse you with real power, instead of having to rely on external methods of power. This will be especially helpful when you can help someone with whom you have a conflict. Most conflicts arise from the need to control someone or to show that you are right and the other person is wrong. If you are able to give up the need for this control, as well as the need to be right just once in your private practice session, you will be able to give credit to the other person in a unique way. Giving up the need to dominate is essential to being a spiritual person. Replace the search for external power with authentic and genuine power, which is the ability to empower others to take control of their own lives. To show yourself that you are not alone, imagine yourself connected by invisible threads to everyone you meet. You will see that when you scroll to the right, those to whom you are connected move to the right as well. When you push, they will wobble. So when you meet another person, imagine that connection. In this way, you will begin to treat others as if they were really part of you. You will tend to offer love and help rather than feeling enmity and competitiveness. I have always loved the story of the man who was offered a visit to heaven and hell. In hell he saw a large cauldron of soup. The only utensils were a series of huge spoons. However, all the handles were longer than people's arms, which did not allow them to feed. Everyone was in different stages of starvation as they couldn't bend their arm. In the sky, the man saw an identical scene. Yet everyone was smiling and evidently well fed. When the man asked, his guide said, "Oh, in heaven people have learned to feed each other. You always find your purpose in giving to others. It is heaven on earth." To see how you have been taught to hate, start by reworking the concept of enemy and hatred. Make a mental note of all the peoples whom you regard as enemies. Realize that you have been taught whom to hate, and that these lessons are only a consequence of the geographical accident of your birth. In recent years, Westerners were told to hate Iranians. Later, these became our official friends. Then the Iraqis, who were formerly our friends, became enemies. This goes on, and very few people come to understand this simple message. the enemy is hatred itself. Get rid of this hatred and that list of peoples you have been told to hate, and seek harmony. Once you know yourself and feel love inside, you will only offer harmony to all people, even if you have been told that you should hate them. In fact, you will never be part of that great mass of people so willing to hate and kill on the sole basis of what their government leaders have led them to believe. Try to imagine that everyone, yes, everyone, regardless of which side they defend on an issue, knows that you cannot choose which side you are when you live on a round planet. Imagine that all people refuse to hate or have what we call enemies. You can be one of those helping the world to achieve peace by refusing to have your hate list and viewing any member of any conflict as a victim. This does not mean that you should be a victim of the wrongdoing of others. It only means that you must not harbor hatred and death in your heart. You must understand that we are all related. When you lavish anger and hatred, you are not only harming your supposed enemy but also yourself and all of humanity. If this message troubles you, remember that it forms the basis of all religions and that it has been encouraged by all spiritual teachers since the beginning of written history. To get in touch with the non-physical universe, familiarize yourself with the concept of nothingness. Your thoughts come from the empty and silent space of your mind. From nothing to a thought. Out of silence, you suddenly make a sound. Effect without cause, in the purely physical sense. Give yourself some contact time with this phenomenon out of nowhere. Try to empty your mind of thoughts and then watch as they arise. Once you know that there is a dimension beyond the world in a way that does not obey the laws of motion, you will be able to accept the immaterial world. You must show yourself in some way that anything can be created from nothing and that this, in fact, happens constantly. Miracles do not need a physical cause, but you should familiarize yourself with this idea by allowing yourself to experience the phenomenon of the appearance of something from nothing. You can achieve this when you realize that you are in reality an almost entirely empty space. By examining your body with a high-powered microscope, you can see that your physical body is nothing more than particles separated by empty space. With an even more powerful microscope you will discover that these particles are in turn subdivided into other fluctuating particles separated by a space. Seen from a different perspective, almost everything you consider your physical body is empty space. So your mind is a great lesson in what we have come to call nothingness. Familiarize yourself with this concept out of nowhere and you will find yourself in a place from where you can create miracles. Track your thoughts for part of the day and remind yourself that they have nothing to do with what you call cause and effect. Where did they come from? Once you become familiar with this idea, you will also be able to see miracles coming from that very place. To get in touch with your immaterial self, withdraw from the physical world for a short time. If possible, practice immersion in a sensory deprivation reservoir, where you will lose all contact with your senses and experience only the nothingness of your mind. If you do not have access to such a facility in your place of residence, then calmly, within your mind, free yourself of each of your senses in this exercise. Without touch, without taste, without hearing, without sight, without smell. When you have freed yourself from these senses, as you sleep every night, watch what happens to your body. The more it is possible for you to free yourself from your dependence on the body through your all-knowing and all-powerful mind, the less you will use your physical state as a means of evaluating your life. This is called coming into contact with the authentic self, the invisible self, and it is the key to becoming a spiritual being. To focus on purpose and not results, bring your mind, body, and soul together in purpose at the time of your activity. 6 million people play tennis every day in North America. 3 million of them don't win. Does this mean that there are 3 million losers every day? In all your activities, stop for a moment and ask yourself, why am I really doing this? You will see that the result, winning, the reward, is as fleeting as the moments in which you participate in that activity. Stay on purpose in all your activities instead of focusing on the end reward. Profits or losses will come anyway, but you will find that you travel with the autopilot on. Even if you are stopped for a while, you will end up automatically accessing a higher level. Unburden yourself from the result of your actions and, paradoxically, your level of performance will increase. To free yourself from worrying about insignificant things, rethink your attitude about possessions. Make an inventory of how much you have. Is there in that inventory something you would be willing to die for? Now think about your values, your ideals, and your loved ones and ask yourself the same question. You know what your priorities are, all of them related to what you think and believe, and not to what you own. Let go of those possessions and give your life purpose, which is the equivalent of turning the daily thoughts and actions of your life toward what really matters to you. You are here for a reason, which is not to accumulate a lot of material things. You came here without those things and you will soon be leaving without any of them. What will last is the way you have served your ideals and those with whom you have come into contact. Be true to that purpose and you will see how, automatically, you begin to give a spiritual focus to your life. To guide yourself on a spiritual plane, start by living from day to day emphasizing ethics rather than rules. Take an inventory of all the rules that you so fervently follow. Instead of trying to conduct yourself according to someone else's rules, try to have an ethical day for yourself. Base all your behavior, including food, clothing, work, home life, and everything you do that day, on ethics, not rules. Ask yourself what you should do from a moral and emotional point of view, taking into account your purpose and not what the rules say. In this way, your consciousness will drift away from the results and towards the purpose. Keep in mind that some of the most despicable human behavior has taken place in the name of this "I just follow the laws" idea. The laws said blacks had to sit in the back of the bus, the laws said women couldn't vote, and the laws said it was okay to own a submachine gun. People who live according to an ethic have departed from those archaic norms that only create victims. You must do the same. For a day. Put aside the rules and live ethically, whatever these rules say. Oh, to be more at peace with yourself and with the world, take some quiet time and solitude every day for a week. This is extremely important, and will probably be difficult for you. I encourage you to give yourself this wonderful gift at the same time that you give yourself a ticket to magical reality. The best time is first thing in the morning, after a quick shower and before everyone else gets up. Take half an hour of solitude, enter yourself placidly and calm your mind. Sit in a comfortable posture, close your eyes, and focus on emptying your mind and gaining an intense awareness of your breathing. You will soon notice that peace comes over you and, even when you do not achieve anything else, you will find that this helps you enormously to reduce the stress and tension of your days. If you follow this and some of the tips that I will talk about in the next chapter, I absolutely guarantee, without a doubt, that you will discover a part of yourself that will provide you with all the loving guidance you may need in any area of your life. More than anything else, meditation will break the illusion of separation. To further your intuition and cultivate it at the same time, treat those inner prompts that pop up in your mind as welcome guests rather than saying they are nothing more than random hunches. Try to pause during the next intuitive episode, try this one for what it is, and make a mental note of what is happening. Now, instead of despising it or putting it aside, ask that intuitive part of your being. Why is my mind pushing me in that direction? Develop a dialogue with that intuitive voice and take note of what you learn as a result, or what happens in the following days. By learning to have self-talk, you will learn to trust your intuition and ultimately discover its loving presence and the valuable contribution it makes to your mind. Analyze this ancient story. Two monks were arguing about the banner of the temple. One said that the banner was moving and the other said that the wind was moving. Master Eno heard the conversation and said, "It is neither the wind nor the banner, it is your mind that moves." The monks were speechless. The next time you have an intuitive idea and are about to put it aside, choose to follow it instead. You must learn to cultivate the habit of trusting your intuition. Observe the result of that intuitive action. Begin to observe all the beneficial results that following your intuitive voice brings to your life. Those inner conversations, those debates about what to do and what course to take, can be resolved by simply asking, what is the choice that suits my purpose? Then follow that direction step by step. Soon your intuition will be your most trusted companion, a company that you will value and celebrate when it appears in your mind. To focus on what you stand for in life and not what you stand against, take an inventory of everything you stand against in life and then make a new list that reflects what you stand for. Instead of fighting evil, stand up for love. Instead of fighting against the fact that your child has bad study habits, advocate for him to be a self-disciplined young man. As you turn your thinking away from what you oppose, your inclination will stop fighting those things and will support those on your for list. This is an excellent method of removing much of the inner turmoil and stress that your enemy list reveals. Remember that everything you fight weakens you and everything you defend gives you strength. To develop a loving and nurturing attitude toward yourself, now affirmatively and positively define all that you dislike about your way of being. Instead of attacking your laziness, defend having more energy. By defending your energy, you will take actions to correct your laziness. Fighting against your laziness, you will only be angry and furious with yourself, thus weakening your resolve for a change. This can be applied to fat, addictions, all your physiological problems and all your bad habits. Define them again based on what you like and what you are capable of, and you will automatically empower yourself to correct them. To enter a state of enlightenment, spend some time each day in a state of wonder. Yes, in complete, total amazement. Give thanks for your liver, for your hands, for your brain and for your invisible mind, incomprehensibly worthy of astonishment. Be amazed at the fact of having appeared in this world, especially considering the mathematical possibilities. See the functions of your body and the trillions of cells that work together to keep it going. This sense of wonder is something you should practice on a daily basis. The air you breathe, the water you take for granted, the food that grows from infinitesimal seeds and nourishes you. The atmosphere, ozone, everything. Show your appreciation and consideration and also have a sense of responsibility in relation to the universe. He treats all of life with reverence and respect, and knows that all of life works for a purpose. A few minutes a day in utter wonder will contribute more to your spiritual awakening than any course in metaphysics. Enlightenment is nothing more than the quiet acceptance and consideration of what it is. You can at this very moment enter that state of mind, thanking the mind and the tools thanks to which you read these words and realizing how magnificently they work. You must feel awe and enlightenment. When you reach enlightenment, miracles will come naturally in your life. To put anger and bitterness behind you, isolate in your mind a person who you feel has wronged you at some point in your life, someone who has not paid a long overdue debt. Perhaps a husband or wife who abandoned or wronged you in some way, a father or mother or an old love who stood you up. Isolate this person in your thinking. Now, for a few moments, instead of feeling hate and bitterness, try to imagine that you lavish love on him. Try to get the idea that they came into your life to help you learn a lesson and that, painful as that lesson was, they came into your life with an intentionality. When you are able to lavish love instead of hate on them, you will not only be in the process of healing, but you will have embarked on the path that leads to being spiritual. Think of the harm that has been done to you as if it were a snake bite. When you are bitten by a snake, there are two sources of pain. One is the bite itself, and there is no going back there. It happened, it hurt, and you have the sign that proves it. Then you go from there and learn to avoid the snakes in your life. The second source of pain is the poison that is now circulating through your body. This is the one that kills. No one has ever died from a snake bite, the fatal thing is the subsequent attack by the poison that circulates through the body. The same is true of hatred and forgiveness. The event happened. You cannot go back in your physical world. But what kills is the hatred and anger that continue to circulate through your body like poison, long after the bite wound has healed and disappeared. You, and only you, have the power to expel this poison from your body. The one that remains present within you is your choice. Remember the wise words of the Buddha: you will not be punished for your anger, but anger will punish you. You will not be able to experience the ability to work miracles if your insides are poisoned by bitterness towards others. Begin by affirming today, I know that I have within me the power to create a life of fulfillment and joy. I am a miracle and therefore a creator of miracles. A primary message of this chapter is one that explains how to become a spiritually experienced human being rather than a spiritually experienced human. This chapter can also be summed up in the words of a simple man who toured the country in the early 20th century spreading popular wisdom. Here's what Will Rogers reminded us all. Live in such a way that you are not ashamed to offer the family parrot to the gossip on the street. Good spiritual advice indeed. How to create a miracle favorable mental scheme. Our cause is new because it must be our way of thinking and acting. Abraham Lincoln. The final task on the journey to magical reality is to put your mind, your invisible self, on the path that leads to miracles. In the preceding chapter, we have examined the idea of a purposeful universe and of you as a purposeful entity within that universe. You have examined how to place your thoughts and actions on the side of the divine purpose that has brought you from a formless state in eternity to this world of form. Your consciousness will now also recognize the existence of a loving guide, which is at your disposal and that you only need to know how to use wisely. Perhaps you understand the words of Hazrat Inayat Jan when he said the mystic does more than quote scriptures. He not only says seek first the kingdom of God, but his entire life is immersed in that search. It is a total vital absorption that, however, does not mean that you have to withdraw from the world or change your life or work situation. What you are going to change is that invisible reality that is uniquely yours. What follows in this chapter is a guide for you to change your mindset to experience a world where magical reality is not only possible but is your birthright. With this change, working miracles will become something not only that you will believe in but that you will manifest in your daily life. I have studied and spent time with people whom I consider to be miracle workers, and I know from their experiences and mine that this is the paradigm of the mind that over and over again creates that miraculous mindset. 14 Keys to Create a Miraculous Mental Scheme. Here are 14 keys to creating an environment where miracles and magical reality can flourish. Although it is really about intentions for your mind, that invisible part of your being, there are real and specific things that you can practice as well. After each key I give a list of suggestions for putting this miraculous mindset into practice in the physical and visible world. 1. Reserve your judgment and your unbelief. Like most of us, you have in all probability been taught to be skeptical of anything you cannot see or touch. You need to get over that disbelief, just like you do when you watch a movie or read a novel. When you're watching a movie or reading a novel, it doesn't take much effort to eliminate disbelief. In this way, you can enjoy the story being told without constantly reminding yourself that it cannot be true. And the same goes for the world of magical reality. You willingly remove your disbelief and temporarily enter a world of infinite possibilities. If you don't like it, you can at any time interrupt the activity and re-enter the world of skepticism and disbelief. Let me share with you an experience that I had recently. In Shirley MacLaine's book Going Within there is a description of a Brazilian gentleman named Mauricio Panicet. The author describes him as a man with miraculous powers, to an extent unknown to me when I read the book. In fact, all my training made me view such allegations with doubt and skepticism. Here is an excerpt. Mauricio Panicet was born on March 6, 1930 in Minas Gerais, Brazil. He was the third son of a family whose father, a Methodist pastor, was also interested in metaphysics. But soon Mauricio's mother found herself unable to handle her son's uncontrollable rebellion. Desperate, when the boy was 9 years old, the parents sent him to live with his grandmother on a farm. The boy often went to the forest, where, he would say, later, he was followed by lights. These lights appeared in the form of balls that gave off a glow and spoke to him whenever he saw them. When he reached puberty, the lights disappeared. In 1949, at the age of 19, he entered the army. One night, while he was on duty, the lights appeared again. In 1969 the lights became so powerful that they began to speak again. On April 19, 1969, one of the lights spoke with such intensity that Mauricio could not ignore it. The light said, "You must use your own light to heal the sick. You must go to the hospital and start." I was intrigued by this Mauricio, but I must confess that I wondered if Shirley was not being the subject of a gruesome deception, or even if she was not going overboard. After all, we all know that lights don't speak or act as she describes in her book. The opportunity to remove my disbelief would come the following summer. Towards the end of our summer stay in Maui, Hawaii, I was invited to speak at the Unitarian Church of Maui. This is something that I do every year before I leave, and it is my way of giving something back to that beautiful and spiritual paradise of the Pacific Ocean where I have received so much inspiration and divine guidance. After the talk, a woman came up to me and invited my wife, Marcy, and me to meet her, her husband, and a small group of friends at her home in the city of Lahaina. The woman, Gal Longhai, and her husband Bob own one of the most popular restaurants in Hawaii. Gail explained that she had a very special guest, someone Shirley MacLaine had written about in Going Within. This guest was called Mauricio, and she believed that, judging from my words in church, we would love to have a private chat with this remarkable character. I immediately remembered my reaction to reading what Shirley had to say about Mauricio's gifts, and I gladly accepted the invitation. Marcy and I agreed that it was a good opportunity to see firsthand the magic of this teacher and, just as important, to put aside our disbeliefs and prejudices. When we arrived, we were told that Mauricio would join us in 45 minutes. Mauricio had a session with Gail's mother in a bedroom with the window facing the courtyard. Suddenly, while we were out on the patio, we saw what looked like lightning bolts in the bedroom. The room seemed to explode with huge bursts of multicolored light, a real light show. Gail's mother came downstairs shortly after. He passed us with an empty and peaceful gaze and disappeared into another part of the house. A few minutes later Mauricio came downstairs, his tank top drenched with sweat. We joined him in the kitchen, where he was ingesting large amounts of water. He looked to be almost 50 years old. He was small in stature, with magnificent white hair and a robust build, and gloriously serene and humble. He apologized and explained that he would need another 15 or 20 minutes before he could see us. We thanked him and, in broken English, he replied, "No, no, no thanks to me. It's God's doing, not mine." About 20 minutes passed. During this time, Bob took it upon himself to assure everyone present that there was not the slightest possibility of fraud. He explained that the light show had taken place in his bedroom, that he had personally escorted Mauricio to the room and had had a first session with him. He even told us that he had registered the stay. I simply waited with an open mind and willing to overcome my disbelief. Mauricio asked us to go up the ladder after him. Marcy and I had decided to have the session together so that we could mutually corroborate our experience and share what we witnessed. We lay on the bed diagonally, with our heads together and without letting go of our hands for a moment. Mauricio put on a cassette and the room was filled with flute music at low volume, for meditation. He came up behind us and put his fingers on Marcy's forehead. Then he spoke aloud the words energy, 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 and other words in Portuguese that we could not understand. He pulled his fingers away from Marcy's forehead and snapped them hard, repeating energy, energy over and over. Suddenly, miraculously, and literally, the room lit up. Light emanated from his hands. It was as if lightning had struck in the middle of the room. Marcy had her eyes closed, but she could see the light through her lids. I didn't close my eyes for an instant, and I was paralyzed. Then Mauricio touched my forehead with his fingers. His hand was very hot. Again, energy, 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 followed by other words in Portuguese. I felt temporarily transported to another dimension. They were an electric light and energy. My whole body was in shock and was going through convulsions. The room was lit. from total darkness to a brilliant light that emerged from the hands of this man. We stayed in the bedroom for more than 20 minutes. During this time Mauricio placed one hand on my knee and the other on my ankle, which had injured me the week before when I fell on some slippery rocks. I felt enormous heat. Again the light emanated from Mauricio and illuminated the room. This was repeated 12 to 15 times during the session. Then Mauricio left the room and came down the stairs drenched with sweat. Before leaving, she asked us to lie in bed for a few moments to let the experience wash over us, explaining that we might feel dizzy. We lay on the bed for a few minutes, holding hands and feeling closer to each other than ever in our life together. We didn't need to talk. We slowly descended the stairs, looking past the other 7 or 8 people gathered in the room. My wife is very affectionate with our strings. She is totally devoted to them, and seems to be more and more attached to the new baby that is born, of the 7 she has had. On the night of our date with Mauricio, our grown daughter Stephanie was taking care of our little Sagicus, who was 9 months old and fully breastfed. Marcy came downstairs after our session almost in a trance, with a totally different and peaceful expression on her face. A few minutes later the phone rang. It was Stephanie to tell us that she had problems with the girl, that she would not stop crying and making a fuss. At any other time, a call like this would have caused us to leave immediately so that Marcy could nurse the child and give her the comfort that only she could provide. But, after the experience of the lights, Marcy was in another world. His response to Stephanie shocked me to such an extent that I snapped out of my own trance. "Sorry, Stephaim, you're going to have to take care of yourself. It won't take long, but in the meantime do what you have to do to make her stop crying." She was a different Marcy from the one I had known up to then or who may have known later. As we drove home, we agreed that we had just had a very special and indescribable experience. The next day, I noticed that the annoying pimple that I had had for years on my clavicle had completely disappeared and the leg that had injured me no longer hurt. In fact, the scabs were almost gone and there was hardly any trace of the wound. When this event took place, I had been meditating for several weeks about writing this book. In my meditation, I constantly heard how I was assured that I would receive all the necessary tests to be able to write a book on the manifestation of miracles. I was assured over and over again that the doubts would disappear and that I would know. Mauricio's presence and the experience of light seemed convincing proof that magical reality is truly real. I think I experienced magical reality because I had effortlessly put my disbelief aside. I am convinced that the first step in preparing our mind to work miracles is the elimination of unbelief. I encourage you to cultivate an open, new, and frank attitude towards whatever represents a possibility for you. This riddle by mathematician Douglas Hofstadter is a quick test to check how open your mind is. A father and son are driving to a rugby match. They start to cross a level crossing and, when they are halfway across, the car stalls. Hearing a train in the distance, the father, in despair, tries to start the engine again. He does not succeed and the train runs over the car. The father dies instantly, but the son survives and is rushed to the hospital for brain surgery. The surgeon, entering the operating room, turns pale and says, "I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." The question is, what is the relationship between the boy and the surgeon? Reflect for a few minutes before looking at the answer, which I write with the letters backwards, Leonajurik ar al erdam led asasi. Having an open mind and letting go of our disbelief allows us to experience new perspectives, while a closed mind and an unwillingness to rid ourselves of our disbelief keeps us trapped in our old ways of thinking and seeing. Magical reality is only available to those capable of imagining any possibilities, leaving the how to come by itself. I do not ask you here more to do that. Nothing more. Just open your mind and put your disbelief aside. Thus begins the performance of miracles. Suggestions for putting this mindset into practice: practice inner affirmations in which you give yourself permission to adopt new ideas. You must tell yourself, "I will keep an open mind, I refuse to judge anyone or any idea, I am open to an infinite number of possibilities that are currently within my reach. The fact that I have just seen it or understood it does not mean its non-existence. Today, for a day, I put aside my disbelief and I will be open to the possibility of anything. I will act in accordance with this new open attitude and not in agreement with my old skepticism. Keep a small corner of your mind open to the performance of miracles. Research the lives of people who have experienced miracles. You should know that this is possible for you too. Talk to your friends and new acquaintances and ask them if they have ever experienced what you would consider a miracle. Read books and articles about people who have had these kinds of experiences. By allowing yourself to be receptive to those stories and to those authentic experiences, you will open your mind and make those same possibilities your own. 2. Create a zone of magical reality in your mind. Once you start to put aside your disbelief and skepticism, you can begin to adjust your mind to the performance of miracles. Make this a very private part of your life. Reserve a small part of your consciousness for the exclusive purpose of testing yourself in this area. I have been able to manifest what constitutes miracles in my life by having this private zone. One day, while I was taking a shower and quietly meditating, I thought about giving up alcohol entirely. Drinking was not a big problem for me, but it was an everyday occurrence, just a few beers after a run. But anyway, it was something that, intuitively, I didn't think was going to suit me. I asked myself, or my guide, Akis, can I give up alcohol as of January 1st of next year? A simple thoughtful question in my mind. The answer was crystal clear: don't drink today, and ask again tomorrow. Just today. Already. You don't have to look further. My private magic zone is reserved for questions like this about the direction I should take in relation to alcohol. It never fails me. I recommend that you reserve your own invisible and shapeless zone in your mind and consider it as your corner of freedom. Retreat to her often to ask for the loving help and guidance that she can give you. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: affirm yourself out loud each day that you are a spirit being with human experience and that in the spirit realm there are no limitations. Affirm aloud that the universal intelligence that flows through every form in the universe also flows through you, and that the universal law that has allowed a miracle to occur at any time in the history of this planet has not been abolished. Keep running and acting today, and 31 is there for you. This affirmation will help you to open yourself up to be able to use the universal forces instead of remaining a skeptic that never allows them to act in your life. Make this statement first and then begin to act on it. 3. Affirm yourself as a person without limits. When you have developed this zone of magical reality in your mind and are confident that you can go to it at will, begin to privately affirm to yourself that there is literally no limit to the powers you possess. Here's a great rule of thumb: if you can conceive it in your mind, you can also bring it out into the physical world. A while ago I did not believe myself capable of backhauling in tennis, and, as long as I did believe it, that was the result. Today, the backhand is my most accurate shot. I changed my belief and my form followed that belief. Believe me, when I hit a championship backhand in a tennis match, that's a miracle to me. The belief in any limitation, and I mean any limitation, will be a point against you in the desire to experience magical reality. The point is that you and only you have the ability to create magic in your mind. The choice is always yours. It has nothing to do with luck, but with the fact that you believe in yourself as part of the divine force that permeates every form in the universe. Probably, when you were a child, you had a good relationship with that invisible magic that is within you. You created in yourself what were really fantasies: you could crawl, you could walk, you could climb a tree. You could swim, difficult as this seemed. You knew you were going to do it, and the act was going on in your mind. The invisible thoughts were followed by whatever was necessary in the material world. You learned to ride a bike, even if you were staggering all the time and falling to the ground over and over again. There were no limitations in your mind. All your accomplishments started with a faith. You weren't physically different the moment you let go of the edge of the pool and started swimming alone. Your physical self was exactly the same when you swam as when you didn't swim. The difference was in faith. The same can be said of when you were walking and when you were not. Of when you climbed the tree and when you did not climb. You didn't stop to say, "No, I can never stand, I'll always sit here. I don't think I have inherited the genes needed to stand up." There was no room in your mind for doubt about your greatness in those areas. You first conceived the impossible idea in your mind and then acted accordingly. At some point along the way you began to doubt your ability to create magic in your life. Do not doubt for a moment that being able to walk, from the point of view of the child who crawls, is truly a miracle. You lost the ability to extend this faith to new, more impossible miracles. You began to adopt the disbeliefs of those around you, people of many limits, and who said you must learn your limitations, or you can't do that, or you're just like your father, and he couldn't do that either. The list was endless, as were the limitations. In order to regain that childhood magic and become your own miracle worker, you must change the thoughts that created your world of limits and boundaries. This takes place first within your mind, and as thoughts originate from you, you have the ability to recreate your own image of what your life is going to be from now on. Why not also include the presence of magical reality in your life? Suggestions to put this mental scheme into practice: make a list of those limits that you think you see and that you have convinced yourself are true in your case. Then examine each of them in light of how others have transcended them. Once you realize that you have the inner power to go beyond these self-definitions, you will be well on your way to creating the magical reality that I speak of throughout this book. 4. Develop a new mindset in relation to the concept of intuition. You must become familiar with the idea that strong inner pleas and sudden hunches are indeed inner voices offering guidance. As I said in Chapter 2, see in your intuitive self the Word of God speaking to you privately, just as you speak privately to God and call it prayer. It is not unreasonable to think of an answer, especially if you believe that there is a universal intelligence there that you are addressing. Remember, the important thing is not the name you give to that universal intelligence. I will use the word God here. But if you prefer another, use it. It is not the label that matters. The important thing is to know that this intelligence is there and that it is part of you and of all life. Become familiar with your intuitive voices and hear them as loving guides from the immaterial and spiritual world. My own personal formula is: if I feel it, it is that it is real, and, because it's real, I refuse to ignore it. Here are 2 examples. On a vacation trip to Panama City, Florida, my wife was driving the car while my daughter Tracy and her cousin slept in the back seat. I took a nap after driving for 6 hours. Suddenly an overwhelming feeling made me sit up, and I could see that the car in front of me was about to collide head-on with the car in front of it. My wife couldn't see over the car in front of us and didn't realize what was going to happen when the driver of the car swerved onto the gravel at the edge of the road to avoid the collision. As the car turned, I grabbed the steering wheel of our car and turned onto the gravel, suddenly alerting the driver behind. Another gruesome multiple crash had been avoided. What was the intuitive feeling that directed me at that moment? Give it whatever name you want, I know that it was God who was speaking to me. I am convinced that God, in an incomprehensible way, elbowed me to wake me up that summer day in the 70s. Why am I inclined to believe that I still had a lot to do here? The unborn children, my writing, all the activities of my life from that moment on were my reason to continue. How are we going to question the perfection of the universe so it escapes, by the hair? And when our time comes, nothing can stop that either. Our friend Larry, who years ago helped decorate our house, told us that one day he was approaching a green light at 40 miles per hour when, suddenly, a strong inner voice begged him to put on the brakes for no reason apparent. He obeyed this intuition and the car stopped a few inches from a car speeding through a red light. I am convinced that you too have numerous stories to tell in which an inner voice has urged you to behave in a seemingly irrational way and instead saved your life. It happens to everyone. Something that happens to everyone cannot be attributed solely to coincidence or simple luck. There must be something else. Most of us receive these intuitive signals on a regular basis. Know in your invisible mind that hunches are not accidents. Answer in a way that you can benefit from that guidance. You are being guided. As you learn to trust these guides, you will begin to recognize the lessons that are offered to you, even when they are not immediately discernible. Miracles and magical reality are out of reach for many of us Westerners, largely because we are taught by those who have no faith in their own intuition. We face existential expectations that place most of their emphasis on logical and rational thinking and problem solving. Our schools focus on the acquisition of knowledge, while practically ignoring the sensitive aspects of students' lives. Intuition, the most deeply sensitive part of life, is treated as childish and inferior and not worthy of attention. In fact, your intuition, that indistinct inner voice you hear so often, is as much a part of your life as your ability to solve second-degree equations, read a poem, or eliminate your bodily waste. It's there, it's real. Pay attention to it. Because only when you transcend the belief that cognitive knowledge is superior to intuition and feelings will magical reality become a way of life for you. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: practice listening to and following your intuition once a day. Have conversations with yourself to affirm the power of your invisible hunches. Try to follow one of those hunches differently just once, today. Forget about the results and remember that by listening to these intuitive prompts, you overcome an inner mental inclination to disdain them. Starting to pay attention is a big step toward understanding the vocabulary of those intuitive thoughts. All your thoughts have their origin in that loving intuitive guidance that you constantly receive. Start fine-tuning your intuitive antennas so you know when to pay attention. By consciously tuning in, you will gain proficiency in receiving these signals. 5. Discover the secret that is sitting in the center and knows. Familiarize yourself with and befriend the idea that nowhere has something to offer you on your way to magical reality. Reflect on Robert Frost's provocative words that inspired this idea. We dance in a circle and suppose, but the secret is sitting in the center and it knows. What does Robert Frost mean by this secret sitting in the center? When you have the answer to this question, you will have opened the most difficult door that blocks your entrance to magical reality. Consider that it is the space between the notes that makes the music. Music, sound in form, is not a note, nor is it a series of notes. What is needed for music to be there is a quiet, empty space between the notes. A note without a space is a long sound. The music comes from the silence between the notes. Nothing. Yes, but absolutely necessary in order to create sound in the world of form. Without nothing there is no music. Consider that it is the existing space within the vase that allows it to be a vase. The vase is not simply clay or metal, or any other material used. What is needed to have a vase is an invisible, empty, and silent space, surrounded by material. Hit the vase with a hammer and you will still have all the material, but not the vase. The nothingness of the invisible, empty, and silent space is absolutely necessary to have a vase. Without nothing there is no vase. Consider that a room is not a room without an empty and silent space within it, surrounded by the shape of the material. The room is not the mortar, wood or beams that make up the material part of the room. Do a lot with all this and you will not have a stay. You need that invisible, empty, and silent space, surrounded by all that form to have a room. Without nothing there is no stay. That invisible, empty, and silent space that is found within all forms is called the Tao. It has been written that the Tao that can be described is not the Tao. The Tao is beyond description, beyond language, beyond symbols. Paradoxically, it is part of everything. Shen Sui put it like this: seeing into nothingness is really seeing, with an eternal vision. The vase, the room, and the music make sense to us when we try to understand nothingness with our rational mind. Its existence is impossible without empty space. And the same is true of all things made of matter. For them to exist, the 33 silent nothing is required. Thus, in the same way that we take advantage of what is, We must recognize the usefulness of what is not, said Lao Tse. You too are a material form, skin, bones, blood and cartilage, that surrounds the silent and invisible void that is also you. Without this interior nothing, you would not exist. Without the nothing, you do not exist. Each of the cells in your body is made up of particles that surround a void made of nothing. Each molecule is also made up of particles that surround nothing. This is the very story of life. Life won't weigh less when it leaves your body. Your life, your very existence, therefore has no weight and is invisible. The nothing. The secret that is sitting in the center and knows is nothing but emptiness, silent on the outside, but which is always there. Also from that secret of the center you will be able to create miracles in your life. As is often the case, poets are in touch with these difficult concepts. Here's what Wordsworth says about it. And I have felt a sublime sensation of something melted much deeper, that dwells in the light of the setting suns, in the round ocean and in the living air, in the blue sky and in the mind of man. A movement and a spirit that pushes to all thinking things and to all objects of thought, and it runs through all things. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: remember that the world of form surrounds the invisible void. Remember that you are the form that surrounds the invisible vital energy. Don't forget this and do your best to discover the secret that sits in the center and knows. Since it is invisible, you need to go there mentally. Ask yourself, why am I here? Who I am? Your eagerly sought answers will amaze you. Spend time in that inner space befriending the invisible ruler who guides your life. Trust him today. Allow him to act lovingly, as he wants. Accept what it guides you to do with confidence and dedication, and you will discover that you can trust the secret that is sitting at the center and knows. Get in touch with that inner ruler often and don't be ashamed of it. The more you trust that your life has a purpose and that you will not be misdirected, the more you will commune in the peaceful and harmonious world of magical reality. 6. Learn to learn through knowledge and trust and not through doubt and fear. There are two main ways of acquiring a new understanding. You can choose the path of fear and doubt or the path of trust and knowledge. By choosing the second, you will truly open yourself up to your magical potential. Your learning has probably consisted largely of questioning your ability to achieve a certain ability. At some point you have been filled with doubts about almost everything that you take for granted today. As for me, at one point in my life I doubted my ability to speak to an audience on the spot for several minutes, let alone hours. My doubts caused me fear and various behaviors designed to overcome this fear. Learning through the process of fear and doubt was a long and painful experience. Whether it was a school group or a business meeting, it literally made me sick every time I had to stand in front of an auditorium. Much more rewarding was the experience of learning to speak before an audience through the path of knowledge and confidence. I began to consider myself capable of giving a talk, knowing within me that I could do it and trusting that I would be well taken care of if I put my doubts aside. I learned that the audience was not going to care if I made some mistakes or lost myself momentarily as long as I spoke from my heart and transmitted passion for the subject. The day I received the Golden Gavel Award from Toastmasters International as Outstanding Speaker of the Year, I knew that the shift from fear and doubt to knowledge and trust had truly worked a miracle for me. In the same way we can contemplate many of our experiences. You have been taught to doubt. In a culture that emphasizes things like these: you can't, it's wrong, you are too small, too big, too young, too old, a girl, a boy, you are not from the right background, no, you have the right qualifications, training, or experience. Out of doubt has come the fear of your greatness, the fear of disapproval, failure, intimacy, and even success. It is true that doubt and fear provide enriching experiences, but the negative consequences are obvious. It is easy to see that this is not how you become a happy, fulfilled, and empowered person. If you want to know magical reality, you must replace fear and doubt as the main method of learning with trust and a strong dependence on inner knowledge. To move from fear and doubt to confidence and knowledge, you will need to develop a different mindset. Your new thought should be something like this: I'm going to learn what I have to learn anyway, so instead of taking the restrictive path of fear and doubt, I'm going to work to learn life's lessons through trust and knowledge. I will trust my own personal ability to create in my mind what I want. This is my mind and these are my thoughts, and I can choose doubt or trust. I choose confidence. I can doubt my ability to perform miracles or I can trust it. I will act according to what you have chosen. I think the saying as you think, so shall you be is a very accurate description of the human condition. When my daughter Serena was 5, we encouraged her to use this mindset to learn to ride a two-wheeler. For 8 months, she hadn't wanted the 2 extra wheels removed, saying she wasn't ready. Now she was ready and spent 3 days practicing confidence and awareness before riding the bike. She practiced these personal affirmations aloud: I see myself riding a bicycle. I can ride on 2 wheels. I have the ability to keep myself in balance. I trust that I am a person capable of learning anything, even riding a bicycle. When it was time to get on the bike, Serena was so excited for it that fear was impossible. Rarely have I seen such confidence and determination in someone undertaking a new task. His mindset created the miracle. In a matter of minutes she was riding the bike alone. Some falls, some trembling at the beginning, but there she went on the sidewalk by herself, very proud and exclaiming aloud, I can ride on 2 wheels, I can ride on 2 wheels. After tripping over a watering can and falling into the grass, she changed her mind for a split second and lay on the ground, muttering, I can't ride on 2 wheels. But her positive affirmations and inner confidence and knowledge immediately made her overcome the momentary doubt, and she got back on the saddle, found her balance, asked me to push her a little bit, and immediately shouted, yes, I know. Serena's mindset was the cause of the miracle. And do not doubt for a moment that it was a miracle. When the moment came and she felt ready, it was what had worked in her mind in terms of confidence and inner knowing that allowed her to go out into the material world and perform her miracle. The miracle originated in his formless, dimensionless mind and became a reality in the physical world as a result of his inner knowledge and confidence. Whatever miracles you want to see in your life, a shift toward an attitude of trust and knowledge is essential. Do not lose sight, as you move into this new awareness, that behind fear is powerlessness. You fight what you fear, and fighting always weakens. Fear makes us powerless and makes it impossible to access higher levels. Instead, behind trust are inner power and love. You don't judge yourself, you don't feel anger or hatred or fear, and you don't need to fight. Love empowers you to access higher levels. The choice is always yours and begins in that inner, amorphous world of the mind. Tips for putting this mindset into practice for a moment: when you meet strangers today, switch to knowledge and trust as a mode of interaction. Drop doubts and treat that employee or that phone contact with confidence and faith. Test it. You must tell yourself, I trust this person. I will not doubt her, and I know that things will have a positive side. This attitude, which consists of learning through knowledge and trust, will serve you in a multitude of ways. Put aside your doubts and fears and trust that things will turn out well. 7. Affirm that your intention creates your reality. Memorize and constantly repeat to yourself, my intention creates my reality. You are probably not familiar with the idea of applying intention as a way to create miracles. Most of us have been brought up in such a way that we view our wants, needs, and fantasies as the seeds of our personal fulfillment. However, desires are somewhat stagnant, they do not set energy in motion or create anything in your life. Intention is the energy of your soul that comes into contact with your physical reality. What you see around you, who you relate to, how you function from day to day, what your relationships are like, how much money you make, how you get along with others, the physical shape of your body, and practically everything that has to do with yourself physical, is a consequence of your intention or the way your thoughts are put into action through energy. Being aware of your intentions will lead you to be aware of your spiritual nature. Your intention can be synchronized with what you know is your purpose, or it can be defined in another way. If you know that your purpose is to give, love and serve, whether in the field of education, as a parent, as a lawyer, or as a taxi driver, your intention will come in addition. You are probably often surrounded by people with similar values. Your values and your higher spiritual self reflect your intentions. You see in the world a place of service. You are probably optimistic about the human being's ability to be less aggressive. You probably see the goodness of others, and you probably see a lot of people eager to reward you. You experience great gratitude and teach others to love. The reverse is also true. If your intention is to get what you can, you will probably come across lots of greedy and power-hungry people. The people you associate with have a similar mindset, and you convince yourself over and over again of the greed and shallowness of the world. Do you see how your own invisible intentions can create your reality? The secret to changing your life is in your intentions. Wishing, having expectations, and setting goals will not make change if there is no intention. What is needed is to move from the inert energy of desire to the active energy of action and intention. Realize that everything you have accomplished, even things that you are not particularly proud of, have come about as a result of your intentions. Your relationships are a reflection of what you have created with your intentions. Your financial situation is the result of your intentions. When you know that you have control over your intentions and that they originate from you, you will also end up knowing that you are in complete control of your world and have always controlled it. As you work towards achieving a mindset favorable to magical reality, you must keep this idea in mind primarily. The creation of miracles in your life is a consequence of your intention, not your desire or your goal. You must move from an inert attitude to an active attitude within your mind in order to establish an inner environment of potential for magical reality. Then and only then will you pour this potential into your reality in the material world. Suggestions for putting this mindset into practice instead of just setting goals or making wishes for yourself about the way you want your life to unfold: try moving on to the active language of intention. If you are sick, try to tell yourself, I plan to be cured of this disease. And not, I want to get well, or I have made it my goal to get rid of this disease. The concept of intention, of the application of action to your inner instances, will allow you to activate what is necessary to carry out in order to complete the thought and turn it into physical reality. You must make a clear distinction between what are simple wishes or hopes for you and what you now intend to make come true. When I intend to heal, and I know this is what I think about, I usually get up right away and get some exercise, even if it's just walking around the block. Intention can literally turn thought into action. This is the very essence of miracles. 8. Experience surrender and satori. Surrender is an act of the heart, an acceptance of what we had always vaguely sensed. This is an intelligent system that I am a part of. This intelligence is invisible. This intelligence is also part of me. I decide to trust this intelligence. Surrender is equivalent to putting inspiration in your life. When you are inspired, you feel like you have a purpose. When you trust the invisible intelligence of the universe, you feel guided. This process is not something that requires the difficult mastery of esoteric learning. It can happen in an instant, and that is how it often happens. In Zen, this process is called satori, which can roughly translate to instant awakening. Alan Watts describes it like this. Essentially, satori is a sudden experience. It is often described as a tipping of the mind, as when a scale is suddenly tipped over by placing enough material on one pan to exceed the weight of the other. I call this satori process going through the door. You can spend decades wondering, struggling, worrying, hesitating, and falling in a slow process of approaching that door that seems so far away. Then, inexplicably, the moment comes when you walk through the door. You may then look back at those times when you were approaching the door and wonder, in amazement, how could I have been so blind for all those years? What seemed so difficult, almost impossible, for you at one point is now your way of being. The effort is so minimal that you realize that the big lie is in the idea that only through struggle and effort can something be achieved. This feeling of satori, of walking through the door, is a consequence of the inner decision to be in harmony with yourself and with your physical world. It is a surrender decision. I have experienced many satoris in different areas of my life. One of them was related to the fact of having grown up with an awareness of poverty. As a child I learned that you had to buy everything on sale or at a bargain price, and I believed that it was impossible to have enough of anything. I deduced that I would never have enough money, that I would never be able to afford the expenses, and that the best I could hope for in life was to be designated as a middle-class member in the national census. For the first 30 years or so of my life, I acted on this inner image of my mindset. I thought a lot about hardship, and I saw myself in this life never having enough of anything. I showed extreme prudence when it came to spending. I controlled my expenses with great care. In short, although I was not starving, I was a victim of hardship consciousness, and my actions were governed by invisible inner beliefs that largely dictated what my world was like. Then I went through the door in this sense. Boom. Satori. It happened in a meditation, when I heard "you already are everything." 4 simple words that hit me and gave me a whole new vision of wealth. At the time, I was having an internal battle over whether I should abandon my insurance position in teaching, with a guaranteed 36 income, and go to work on my own, knowing that this was going to turn out well. Then came the words "you are everything," and I knew in that instant, as I pondered, that I no longer needed it. I was already what he needed. He could stop chasing, he could stop fighting and know that he was here, that he had arrived. I had to give my life a purpose and stop worrying about what I didn't have. I gave myself, right there and at that precise moment. I knew something new. I went from knowing that I would never have enough to thinking, "You will be taken care of. You no longer need to waste your vital energy worrying about it." And I haven't. The result is that I have been cared for to extremes impossible to describe. I have become a much more focused person. I have given more than I could have imagined having. It was an act of surrender that took place in a moment of awakening. This is satori. You too can probably look back at the major positive changes in your life and realize that you experienced a moment of awakening. A woman who lost 80 kilos in a period of 5 months told me that she could remember the moment she looked in the mirror and was overwhelmed by a thought, "Now is the time. I'll help you. You don't have to keep poisoning yourself by overeating." A certain client told me about how she had moved from one occupation to another. After years of knowing that I was doing the wrong thing and that I had deviated from my purpose, one morning, on my way to work, my mind suddenly told me that I could not continue to deceive myself. In that supreme instant I surrendered. He knew he was going to be taken care of. Done. I quit work that same day and in no time did I look back. Before I sold insurance and made a good living. Now I work as a counselor in camps for needy children. I feel fulfilled and have never worried about my income. The moment of my resignation was so intense that I can only say that for the first time I felt complete confidence that everything was going to go well for me and that I could make that change without anxiety or stress. I knew something inside me, and from there I surrendered. Satori is available to you at any time in life. But it will only come if you have an open attitude towards it and if you are willing to surrender. All spiritual teachers tell us that the reality of life speaks to us in silence. Your noisy waking consciousness may not allow you to hear that quiet plea. What you need to get into the frame of mind necessary to experience miracles is to give up. Just know. Just simply trust. Be silent and then listen to your thought. Let yourself be guided by an awakened attitude of surrender. Freeing yourself from a perpetual inner dispute with life is a pleasant preliminary to satori. Surely you have known moments of calm and contemplation in which you have had a sudden intuitive insight and the inner knowing that you can and should do something. You can attract those moments to yourself through the practice of surrender. Surrender to the knowledge that you are powerful and capable of purpose in life. The rest will come when you see the light or experience the glorious sensation of satori. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: think about the habits that have long plagued you. It can be addiction, laziness, bad temper, phobias, fatigue, relationship sabotage, or anything that doesn't produce the results you want. Decide to walk through the door and change unwanted habits from day to day. Summons the wisdom of satori. Surrender to this radical idea, necessary for you to wake up to the awareness that all habits begin with thought. Surrender to a new awareness, a whispering thought: I can do this right now. I will receive all the help I need as long as I remain faithful to this intention and seek help within myself. Enunciate now to yourself that you are no longer, for the moment, that person of always. Satori is your experience. You have woken up for an instant. Now move on to the next moment with that same delivery, without thinking about tomorrow or anything in the future. You must simply be in the now. In this instant you have the answer. This is how you will achieve those seemingly difficult changes one step after another, with an inner grace that allows you to surrender and stop fighting. 9. Learn to act as if the life you imagine is already here. Act as if what you perceive in your mind is already here, in the physical world. It begins by treating your thoughts and visions as much more than just amorphous wanderings of your mind. You create your thoughts create your intentions, and your intentions create your reality. You must, therefore, get down to work and start the practice of ignoring your doubts about the importance of your inner world, and also start the practice of acting as if the images of your desire were already your reality. This may seem like self-deception, but it is the only way I know of to overcome the limitations you think you have. If you want to be energetic and you behave tiredly, you are sabotaging your own vision. Even when you look in the mirror and see wrinkles or other evidence of your exhaustion, you should act as if your vision of an energetic person has already materialized. Do not, under any circumstances, allow a tired person to enter your body. Affirm the energetic person you want to be. The vision you have in your mind is already here, and put it into practice by doing an activity chosen by you. It is no longer a question of a wish, that other you has arrived. Perhaps the beginning is a self-deception, but with just a moment in which you behave as if your miracle was done, you will have made it a reality in your life. Even if you think it's foolish to act like you're swimming in abundance when surrounded by want, do it anyway. Act as if you are in possession of everything you need only for a moment and then the next moment, because more than this we don't really have. This same principle holds true for how you treat others and help them enter the realm of magical reality. Treat them as if you see them being all that they can be or in possession of all that they can have. A child who hears you say, "You are already brilliant and gifted, you already know how to do it, and I know how great you are," whatever you say, "I know in the depths of my being that you are capable of doing whatever you set your mind to," he already has a lot of won in the game. When my children express doubts about themselves, I listen to their feelings, but I always act towards them as if they are capable of anything they propose. I know that you still doubt, but I don't think the same. For me, you are already prepared and trained, but you have decided to hide it and doubt yourself. You may be fooling others, and you may even be fooling yourself for a while, but you are not fooling me. I know what there is. When you get the hang of it, you start treating everyone as if they are already experiencing their own miracles. You see your elderly parents, when they complain, capable of overcoming the limitations that they impose on themselves. You treat them like trained people. You treat the sick person as if they were in good health. You refuse to act like his condition is going to get worse. You are too strong and healthy to even think about the disease, you are already healing. And you do the same with your own health, treating yourself as if you were fine and not allowing your mind to sabotage the body with the expectation of illness and incapacitation. Although a broken leg is a broken leg, it is only an impediment in your life if you decide to see it that way. If you decide that you are not going to be immobilized by the fracture, that you are not going to dedicate yourself to thinking about how unhappy you are and that you are going to do everything you could do if you had not suffered this accident, This will be your reality. I have seen how my wife, Marcy, in her many pregnancies, behaved day after day as if there was no impediment to doing what she does, whether she is pregnant or not. She sees herself active, healthy, full of life, and in awe of the human life growing within her body. She then experiences this reality, and has given birth to 7 babies, always with the same attitude towards the miracle for whose creation she is responsible. I have also seen many of our friends go through pregnancy with constant complaints and predictions about how disastrous everything was going to be, and they too create their own reality. Learning to act as if the miracle that you mentally desire is already here gives you a great advantage at the start in this phenomenological world of magical reality. In 1965 I was teaching at a public high school in Detroit, Michigan, and attending graduate school at night. One day after school ended, I was standing in the school office and heard the principal ask a secretary if she knew of any staff members who were aware of the federal grant. He was looking for someone to run a special program that would require federal funding, but he did not know anyone with the qualifications necessary for such a large undertaking. At that time I did not earn much, and the idea of having an extra income and, in addition, leading a special tutoring program for students without means seemed great to me. I immediately told the director that I was an expert on federally funded programs and that I could write a proposal and get the funding. I had a hard time believing my words. It advertised my expertise in something with which I was only slightly familiar. The principal gave me permission to move on, and that same afternoon I spent 6 hours in the university library learning the ins and outs of federal funding for tutoring programs for low-status students. The next day I wrote the proposal, guided by the guidelines I had discovered in the library. I appointed myself the program manager, detailed the funding required, including my salary, and, using a template from a federal publication, sent the proposal to Washington. Within 3 weeks we had a federal grant and I was the resident expert on federal funding for special projects. 2 other schools requested my consulting services and offered to pay me to lead workshops on federal funding among their staff. I now had a well-paid second job, helping young laggards, and the director was grateful for his lucky stars that he was able to have a resident expert on his staff when needed. When you have a vision and act as if this vision has already materialized, you not only create the necessary capabilities but you literally become your own miracle worker. If you believe that you will never be able to run such a business because you do not have the necessary training, qualifications, or experience or for any other reason, you will act accordingly. Start acting like you are that expert, even if you need to fool yourself up front. If you have enough faith in yourself and are willing, the master will appear and you will jump in and create the necessary qualifications to get the job done. This process begins in your mind. It allows you to see beyond the palpable test and move to another dimension, a dimension in which everything is possible and all learning is at your fingertips. When I announced my expertise to the director, I was not fooling him or fooling myself, I was seeing beyond the physical and had moved into that invisible region where I know I can do whatever I decide to do. In my mind I was an expert, and all I had to do was transfer my expertise from the realm of thought to the material world. It turned out in the end, as is almost always the case, that an expert is someone who believes in his own expertise and is not afraid to act on this belief. Although I was not capable of brain surgery, I am sure that if I had seen myself as a surgeon, I would have gotten the necessary preparation. Obviously, this would take a lot more than a few hours in the library. The expertise you need for most of the things you want to achieve can be achieved with great ease, but you must start by believing in it and then act as if what you believe or imagine is already your reality. I have never seen myself as a brain surgeon, but I can imagine myself being able to do many different jobs. In fact, there are very few jobs that I consider incapable of, including political, administrative and managerial, and even technical areas, with only a modicum of actual physical preparation. The fact is that, in my case, I know that if I believe in it strongly enough and have enough confidence in myself to learn what I need, there will be very little that I cannot accomplish in a short enough period of time. Once you know that you can do it and act accordingly, the means are not lacking. Acting as if you are what you want to be and know that you can become is the way to overcome self-doubt and enter the realm of magical reality. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: if you want to achieve something that has always been elusive, act for a day as if you have already achieved it. For example, if you have always wanted to be in excellent physical shape but have never achieved it, act as if you were in perfect physical shape today. Ask yourself, what would I do if I was in perfect physical shape? So be that person for a day. Walk to the store instead of driving. Swim 50 strokes. Eat properly. Do exercise. Read a book on diet. In other words, live in the physical world as if what you want in your mind has already materialized. This is the path that leads to the performance of miracles. If you want to be confident but behave normally like an insecure person, today, for once, act in the physical world as you think a confident person would behave. 10. Live according to your spiritual self first and your physical self second. In developing your mindset favorable to magical reality, you must begin the process of living basically in accordance with your spiritual self. This is a concordance that I discussed in depth in Chapter 2. Within the enormous possibilities of your higher consciousness is the ability to create miracles for yourself and your world. These miracles will take place only if the choices you make are in accordance with your spiritual self. This means that you must make choices each day based on the qualities of the 12 traits of spirituality. See summary on page 88. The essential point regarding the world of miracles is the ability to make choices based exclusively on the spiritual part of your being, which knows how to guide you in the physical world. For example, it is evident that cheating on another person is not in accordance with your spiritual self. It is, however, possible that for some reason you have decided to make your deception personally valid. This is an example of matching the physical self in the first place. Your soul, or your invisible self, is on the side of love, harmony, truth, giving and sharing, peace and forgiveness. Any choice on your part that does not agree with or is contrary to these qualities will prevent you from accessing magical reality. You can begin within your mind to search for a new concordance and to practice new choices that take you away from the handicapped person that you are and lead you to experience wholeness and unity with yourself and with the world. You will experience true power to work miracles if you side with your spiritual self first and with your physical side later. If you cheat on others, and you know that this is at odds with your spiritual self or your existential purpose, begin in your mind, for this day, to authentically and truly relate to the people you are cheating. This does not require a noble declaration or a confession, but it gives you a chance to change your attitude. When you have begun to experience the absence of deception, it will become habitual, as this one was before. And it will benefit you, in the sense that you will be able to create the miracles that eluded you when you practiced deception. You cannot escape your soul, like your shadow, it's there even when it doesn't seem like it. When you basically side with your physical self and benefit from the apparent advantages of a lie, your invisible self is there, patient and awake. Your invisible self, your soul, will not allow the physical self to go beyond the limitations of self-deception. This new concordance, first with the spiritual side and then with the physical side, is necessary in all areas of life. Your thoughts are much more important than you might have believed. Love is a soul virtue. It involves being primarily on the side of the spiritual self. When that is your attitude, you act according to that principle of love. If you basically side with your physical self, you will probably find that you behave towards others in unloving ways and your soul regrets it. In the person who physically or verbally offends others and knows inner remorse, there is a concordance error, and even more so with the person who has no regrets. Your primary responsibility is to your spiritual side. Consult your mind before acting and thus be authentic with yourself. Create an inner harmony in which your loving soul guides your physical behavior rather than allowing your soul to always take second place after physical outbursts. The true joy and the feeling of contentment that comes from being at peace with oneself and with their world belongs to the person who allows their physical world to flow from the instances of the soul. This is the atmosphere of miracles and magical reality. That's when you are inspired, when you know that everything you want, everything you do, comes from what you think in that empty and quiet space that is within what we can call your soul. It is just an inner change. You don't need to free yourself from physical habits or pretend your physical longings don't exist. On the contrary, you reorder your priorities and first make contact with that invisible and inner world that we call your soul. You pay attention to it first and allow your material behaviors to flow from those thoughts. Instead of making your physical urgencies the primary goal of your life, as if they were the engine that pulls the entire train, you effect a change. Those physical behaviors become the compartment wagons and the caboose, and the engine that is your invisible soul pulls from them. Both are eternally omnipresent. The question is who is in front and who is still behind. When you understand this, you will know what the phrase "as you think, so you will be" means, and you will realize the great difference between that phrase and this other phrase "as you are, so you will think." In Metaphysical Meditations, Pararihansa Yogananda described this concordance with these words of great beauty. I recommend that you read them often. You will be able to perceive the joyous rays of the soul if you internalize your attention. These insights are possible if you prepare your mind to enjoy the beautiful scenery of thoughts in the invisible and intangible realm within you. Don't look for happiness just in pretty clothes, clean houses, delicious dinners, soft cushions, and luxuries. These things will imprison your happiness behind the bars of the external, of the superficial. Rather, in the plane of your imagination, glide above the limitless empire of thoughts. There, contemplate the mountains of spiritual aspirations, seamless and majestic, for the betterment of yourself and others. When you contemplate these spiritual aspirations, you will not only improve yourself and others, but you will be in a position to know the meaning of magical reality. To achieve this, the inner click of your mind is enough that connects you to the origin of your soul in the same way that a wall socket connects to a source of electricity. Instead of determining your physical life, your way of feeling and thinking, the proper way to guide your physical life is clearly illuminated. You can now consult your soul, that quiet and empty inner space. It will always guide you in the right direction. It will provide you with all the tools you need to produce magical results in your life, but only if you allow it to take priority and truly guide your material life. The choice is yours. This new concordance is an act of the heart that connects you with your soul. Look within and listen, and your physical self will see and hear clearly what your priorities are. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: put your priorities back in order for the day. Make your mental images the most important part of your life and live this day accordingly. Imagine spending a pleasant evening full of love, with your wife or your girlfriend. Think about this image and see how it unfolds in the exact way that would be most enjoyable for both of you. Don't let the image escape you. By doing this, you are putting yourself first on the side of your spiritual self. It is still an invisible thought. Now, materialize that thought in the exact way that you first created it in your mind. This will change your concordance to take into account your spiritual side first and then allow your physical world to flow from that new attitude. You can do this with a business meeting, a vacation, or anything else that takes up your everyday life. First, side with the loving presence that is with you in your mind, hold the image tightly and declare your intention to act on that image. Spiritual beings do not allow their thoughts and feelings to flow from their actions, but rather understand that their thoughts create their physical world. By basically putting yourself on the spiritual side and putting this priority first in your mind, you will soon see how easy it is to make this concordance work throughout your everyday life. 11. Study this paradox: you can never have enough of what you don't want. Let this paradoxical statement take first place in your mind as you prepare to experience the miracles of magical reality. Think of all the things that people don't want. The alcoholic abhors the alcohol that consumes his life, and yet he never has enough of it. The same goes for the junkie. The quarrelsome, Angry person abhors the anger that possesses him, and instead seems to never be able to resist the invitation to fight. The obese person hates the food they crave, and yet they never have enough. Similarly, many of us disdain the money that seems to run our lives and the need to go after it, but we always want more. The answer to the question of getting to the point where we do not long for what poisons us is to understand what we mean when we speak of a desire. An old Zen proverb says, when you look for it, you cannot find it. That which you long for sends you an unwritten or spoken and yet real message that says something like, without what I long for, I am incomplete. If I succeed, I will be more myself, more complete. But this view of us as incomplete beings is an illusion. You are already everything, so you don't really need anything else to be complete. When you really know this, your needs disappear and you are able to perfectly dispense with what you do not want but that, mysteriously, you continue to long for. This is not to say that you are going to be like a thoughtless feather that flies randomly and aimlessly in the wind. However, you will be freed from the madness of pursuing with force what you do not want and that, in some way, hurts you. When I stopped chasing after money, it began to come into my life in greater quantity than ever. Why? Because I lived my purpose and gave myself to the universe so that it would supply my needs. When I gave up the urge to feel uplifted, relaxed, or euphoric from alcohol, my state was more than ever the one I was looking for in external substances. Why? Because I put myself first on the side of my spiritual self. When I knew that my mind was capable of creating the level of euphoria, excitement, or relaxation that I wanted and when I wanted it, and my purpose was to give, love and serve others from this ideal state, I no longer needed the substances of the ones that until then always wanted more. I hated the hostile environment I often created, and instead seemed doomed to create more of what I despised. When I gave up the need to be right, I gave up the anger and grief that accompanied that need. I truly believe that we cannot enter the realm of magical reality by diligently obeying undesirable inner thoughts. St. John of the Cross told us that if a man wants to be sure of the path he is treading, he must close his eyes and walk in the dark. I interpret this as an instruction for us to trust the guidance we receive from our invisible selves. As paradoxical as this may sound, it is the mindset necessary to perform miracles. Surrender, trust, renounce outer accumulation and achievement, and have a purpose and a guide. When you reach this state of bliss, you will find a peaceful place in your mind and you will see that you are more active, more fulfilled, and how the wealth that you previously longed for comes into your life in quantities more than enough to meet your wants and needs. The essential thing is that you know that you are already complete, that you already have everything and that nothing outside you in the physical world can make you a more complete being. Knowing this, you stop looking for those things that you don't really need or want and your life takes on a new flavor, the delicious flavor of purpose. The circle of irony is then completed. The things that you yearned for and desired before come into your life without you pursuing them and you, from that new and glorious position in which you do not need them to feel complete, transmit them and keep them in circulation. You must abandon desire, know in your heart that you do not need anything else to be complete and then observe how those external things are losing importance in your life. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: take an inventory of those things that you keep pursuing but don't really want in your life. Then take an inventory of what you would really like. In your relationships, you could substitute deception for sincerity. You can substitute alcohol for 8 glasses of water a day. You can put love and harmony where there was anger before. By becoming aware of what poisons your life and using your invisible miracle-working mind to create what you really want and know you deserve, you will find yourself living in harmony. You will experience in your physical world precisely what you think you have the right to create. Take an inventory of your life and give it a purpose. 12. Ask for nothing of anyone and practice unconditional acceptance. A miraculous mindset demands what at first reading may seem like an exaggerated posture. Don't ask for anything from anyone. The demands you make of others create an environment in which miracles are impossible to manifest. The place you are trying to reach within your mind is a place of complete and unconditional acceptance of others. That is, you must be devoid of judgments and demands in order to experience the magical reality in your life. This may seem like an impossible task at first, but before declining, remember at this stage that you are only working on your mindset. Therefore, and since your mind is your only particular territory, you can, for example, do a private rehearsal of this unconditional acceptance for a few days and see how you soon begin to experience a new and different serenity. Not asking for anything from anyone gives you a real feeling of freedom. Whenever you feel about to be upset or outraged at someone, stop and own these words: they owe me nothing. I don't expect anything from them. I will accept them, without further ado, where they are now. You will see that 2 days of practicing this attitude convert you, really, especially if you practice it with the person closest to you. This person is my wife to me. When I remember that he owes me nothing, that he is an effective presence in my life, with no obligations to me, I can do nothing but accept it unconditionally. Note that I did not say that I should agree with her 100%. I just remind myself that I shouldn't demand anything. Your presence is a gift to me, and your beautiful soul and body are wonderful gifts for me to share. But they do not constitute obligations or debts. She is not in any way my possession, just as I am not the property of her or anyone else. We are totally and exclusively responsible for our souls. I remember this, and my wife and I have a beautiful, spiritual, and joyous relationship. When I forget, which I do sometimes, tension and discomfort ensue and magical reality is impossible. This is an enormously liberating principle in all areas of life. You see others as gifts, of whom you do not ask for anything, and, simultaneously, you use yourself in your worldly roles. Even those who are paid to serve you, such as waitresses, civil servants, clerks, assistants, employees, etc., should receive this form of attention from you. I have expectations and I appreciate everything they contribute to my life in exchange for the salary or the fees that I pay them, but I am in no way better than them for having chosen to pay and they collect. It is these roles that are chosen. No more, no less. The surprising thing about this type of attitude is that the less you expect or demand, the more it seems to be what you find and the better the service too. Seeing the fullness of God in serving people and treating them with respect, rather than demanding their attention, almost always creates a magical response. And yet, if you treat them like that, it is not because of what you are going to achieve, but because this is the attitude that you have decided to have in the world. Your purpose is love and harmony. Spread them wherever you go and you will achieve amazing results. This attitude of not demanding anything from anyone is also appropriate in your relationship with God, the universe, the spirit, or whatever you want to call that invisible intelligence that permeates every form. That invisible intelligence is also part of you. The kingdom of heaven is in you is not an empty phrase, but reality. God works with you, not for you. You must know that your life is a gift and that the universe does not owe you anything, nor is it in any way obligated to you. To get to a position where you are capable of creating miracles, you must understand the difference between wanting something extraordinary to happen and being willing for it to happen. Demanding a miracle in order to prove the existence of God is an exercise in futility. Miracles do not and will not occur in your life or in anyone's life as a response to a demand. You must be willing to allow the miracle to surface without forcing it. I realized this point quite clearly while doing research for this book. Every morning I spent an hour meditating under a flowering Hawaiian tree that I especially liked. Every morning I would look at the same branch of the tree and think if there is any truth in this spiritual feeling that I experience now, if I really have the mental power to affect the world around me, and if miracles are really within our reach, what this flower up there falls to the ground on my outstretched palm. That I am able to achieve it with only the thought, and then I will be convinced. This is how the inner dialogue between my mind and the physical world developed. But the flower did not waver at any time. Every morning, I thought, today is the day. Today I will make it fall only with the power of my mind. One day I was invited to speak at a local church meeting. At 5:30 in the morning, when I was supposed to give this talk, I was meditating under my tree and I was asking the inner loving guide I talk about so much, how can I be useful? Who am I to give spiritual messages to people who they have come from near and far just to hear me? Does this growing knowledge of mine that tells me that miracles are a possibility for all of us really make any sense? Should I write and speak on this subject in greater depth than it has seemed so far? It was one of the calmest and quietest mornings I have ever experienced. The branch above me was still while I thought about what I would say to those people who were to gather in a few hours. He had only a hint of doubt, but in any case it was there. At the very moment that I was questioning the authenticity of my position and whether I should really dedicate myself to talking about miracles, the flower fell from the branch and fell into my outstretched hand, at the precise moment when I was not concentrating on my desire. On a quiet morning, that branch was the only thing that moved. It moved over my head in a curious way, as if an invisible force was present in it and only in it. I was seized at that moment by a strange calm. What I had to do was crystal clear, all doubt disappeared and has been absent from my consciousness since that morning. You cannot work miracles, Wayne, what you must do is be willing for them to come to you and through you. At that moment I stopped meditating, I took the flower with me and went to the church knowing what I was going to talk about that morning. It was at that service that I met Gail Longhigh, and then the meeting with Mauricio took place. I learned that a very special message had been sent to me that morning. Nothing could have convinced me that this flower, which had come off one peaceful morning and had landed in my hand when I did not ask for anything from it after I had been trying to make it fall magically with my thought alone, was in itself an enormous coincidence. When I put my demand aside, I received the answer I needed. So to speak, the teacher appeared at the precise moment, and I began to see miracles appear in my life in exciting and previously unexperienced ways. When that flower fell into my hand, I also knew that I was qualified to speak and write about the world of magical reality and that I would be given the necessary tools to do so. This insignificant event that took place that morning in Maui, just before I gave my first talk on the subject, would transform my life in a way I had never imagined, and that was just a few years ago. Life is what it is, no more, no less. Do not ask for anything from her. As Emerson reminds us, these roses under my window are no reference to old roses or better roses, they are roses themselves, they exist with God and today. Like you and me. Wake up in your mind to the point of not demanding anything from anyone, not even from life itself. See the divine in everyone you meet. Accept this and you will find yourself in the inner frame of mind necessary to create magical reality. Instead of asking for something from others, try to give them something. Try to be the one who gives, even when what you give is nothing more than an irradiation of the love and unconditional acceptance that you feel within yourself. It is the one who gives and not the one who takes that really does the miracle, and, ironically, it is the one who concentrates on giving as their purpose in life who normally receives much more than those who always seek more. Your mindset is the cause. Suggestion to put this mental scheme into practice. Do not ask for anything from anyone for a day. Decide to give instead of taking your wife, your children, your co-workers, everyone you meet today. You will be in for a big surprise when you simply offer yourself to others without expecting anything in return. You will see that the less you expect from others and the less you demand that they serve you, the more things you come across. Show unconditional love and acceptance to those you meet, and see what happens. How can you feel angry or hurt when you have no expectations? This is a great thought to put into practice when you feel a victim of something or feel that you are not being given enough consideration. Don't expect to be considered and let those you meet be what they need to be. You will then see that the consideration you think you need is actually unnecessary. In fact, being upset that you are missing her is just another way of allowing someone else to control you with their actions or omissions. When you renounce this and simply give to others, because that is your purpose and for no other reason, you will see that you receive the same consideration that you so desperately longed for. You will no longer need it. You will recognize it, and then you will return to your purpose. 13. Begin to create in your authentic personal power. As you create your miraculous mindset, think about what would give you authentic power as a human being. This concept of personal power is often considered without pausing to consider what it takes to be personally powerful. I do not mean by true power the ability to dominate or control others. If we measure power in this way, where does power go when those people we control disappear? To be truly powerful, power must not reside in the way others react to us, nor, exclusively, in our strength or appearance. Physical. If power depends on our physical attractiveness, where does that power go when attractiveness disappears? Real power is not located in the physical body. In the material world, inevitable changes occur. To be exclusively on the physical side of our human condition is to separate ourselves from authentic power, because it is something transitory that depends on the reaction of others, and anything that depends on the physical and material world for its authenticity will always escape us as that material world changes and loses, say, its attractiveness and strength. Gaining true power is a journey of a different kind. We find him on the path of concordance with soul purpose. With each step that you take in the sense of concordance with the purpose of your soul, you acquire more power. You must remember, however, that you are in a culture that emphasizes mainly the physical side and little on the spiritual or invisible side. You are constantly encouraged to exclusively take the physical side of your human condition. So, as you read these pages, remember that your purpose is personal power to literally become your miracle worker. Transforming your body into the healthiest possible specimen will probably require a round trip in your eating and exercise habits. These habits have developed in a culture that daily tempted you to seek exclusive concordance with your physical self. As you change your attitude, your spiritual side will beg you to remove harmful elements, while your physical side tries to lure you in with toxic temptations. Your physical concordance can literally render you powerless and make the transformative miracle you envision for yourself impossible. However, the light within you, while imperceptible to your five senses, knows exactly what you need in terms of nutrition and active exercise. When you change your agreement, you will follow your inner cues almost effortlessly. You will see and feel the change that occurs in you. This shift will indicate a shift away from false power in the direction of personal power. The physical temptations will continue to exist, by which you will occasionally allow yourself to be overcome, but your life will be dominated by that new spiritual attitude, and a slip from time to time will not cause your authentic self to falter. This new concordance will be evident in almost every area of your life. Being on the physical side will tempt you to cheat, steal, botch, lie, abuse, rage, or give in to an addiction. If you remain alienated like this, you will witness the disintegration of your power. You will have made the irresponsible choice that will rob you of power. Immediate rewards may make you appear more powerful, especially to others, but you will know deep down that you are weaker. You will know that once again you have succumbed to the weakness of temptation and have ignored your inner instances. True power, the ability to create what seems impossible when in full agreement with our five senses, is achieved step by step through magic. These steps are inner thoughts that guide you to pay attention to something you already knew, but were putting aside in favor of immediate gratification from your worldly sensations. Knowing one at a time small victories is the way to experience, perhaps for the first time in life, the authentic acquisition of power. The true acquisition of power is knowing within yourself that you have a purpose and that you act in God's name, in peace and harmony. It is knowing that you can create anything you need to take that task further without resorting to manipulating or hurting another. It is a new way of being, which can manifest itself in countless seemingly insignificant ways. For example, the 26 kilometers that I drive between my office and my house are numerous traffic lights, and often heavy traffic and many delays due to road works. When my concordance was more physical, I was always in a hurry, Any slight delay or any person driving slowly would make me furious and rush through the amber caution lights. This generally meant being angry for about 90 minutes a day. I was allowed to rage inside as a consequence of the worldly realities that were part of the life I had chosen for myself. When I changed my attitude, I began to experience real power in the same situation. Now, before starting that 15-mile excursion through mundane conditions, I picture it all in my mind first before getting in the car. I see it as I would like it to be. I envision myself in a peaceful state throughout the entire journey, stopping at amber lights, staying in my lane, and even blessing those who drive at a speed that forces me to slow down. This is the mental picture that I represent when I get in the car to go to the office. I am calm and relaxed, ready to enjoy the next 40 minutes of my existence. I have real power. I am no longer an emotional victim of the way others decide to drive or the whim of traffic lights. I don't need any specific exterior conditions to feel affectionate, full of purpose, and enjoy those moments of my life immersed in traffic. I have changed my concordance, which is now primarily with the spiritual and invisible realm and only secondarily with the physical. In the same way that my thoughts and feelings in the invisible realm of my life flowed before what could be happening in the physical world, the process is now in reverse. My thoughts and feelings, my invisible and spiritual self, dictate how I will experience my physical world. It is about authentic power, the power to control one's environment, and this is possible in practically all areas of life if we decide to be empowered by the miracle that is the preeminence of the spiritual and invisible soul in all the companies of the physical world. Being personally powerful in any life situation is easy and natural when you are on the side of your physical self. This is a power that works in everything you do and with everyone you meet. Seek the agreement with your soul. Listen to that inner voice that asks you to be at peace and have a purpose, and your life will become that of a truly powerful person. With this mindset, magical reality will be at your fingertips as a vital choice. Suggestion for putting this mindset into practice: detach for a short time from behavior that makes you control others through your height, your authority, your physical prowess, your physical appearance, your age, your wealth, or whatever outside of you. Imagine that you are simply a soul interacting with others. Really treat others as if they were the fullness of God. Imagine that there is no form of attributes of the physical world. Take the quiz for a day or two to see how much you truly possess real power. I usually do this with my young children. I imagine myself with my adult height and without the power that comes with being older. I try to drive with them for a period of time, for example on the way to school, as if we all lack bodies and only our thoughts and our souls are present in the car. I see to what extent this empowers them, and it empowers me. I listen to them instead of giving them orders. I give them love instead of instructions. They see me as an affectionate guide and not as an older parent who can force them to do what I want them to do. Give up your need to control and replace it with a kind of unconditional acceptance of those you meet as equal sister souls, all in the eyes of God. Turn your most important marriage or relationship into a spiritual relationship. Without authority or anyone in command. Simply two partners, connected by an invisible bond and neither of whom needs to dominate the other. You will be surprised to see to what extent you empower others when you empower yourself, and when you move your inner world away from dominance and control to unconditional respect and effective harmony. While this world is of course invisible, it is nevertheless much more powerful and authentic than that which we find exclusively in the temporal and material world. 14. Practice meditation every day. Learn to meditate and make meditation an integral part of your daily life. This final step in creating your miraculous mindset is the most important to me. 5 years ago, I couldn't have imagined meditating on a regular basis. Today, I cannot imagine my life without meditation. This is the vehicle I use to create the state of mind that I have discussed in this chapter. I cannot imagine taking the stand to speak without first having thought. Similarly, each writing session is preceded by meditation. My life revolves mainly around meditation, calmly entering myself to discover the invisible intelligence and effective guidance that are always at my disposal. The process of meditation is simply about stepping inside yourself to discover the higher component of your being. After a while, you come into direct contact with what has always been a mystery in your life. You discover God, that infinite and invisible intelligence that is always part of you and your daily life. This is how Richard D. Mann describes it in The Light of Consciousness. The body seems to shudder, purified. The images have an unknown and terrible clarity, the spontaneous recording of what our lives and current experiences as a whole actually entail can take the form of excruciating intuitive perceptions. Even stillness appears as a blessing and a discovery. Whatever happens, it always suggests a change in the inner structure of one's consciousness. Learning to meditate, like all learning, begins with a belief, a thought that must have its origin in you. The thought is simple: I think there must be something to the meditation experience and I am willing to put the energy into it to find out. That's it. The simple recognition that meditation, of which you may not know anything, has inherent value, and the decision to approach it with an open mind. In order to create this open spirit, take a look at the greatest thinkers you have ever admired. Take a look at the lives and advice of these spiritual teachers, who have influenced themselves more than the other billions of people who may have lived on this planet. They all encourage us to meditate, to enter our interior, to seek guidance in the empty, invisible, and silent space that exists in all of us. Meditation offers you the opportunity to get to know your invisible self. It allows you to empty yourself of the constant hyperactivity of your mind and achieve calm. It teaches you to be calm, to distress, to receive answers where confusion once reigned, to adopt a slower pace, and ultimately, when you embrace meditation as a way of life, to be able to go there. Of peace at any time. And I say any time. In the middle of a business meeting, in the midst of tragedy, during an athletic competition, at any time. Meditation can and does help you become your own miracle worker and come to know what magical reality means. I want to remind you again of what the brilliant French philosopher and scientist Pascal said about the benefits of meditation. All the misfortunes of man derive from the fact that he is not able to sit quietly, alone, in a room. I find this idea fascinating, and I wonder why meditation is not included in our teaching programs at all levels. In my brief experience with meditation, I have always felt more at peace, more affectionate, and more self-assured after meditating. Here is something simple and within the reach of all of us when we decide to use it, something that contributes enormously to our well-being. And how do you do it? It's very simple. You just have to get down to it. Read what the genius of literature Franz Kafka says. You do not need to leave your stay. Remain seated at your table and listen. Don't even listen, wait for nothing else. Don't even wait, stay calm, quiet and lonely. The world will gladly offer itself to be unmasked, because it cannot do otherwise, and it will come in ecstasy to your feet. There is no right way or wrong way to meditate. There is no specific strategy to follow. It is simply that you allow yourself to move into another dimension in which there are no limitations that you experience in your physical world. In the meditative state, you can represent a difficulty or a problem within yourself. Look at it, experience it first within your invisible self and then represent it as you would like it to be in your physical world. You can also ask for divine guidance by quietly asking questions like these. How can I act with love and be useful to you as you participate in this next event? Remember the key: as you think, so you will be. Meditation is an opportunity to create what we are going to be. Entering the invisible world of thought and first representing everything there as if it were a divine rehearsal of our life. Yes, you will receive the answers you are looking for. Yes, you will be able to manifest miracles that were practically impossible before. Yes, you will be able to leave your physical body and enter the kingdom of heaven within you to come back and then really experience magical reality. In the 3 pillars of Zen, Philip Kapleau summarized what can be received by engaging in the meditation exercise. For the ordinary man, whose mind is a board of intersecting reflections, opinions, and prejudices, pure attention is practically impossible. His life is thus centered not on reality itself, but on his ideas about it. By concentrating the mind entirely on each object and each action, zazen, meditation, strips it of foreign thoughts and allows us to enter into a full relationship with life. Yes, you will really move from ideas about your life to experiencing your purpose, your heroic mission in it. Another way of expressing this is the one offered by Taizen Deshimeru. If you have a glass full of liquid, you will be able to eternally discuss its qualities, talk about whether the liquid is cold, hot, whether it is really and truly made up of H2O or even of if it is mineral water or sake. Meditation is drinking it. Handsome. Learning to meditate is learning to live instead of talking about life. It is a true concordance with your purpose as a spiritual being with human experience. There are many great books and guides on the subject of meditation, written by people far more qualified than I will ever be. I am going to describe how meditation works, but I want to make it clear that this is how it works in my case. I would love for my description to encourage you to practice meditation. However, you will not know what it is or what benefits it offers you until you experience it directly. I have found that my best time to meditate is first thing in the morning. You may also wish to take it, before the time you would normally wake up, and dedicate it to meditation. Do not worry about the fact that you are tired. It seems that an hour of meditation can equal a night's sleep. When I finish meditating, I feel more rested than when I wake up after having slept through the night. I take a long hot shower or bath, sit cross-legged on the floor and close my eyes. My first goal in meditation is to get to the alpha state. This is, for me, the equivalent of how I would feel if I were hypnotized. Brain waves are altered. They are actually slowed down. I realize when I have arrived because I begin to feel light and euphoric. My arms feel lighter, they look like feathers and are raised with minimal effort, apparently aided by an invisible force that is in me. It is a general feeling of pleasant dizziness and lightheadedness, which I get to without the need for chemicals or alcohol. After several years of meditation, I reach this alpha state in a matter of seconds. Bert Goldman, in How to Better Your Life with Mind Control, has a superb chapter called Getting to Alpha, in which he describes in detail how to get there. It works for me this way. I take a few deep breaths and fully focus on the longest inhalation and expiration I can do without any thoughts intervening. I avoid the temptation to have thoughts endlessly bombarding my consciousness by repeating "Hey Kiss" like an inner mantra, very slowly, to suit my breathing pattern. I really feel my brain chemistry being altered as I sit, concentrating on my breathing and repeating over and over, slowly, "Hey Kiss." To get to alpha, I have also used what I call the 24-second clock system. I imagine a clock on which the number 24 is highlighted with a light. Then I turn to 23. My personal rule at first is to make the clock in my mind go down from 24 to 0, watching each of the numbers light up. If at any point in this interval I get distracted or a thought enters my mind for even a fleeting thousandth of a second, I reset the clock to 24 and then go down to 0 without any thoughts or mental distractions involved. In this way, you learn to discipline yourself to focus on one thing and empty your mind of all other thoughts. Getting from 24 to 0 is a gigantic achievement. When I get it, I'm in alpha. The alpha state is an incredible lightness of being. I feel lighter, and a joyous, wonderful sensation of inner goosebumps takes over me. As I have said, when I am in this state, my arms are light as feathers and my head is weightless. I then focus more intensely on my inner vision, and I can choose to create a pastel or pure white screen. I feel alone, at peace, blissful, and ready to use this meditation time in any way I please. What to do while meditating? Each session offers numerous opportunities to use the time in a profitable way. The possibilities are limitless. When you choose to go inside and discover God, you enter the spiritual world. This is the path through which miracles will begin to manifest in your physical world. This time is a blessing to me, and I suggest that you treat it as something divine and special. Don't let anyone spoil it or intrude on it. Active meditation practice includes presenting problems or questions for consideration. About a vital problem of the moment, I often ask, what does this teach me, or how can I take advantage of this situation? For example, I was having a difficult time with my 14-year-old daughter. The problem was that my daughter wanted to go out with a boy, and it was impossible to talk to her without disgust and stubbornness prevailing in the communication. In a meditation session, I asked, what does this teach me? How can I be of use to my daughter? Suddenly, I saw it on my inner screen. He was crying and I asked him, what's wrong? Let's talk about it. I can't tell you, she answered, you are my father, you are from another generation. You weren't going to understand. I then envisioned what I call my circle of truth, my meditation technique in which anyone who enters the circle can only tell the truth. I placed my daughter in the circle and she told me that it was impossible for her to share with me, her father, what she felt. I joined her in the circle, took her hand and said, I agree with you. You are worried and cannot discuss the problem with me because I am prejudiced and, as a parent, I am overly protective. I am so worried about getting hurt or lost that I can't really hear what you are saying or feeling. But I do know someone you can talk to. Next, in my mind, I transformed into the child that I was when I was about his age. There I was, at 15, holding my daughter's hands. I could experience my looks back then in my mind, including cheap aftershave, loafers, and glitter in my hair. My teenage self asked him what was wrong with him. Standing in the circle of truth, my daughter was honest and told me, girl to boy, everything that bothered her in relation to her father. Among other things, he told me that I was incapable of being objective and did not trust his good judgment. When I came out of meditation I was crying, but I felt like I had taken a big step. Although it had been simply a ritual of the mind, the effect was truly miraculous. Later that morning I had what was perhaps the most important conversation of our lives with my daughter. I told him what had taken place in my meditation. We sat down, held hands and explained what we were feeling, and we promised each other to share more frankly what was worrying us. The situation was resolved. We hugged each other and we both said the magic words, I love you. I'll do my best to find out what is bothering you. I have included this story as an example of one of the many things that can be done in meditation. The vehicle of meditation offers countless opportunities to resolve conflicts. The guide is there, within you. As you meditate, you can ask questions and receive answers. You can also go back in your life, relive experiences, and be able to see the lesson that each of those existential experiences has brought you. You can communicate with those who were once a part of your life and now are either in another part of the physical world or have abandoned it. You can make contact with the divine intelligence within you and make spectacular new use of it. You can learn to get to the heart of any disease that is part of your life, bless that discomfort or that evil and seek the meaning of the disease. You can also get in touch with your healing capacity. You can discover in your mind the ability to create chemicals that reduce your discomfort and contribute to your healing. You can learn to ask for and receive the courage to make big changes that move you away from addiction to toxic substances and unhealthy lifestyles. Finally, you will reach the point where you will go beyond thoughts and mental activity. You will transcend to that unified field of consciousness where there is neither mantra nor thought. This is bliss. And it is impossible to explain what you will glimpse of that state. You will experience it and treasure it, I promise you. After meditating, I enjoy a continuation of the experience that represents that incredible lightness of being. I feel centered and purposeful, and in my relationship with others, I see the fullness of God in them. It turns out that automatically, as I improve, my choices are healthier, I drink more water, exercise more, and feel more generous, more forgiving, less stressed, and less fatigued. Words fail me to say how valuable the practice of meditation is to me. Recently, I was asked to contribute, along with the Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa, and nearly 30 others, in a personal divine experience for a book titled For the Love of God. Meditation is currently my most significant divine experience, which is why I spoke about it. Here's a part of what I said. I find God taking time every day, through prayer, or meditation, or whatever you want to call it, to move to another level of consciousness. I close my eyes and breathe. I focus, empty my mind, and begin to feel the love there when I calm down enough to feel it. In this operation, I transcend time and space and find myself in the very presence of God, and I see myself in a state of harmony and happiness that transcends everything known to me. It doesn't matter how you get it. It is not arrived at in a linear way, nor is it achieved by studying the systems of others. The secret is that you allow yourself to experience it firsthand and then experience whatever messages you may receive. When you experience this experience, you connect in an effective way with everything that exists in the universe. I have a technique of my own. It is not part of a formal preparation for meditation such as transcendental meditation. It works for me, and, like yours, it has evolved from the purpose of making contact with the higher part of my being. When you believe in His presence, you will discover the how. It will not be the same as mine or anyone else's. It will be your own, totally personal and effective way of entering yourself. There are many wonderful books and guides that can help you do this. But, at this point, what you need is the purpose of finding out for yourself. Summary of the 14 keys to a miracle favorable mental scheme. Once you are committed to achieving your miraculous mindset, the following list may help you. These 14 suggestions, in which there is no order of preference, are just a start. They all have their origin in your invisible mind. They are the keys that can open the door to magical thinking in your daily life. 1. Reserve your judgment and your unbelief. 2. Create a zone of magical reality in your mind. 3. Affirm yourself as a person without limits. 4. Develop a new mindset in relation to the concept of intuition. 5. Discover the secret that is in the center and know. 6. Learn to learn through knowledge and trust and not through doubt and fear. 7. Affirm that your intention creates your reality. 8. Experience surrender and satori. 9. Learn to act as if the life you imagine is already here. 10. Live according to your spiritual self first and your physical self second. 11. Study this paradox: you can never have enough of what you don't want. 12. Don't ask for anything from anyone and practice unconditional acceptance. 13. Begin to create authentic personal power in yourself. 14. Practice meditation every day. Once you have the inside how, the outside will come by itself. The following chapters are intended to help you in that outer mode. As you move on to putting this miraculous mindset into practice in all areas of your physical world, let Lao Zi's words in the Tao Te Ching resonate in your mind. When you find the way, others will find you. Passing by the way, they will be drawn to your door. And the road that cannot be heard will resonate in your voice. And the road that cannot be seen, it will be reflected in your eyes. Second part. How to apply the awareness of a magical reality to your everyday life. For the magical reality and your relationships, everything you contemplate, although it seems to be outside, it is inside, in your imagination, of which this finite life is only a shadow. William Blake. Although I have spoken extensively about the inner journey and the enormous joy that will take hold of you when you discover and frequently withdraw to that quiet and empty inner place, where divine guidance is part of your being, the journey also unfolds in your relationships. With others, with other people who share this world with you. The way you function in your relationship with other people is actually equivalent to the way you measure the progress of your life. When you are inspired by your relationships and have mastered the way of living peacefully and joyfully with others, your life will have embarked on the path that I call purpose. Simply put, you will experience magical reality throughout your life when your relationships are harmonious. Imagine what would be the ideal state for you in terms of your relationship with others. Don't let anything come between you and this vision. It is your fantasy. How would you like your emotional relationships to be each and every day? How would you like your relationships with your children to be? Would you like to be loved and important and know that those with whom you relate in the most important roles of your life, do they really feel love for you? Would you like to feel satisfied and blissful sexually? What about your relationships with friends and acquaintances? Professional colleagues, would you like those for whom you work to have great confidence in your abilities and to be able to count on the respect and affection of those for whose guidance you are responsible in their work? And your relationships with other people in your world? Who you come across every day, the employees who take care of you in their various positions. 48 The people you have in the seat next to you on the plane or on the bus. How would you like all these relationships to be if you could have a magic wand to decree the way things should be? The ability to create magical relationships in your life begins and ends with you. If you want to create miracles for yourself and truly live a fulfilled and fulfilling life, all you have to do is take full responsibility for how you choose to relate to all the other people you live with on this divinely perfect planet. Like the other areas of magical reality, this one will require a great deal of unlearning and a willingness to think in a new and magical way. You can have perfectly loving and fulfilling relationships with everyone in your life. Here's now the hard part is not at all about other people having to change in order for this miraculous situation to materialize. Let this radical idea sink into your consciousness for a few moments and prepare yourself for the magical reality in all your personal relationships. The mind as a key to your relationships. In order to work miracles in your relationships, in all areas of your life, you must redefine who you are. As you already know, what I ask is that you define yourself as a spiritual being with human experience and not the other way around. When you emphasize the spiritual being that you really are, you know that it is in the invisible part of your human condition, in your mind, where you process all your experiences. How you choose to process your world will determine the nature and quality of your physical world, including your relationships with others. Obviously, you cannot be one with another human being in the physical sense. You cannot become someone else's body. So the only way you can have another person in your life in a relationship is actually in the invisible part of your being that we will call your thoughts or your mind. Yes, it is in your mind that you experience others. Even when you touch, hug, and caress other people in a physical way, it is your thoughts and any fantasies about those physical activities that determine the quality of your relationships. Your mind is all you have in relationships, even physical contact is experienced in the mind. Now, mentally examine and remind yourself of this key phrase according to think, so you will be. Since you cannot physically experience another person, you can only experience them in your mind. Conclusion: all the other people in your life are nothing more than thoughts that develop in your mind. They are not physical beings for you, but thoughts. Your relationships have to do with the way you think about the other people in your life. Your experience of all those people is only in your mind. Your feelings about your lovers come from your thoughts. For example, they may actually behave in ways that you find offensive. However, your relationship with them when they behave in an offensive manner is not determined by that conduct but only by how you choose to relate to that conduct. Their actions are theirs, you cannot own them and you cannot be them, you can only process them in your mind. Your partner in life, your children, your friends, your colleagues, strangers, and even those people who live in other parts of the planet and who are your brothers and sisters in a metaphysical sense, all of them constitute thoughts. When on the other side of the world someone hijacks a plane, you feel sorry for the victims of the hijacking. That something you feel connects you with those people, who are thoughts. But they are also in your thoughts. You are connected by invisible thoughts. Even more difficult to process is the opposite. You are a physical being and an invisible being for yourself, but only a thought for all those who cross your life. In the same way that they are thought for you, you are thought for them. Your relationships are located in your invisible self, which has no borders or limits, nothing that prevents you from experiencing happiness in your relationships with others if it is not the way you use your thoughts. The use of your thoughts to create your relationships. So now is the time for you to ask yourself the ultimate question: what do you think about those people with whom you interact? Remember that what you think is what is reflected and that your thoughts originate from you. If you think about what the person you love is missing, this will be your experience of that person and will define your relationship. You will find yourself immersed in a routine of dislike and dislike. When someone else behaves in a certain way, do you process this behavior in a negative way, saying to yourself, "It bothers me that he does that, I wish he took better care of himself," or "It bothers me that he does such nonsense in public"? A negative attitude toward the person with whoever is in a relationship results only in increased disgust and negativity. You can only act according to what you think, and you have nothing to base your performance on other than that negativity. Instead of processing another person's behavior as judgment, as I just described, you have the ability to process that behavior in other ways. Remember that it is not he or she who is creating a bad relationship, but you, because of the way you have chosen to think. You could say, for example, "He goes his own way and right now he needs to react like this, but he has many other great qualities that I love. I'm going to focus on them. I want it to be a great relationship, and if it is in my mind, the whole of my experience will be 2.0. Or you can only take care of yourself as you can now. I know it's destructive to him, but I'm not going to focus on what I dislike. I'm going to give him love despite his behavior." This may seem like an overly optimistic approach to our relationships with others, and it may even seem dishonest at first glance, since these comments do not reflect your true feelings. But do not forget that your true feelings come from your thoughts, and that if you are interested in making miracles happen in your life, you will have to think miraculously. The magical reality in relationships supposes an absence of judgment from others. In fact, we do not define others with our judgments. What we do is define ourselves as a person who needs to judge. Others are defined by their own thoughts and their consequent actions. Therefore, what you should do is strive to create in your mind the exact thoughts towards others that fit the type of relationship you want to have. Just as you become what you think at one point or another, so your relationships become what you think. Stand up for your limitations in your relationships and you will have limited relationships as a result. The goal of creating miracles in all of our relationships is to see more and more of the people in our lives in ways that reflect the miracle we want to occur. There is no other way. Remember that a central theme of this book is that the universe and everything in it have a purpose. Your life has been given a divine mission, and it is essential that you give it purpose, as it is the only place where you can begin to manifest miracles. You must know and act as if you and everyone around you and with whom you have a close relationship were that divine need. And the most important message of this chapter is that also relationships are in a way part of a divine need. All your relationships. Before taking a look at how to create miracles in your various relationships, you must firmly implant the idea of divine need in your mind so that you can begin to act on it ritualistically and unlearn old habits that hinder miracles. Your life and all the relationships in it have a purpose. Give a purpose to your relationships. Generally speaking, the quality of our life is largely related to the quality of our relationships with the people in it. And, to broaden the equation, our relationships reflect the way we relate to ourselves. Exactly, with ourselves. Let me explain it to you with a brief review of what I have already discussed in this book. We have a constant and moving relationship with our mind and with our body. When you pronounce the words "I have said to myself," you refer to two beings. The I refers to your invisible self, thought; myself refers to your physical self, which has a name, address, and social security number. When you call yourself a bore, it is the invisible you that judges your visible I. This is the relationship that is in motion throughout all of your days here on earth. Your goal is to see yourself as a spirit being with human experience and to develop a mindset capable of creating magical reality in your life. You should try to eliminate the dichotomy between your invisible self and your physical self, between the I and the me of I have told myself. If you consider yourself a bore, this is how you will behave. There is no other way. If you consider yourself a strong, loving, sensitive, divine person and capable of making mistakes, you will act accordingly. When you cultivate the awareness of your body, mind, and soul as one and experience the oneness within yourself, you will be prepared to share this feeling of wholeness and holiness with others. That is where your relationship comes in. When you feel love for yourself, that will be what you will give. Apart from how another person interacts with you, you can only give what you carry inside. As with the proverbial orange, when you squeeze it, you get what is inside. It does not matter at all who oppresses her or the circumstances surrounding this action. What is inside comes out. What is inside you gets there through your thoughts. There is no other input mechanism at all. If you harbor hate, hate is what you will give. If you harbor contempt for yourself, contempt is what you will give. If you harbor love and understanding you will give. Your relationships follow the same course that you follow. If you learn through suffering and wondering why things don't work out, as I said in chapter 1, your relationships suffer too. If you follow the path of results and begin to see that in life there are lessons to be learned, your relationships will reflect this pattern as well. And, if you move on to purpose and give your life purpose, your relationships will reflect this position as well. Remember that the purpose is to give. Nothing is acquired or kept for a lifetime. The only thing you can do with your life is give it in service to others. It is in this realm of purpose that miracles begin to occur. When you have overcome the need to suffer and dominate others, when you have overcome a selfish attitude in relationships and focus on giving, serving and not judging, the magical reality begins to manifest in your life every day. George Washington Carver describes this fact like this: going far in life depends on being tender towards the young, compassionate towards the elderly, in solidarity with the fighters and tolerant towards the weak and the strong. Because at some point in your life you will have been all that. This is the definition of purpose in your relationships. Treat others at various stages of life as you would like to be treated at those stages. It is simply about giving. The purpose is to give oneself and not ask what do I get out of it. The purpose is to relate with love and without judgment. The purpose is to give oneself to others without conditions and accepting what comes from it with love, even when what comes is not what we expected. If you respond to hatred with hatred or anger with anger, it is not because of what has been directed against you but because of what is inside you. You cannot get prune juice out of an orange no matter how much you squeeze it. You will not be able to give hatred if there is only love in you, no matter how much you are oppressed. Once you have a purpose, you will find that you act towards others in totally different ways, ways that, in addition, will bring others closer to you than they did when you tried to make them behave according to your wishes. It is a huge paradox. The more you give, the more you get. The more you try to force something for your own benefit, the less you enjoy what you so desperately sought. Let's take a look at the central ingredient of a purposeful relationship, and then examine some specific methods of getting there. Love. The central ingredient of a relationship with purpose. At the center of a relationship with purpose is love. But it's about more than just being able to say the words I love you, words used by people who hurt and mistreat themselves every day. Love is giving, it has nothing to do with what is received. Love is an inner process that applies to a relationship. The cornerstone of a purposeful relationship is love, which means giving. The best definition I have ever read of this form of spiritual love is that expressed by J. Krishnamurti in Think on These Things. Love is the most important thing in life. But what do we mean when we say love? Of course, it is not love to love someone because this person loves you in turn. To love is to feel immense affection without asking for anything in return. We can be very intelligent, we can pass all the exams, get doctorates, and reach a high position, but if we lack this sensitivity, this feeling of simple love, our hearts will be empty and we will be miserable for the rest of our lives. This ingredient of love, in the sense of giving, is in the very definition of purpose and is the ultimate factor in creating miraculous relationships. Even in the sexual act, the most rewarding and satisfying relationships are those in which we know we are giving without asking for anything in return. Knowing that you are satisfying your partner in a real and authentic way is all it takes for a sexual relationship to be perfect. When we think about ourselves or how good lovers we are or how aroused we get, we are straying from purpose and returning to the results that our sexual activity can bring. Perfect love when given lacks magic when the mind is attentive to receive. This ingredient of generosity is by no means limited to the sexual part of our relationships. It is applicable at all levels, even those relationships in which sex plays no role. In the same way that when you press an orange you get only what is inside it, if there is love inside you this is the only thing you will give. And when we give love our sensitivity is different, it is a sensitivity that allows us to see all people not in terms of their form but in terms of the soul behind the form. You begin to see the fullness of God in everyone you come across, and the character of your relationships with others takes on the glow of magical reality. We see our children and all children not based on what they are doing, nor on their good or bad behavior, but on what is behind, their invisible part, the soul that is in that young body. If you address that soul with love and this is what you radiate towards her, she in turn will respond to you with love. You have effective relationships with others because you bring love and not because you seek love from them. Family members with whom you have had difficult relationships are no longer a cause for disdain on your part. Your anger and negativity are gone, replaced by a non-judgmental love. This does not require long years of therapy or support groups, medications, or special herbs. What is required is simply that you become first spiritual and then physical. This can mean experiencing a satori, an instant awakening, thanks to which you are filled with love. Do not ask for anything from anyone with whom you come across, in any of your relationships, and give that love without asking what you get out of it. Ironically, once you make this kind of purpose, you will receive many things that your life was largely lacking. Suddenly, parents who only yesterday seemed so impossible are no longer judged by you. Satori. You give them love and forgive them all that you harbored in your invisible memory. You remind yourself that they have done only what they could do taking into account the conditions of their life at that time and that no one can ask for more than that. You lavish your love on them, you leave behind what you previously judged and, miraculously, your relationship with your parents undergoes a transformation. Also your relationships with friends or colleagues can improve dramatically with this new approach to giving. When conflict arises, put your negative thoughts aside and offer love instead. By doing this you will produce a change in the real environment, from hostility to serenity. This is how conflicts begin to disappear and solutions emerge. An affectionate and conscientious person who refuses to use his mind to have negative, hateful thoughts can actually affect his physical environment. When you respond without feeling threatened and instead communicate your inner knowing in a gentle and caring way, challenges cannot move you. You have created a miracle in that relationship. I remember having huge disagreements with my colleagues when I was a university professor. These colleagues tended to constantly drift into unpleasant relationships with other faculty members. There was no willingness to compromise, still less to discuss their differences. They were difficult or impossible to deal with, unless you shared their views, which few did. However, I found that I could always get away with these impossible colleagues. I experienced magical reality where others experienced exasperation. Did the secret lavish love on them without asking anything in return. Just love in the heart, even when you disagree with something, and let things take their place on their own. Colleagues always got along, and it was impossible for them to get unpleasant or argue with me. I never gave this great importance, nor did I boast to others that I could get away with such difficult people. I limited myself to giving them the love and dedication that I kept within me. This approach to relationships is basically my approach to life. Be true to your purpose. Know that you are here to serve. If you stray from your course, just ask how can I be of use in this situation, and listen calmly to the answer. Give up proving your worth, remove your ego from the discussion, and lavish love. Many times I have seen myself standing in line at an airport counter, watching an irate traveler snarl at an employee, and I have said to myself, if I were able to lavish love on him, surely he would get what he wants. Invariably, the irate client comes out of the confrontation furious and dissatisfied, just at the rise in blood pressure. I usually say something nice to the airline employee. I look at him or her affectionately and say, "What I have will be fine for me." They treat me very well, and more than once they have put me in first class. This is something so basic that it amazes me that so few are aware of it. It is the golden rule of action. Give love, even to the stranger you come across when you go for a walk. It sure is how you would like to be treated. Other 4 ingredients of relationships with a purpose. Lavishing love without expectations is the cornerstone of purposeful relationships. You really need to know very little more. Practice this exercise of giving love without conditions, and you will see how you feel full instead of empty, happy instead of miserable. Here are the 4 subordinate qualities that this magical reality implies in your relationships. 1. Give up the need to be right. This alone is the greatest cause of difficulties and deterioration in relationships, the need to make the other person prove their mistake or you your reason. To win the argument. To show that the other does not know what he is talking about. To show that you are superior. The spiritual relationship is a relationship between equals. There is no need to prove that the other is wrong. There is no right way and no winning argument. Everyone has the right to their own opinion. If you want to see how miracles begin to occur in your life, you must abandon for a few days the need to prove that the other is wrong and see how things change for you. You can have a conversation with yourself before opening your mouth to show that the other is wrong. A simple reminder, something like, "I realize what I think on this matter and I know that you do not agree with what she thinks, but so what? It is enough to know, I have no need to prove him wrong." Be quiet, and you will have created a miracle right then and there. You have replaced a potential conflict with a loving response. Remember that no one, and not you, likes to be proven wrong. You know that you dislike it, so honor this right also in others and renounce the need to take credit or show your superiority. In a spiritual relationship there is no superior and inferior, both are equal, and this equality is respected. Practice this and you will see how love replaces anger in that relationship. This is also true when it comes to relationships with everyone else. Your children need to be guided, not shown their mistakes. There is always a way to teach the little ones without having them see that they are wrong. The shame that accompanies the fact that looking stupid leads to a self-image of stupidity. You can substitute loving remarks designed to demonstrate your superiority with loving responses designed to help your children, and others, examine their own opinions. Or you can calmly answer with these words, "I see it differently. Tell me, how did you come to that conclusion?" The key is not to memorize observations to make at the right time but to keep track of the fact that no one likes to look bad, especially in public. It is enough that you have this spiritual knowledge within you, and your goal will then be to help others to have it as well. This can apply to business, to arguments with strangers you meet, to disputes with neighbors, to virtually all human relationships. Confident people have no need to make others look bad. They know inside what they think, trust their opinion and allow others to interact with them in dignity and not in shame. 2. Leave room for the other. Let there be space in your union. Again, it's about loving unconditionally and giving rather than taking. When you love someone for who they are and not for what you think they should be, or to the extent that they please you, allowing them privacy and space comes automatically. The thing to do from a loving point of view is to give everyone the option to be themselves. If they need to spend time away from you to be themselves, you should not only allow it but also willingly facilitate it. Stifling relationships wrapped in jealousy and fear are caused by individuals who believe they have the right to dictate what the other person should be. Remember this phrase by Robert Frost: loving the things we love for what they are. It's that simple, and yet how much it costs many people to follow it day by day. We all need a certain amount of time to meditate calmly, to contemplate, to establish contact with our inner selves, to examine ourselves, read, listen, think, walk, and so on. Loneliness can become your most important company and help you to be a more generous person in your spiritual relationships. Rather than viewing your partner's need for space as a threat, view it as a moment of renewal and celebrate it. Do your best to help the other to have that space. Treat him or her as something sacred. Don't forget that your relationship with everyone else is on your mind, not what they think or do. Your need for space will not be a threat, but will be filled with love, if you are a spiritual being. You will cherish your time in solitude, you will appreciate being with someone who encourages you in this regard, and you will do everything possible to make sure that your partner also has that space and in abundance, without judgments or threats on your part. Privacy and space are wonderful gifts you can give your partner. If you refuse to give them to them, you will see your relationship deteriorate and all your efforts to maintain it are frustrated. It may seem ironic, but the more space you allow and encourage within the relationship, the more it will flourish. The more you insist on putting limits on someone's space, on not losing sight of him or her, or insisting that he spend all his time with you, the more you will be contributing to the end of that effective relationship. 3. Eliminate the idea of possession. Try to enjoy your partner, not possess it. You will never be able to experience the miracle of a magical relationship if you believe that you possess the other person, or if, in some way, you feel that you have the right to dominate or control them. Nobody wants them to own it. Nobody wants to feel like a possession. Nobody wants to be dominated or controlled. We all appeared here for a purpose, and that purpose is undermined when another human being tries to interfere with our heroic mission. Your relationship can be the vehicle that allows your purpose to flourish, but it can also inhibit your sense of purpose. Property is the factor that most inhibits feeling of purpose and mission in life. You have no right to tell people with whom you have a relationship what to do while on earth. This is just something between that person and his soul. You may have another person in jail and your marriage may last 60 years, but you will not have a love relationship if one of you feels possessed, if one of you feels that it is the property of the other. This is a lesson that I had to learn the hard way. At one time I believed that I could dictate to my partner how he should think and behave. A painful divorce, many unpleasant hours of conflict and hostility, and great frustration and tension due to my unrealistic demands cost me dearly. Today I have learned my lesson. I can't even conceive the idea that my wife can belong to me. She is an entity of her own, and my relationship with her is based on the recognition of this fact. In fact, it is something reciprocal. My wife encourages me to take the space and privacy that I need in order to write and speak and carry out my own purpose. I, in turn, believe that she should enjoy the same privilege. Although for her it is more difficult, since we have many small children. I make an effort each and every day to help her to enjoy the same space. Deep down inside of us, we both know that we are not each other's property. It is impossible. Our love and respect for each other allows us to experience miracles in our relationship, something that was once non-existent. When we tried to own the other or dictate, even in small things, the relationship deteriorated. Now every moment we spend together is a treasure, and we seem to be closer to each other than ever before, at the same time that we actually have a more intimate and affectionate relationship now that we grant each other unconditional space, love, and respect. It is a miracle for us. At one time this seemed impossible. And it came about because we gave instead of asking. Because we respect instead of criticize. 4. You know you don't need to understand. This is a great lesson in learning how to make all relationships work on a magical plane. And what happens is that it is not necessary to understand why a person acts and thinks as he does. You will not give greater understanding than by saying I don't understand it, and that's fine. Each of my 7 children has a totally unique and independent personality and interests. What's more, What interests them is often of no interest to me, and vice versa. I have learned to overcome the idea that they should think like me and go through this world as I did. Instead, I distance myself and say to myself, it's their journey, they came through me, not for me. Keep them safe, steer them away from self-defeating and self-defeating behaviors, and let them go their own way. I rarely understand why they like what they like, but I don't need to understand it anymore, and this is what makes our relationship magical. In a romantic relationship, give up the need to understand why your partner likes the TV shows he watches, why he goes to bed at bedtime, eats what he eats, reads what he reads, likes the company of the people he hangs out with, likes the movies he watches, and so on. You are not together to understand each other but to help you live life with purpose. Gary Zukav, On the Seat of the Soul, sums it up beautifully. The basic premise of a spiritual couple is a sacred commitment between both partners to help each other's spiritual growth. Spiritual companions recognize their equality. Spirit companions are able to distinguish between personality and soul, because spirit companions are able to see very clearly that there is indeed a deeper reason why they are together, and that this reason has to do above all with evolution of their souls. This definition assumes that it is not necessary for one to understand the other. To love sacredly means to love what is, even when the deep meaning behind it is not understood. When the need to understand everything about the other is abandoned, the gate opens to a garden of delights in the relationship. You can accept that person and say I don't think that way but she does, and it is something I respect. That is why I love her so much, not because she is like me but because she gives me what I am not. If he were the same as me and could thus understand her, why would I need her? It would be redundant to have someone like me by my side. She respected that part of her that is incomprehensible to me. I love her not for what I understand but for that invisible soul that is behind that body and all those actions. These are the qualities necessary for a purposeful relationship. They all revolve around the planet of unconditional love. Get to that place and you will start to see results in all your relationships. You will begin to see what a miracle it is to live life with a purpose. How magical relationships work. The miracle that you contemplate for yourself in all your relationships is probably centered on the desire to be blissful and happy and to be in harmony with all the people in your life, without painful conflicts. And perhaps you even yearn for the wonderful sense of bliss that came over you in your first crushes when you were young. It is in your mind where you must put to work to create magical reality in all your dealings with other people. To reach the stage of magical reality you have to make the decision to go beyond suffering and results and literally live your life with a purpose. When you do, your relationships will naturally reflect this change. Also, as you work on creating spiritual relationships with everyone else, you will see miracles happen in other areas of your life. You will discover that you have miraculous abilities that you once attributed only to coincidence or the whim of luck. You will begin to enter the thinking of others and connect with them in an inaccessible measure when living in doubt and fear. You will begin to know what the other thinks, and you will see that you say aloud and regularly things like this: I was thinking exactly the same thing, I was going to suggest the same thing to you, surely you are able to read my thought, because that's exactly what I had in mind. These types of sensations are neither random nor bizarre. They are experienced when you live at a higher level of consciousness. This higher state of consciousness that begins to develop between you and others represents a full-scale utilization of that intuition I was talking about. A sense of knowledge develops through connection with others, and relationship with others takes place on a totally different level from the merely physical. You begin to realize that the same infinite and invisible intelligence that runs through you runs through others as well. There is only one infinite intelligence, which is in all of us. Now you can literally connect with her in those you love deeply and experience a new connection, a new relationship. This new way of relating does not require being physically present next to the other. You will learn to know what the other person needs and thinks when you are miles away. It is a connection of the spirit, you are truly one. You will call someone who has a spiritual relationship with you, and the other person will know before picking up the device that it is you who is calling. You will see that you have more and more experiences of this type. This form of miraculous awareness with the other will have its origin in you. In your mind. In your meditations you will be guided on what to give to others, and when you step out into the real world and provide what you have seen in a moment of spiritual enlightenment, the recipients may in fact be surprised by your knowledge. But you will no longer be surprised. You will start to see this as normal. You will connect to a higher level, a new level of consciousness that you will ultimately call magical reality. You will see that you are able to carry out new and exciting feats with your mind, and the doubts of others will not be a deterrent for you. The following anecdote is an example of this type of knowledge. At one time I would not have commented on it, I would have worried to think how others could perceive it. That no longer happens to me. It is something that I know and that, at this moment, I share with you. If you are an insider, you won't be surprised. If you are not an initiate, or you are a person who lives in doubt, you will reject it. So be it. One morning, in the course of powerful meditation, I could actually see my wife lying down even though she was actually several miles away. I had left her early for a long walk and decided to meditate before heading back to our rental apartment in Maui. That morning I was able to really be with her and hover over her body in my meditation, and then suddenly I could feel her thoughts with me. I was truly able to enter her dream and experience with my wife what she was dreaming about. I had no doubt about it, since, in my meditation, I could see his physical body lying there on the bed, and then feel his thoughts and images. It was a spectacular moment of connection, to an extent that I had never experienced before. When I returned to our summer house she was up, and I told her about the dream that had made her dream. He was speechless. It was precisely what she had lived in her mind. Richard Bach wrote a novel based on this idea, entitled The Bridge Across Forever, in which he commented on having had a similar experience with his wife. This happened 2 years ago, and it is something that has become much more common among us. Actually, I no longer feel as incredulous at the time of writing these words as when it happened. Why do so many of us find it so difficult to accept the possibility of these things happening? We know that there is an invisible connection between all the members of the community. Human species. We know that there is only one source or one energy that flows through all of us. Not millions of gods but only one, who is present in all living things and is the origin of everything. We call it God, but it is given many names. Tao is another of the names by which we refer to this unity that exists in all of us. As Lao Tzu said, there is something dark, and complete. Before they raised the sky and the earth. Calm, still. Standing alone and unchanging. Moving around safely. It could be the mother of everything. I do not know his name. And I call it Tao. It is in all of us and yet we continue to cling to the belief in our separateness. We believe that the invisible force that runs through our peers is something different from the one that runs through us. The ability to wag your finger as a result of an invisible thought is a confusing connection in the physical world. Something allows that thought to get to the finger. And the same invisible force that allows me to wave my finger allows my wife to wave hers. So why shouldn't I be able to wag his finger? Here's what Einstein says on the subject. Human beings, experiences himself, with his thoughts and feelings, as something separate from the rest, a kind of optical illusion of his conscience. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison. As you reach higher and higher levels of spiritual awareness, you will discover that what you once saw as a miracle in your relationships is now your way of relating to everyone else. You arrive at a place within you where you truly know that there are no limits. You truly free yourself from the prison of your body and those illusions that Einstein talks about, and you enter the world of magical reality. This new way of being in relationships extends up and down the spectrum of your contacts with everyone else. It even extends to our relationships with animals and with all life on the planet and in the universe. In the case of friends and acquaintances, we begin to connect with their thinking and have an understanding of what we can give and what they need. With colleagues at work, we begin to trust our intuition. Instead of focusing on what we believe belongs to us and what others can do for us, we move to a new position that puts their needs first. We become the person who gives, the person with a purpose, and we focus on their do while, for ourselves, we trust the universe to provide. We have given ourselves in those relationships and we see in each person a soul with a body, and we reach out to that soul. In this way of approaching relationships in business, miracles flow and we feel at peace, with a purpose and serene, knowing that we offer ourselves to others on a new plane. Paradoxically, things revert to us more than ever. But we are not focused on what reverts to us, but we give even more, and so on. We have created miraculous relationships connecting with everyone else through the Tao, that is, the God that permeates their physical form. We are cared for and are able to see the thoughts and visions of others. We have broken the illusion of their separation and created a mode of connection instead. This new approach to relationships carries with it a sacred feeling towards all living things. Animals that bark in anger at others are peaceful toward us when we are not fearful or hostile. A kind of invisible presence is felt in all living beings. A tenderness for everything and everyone begins to create in us, and we see the impossibility of wasteful and senseless destruction. Krishnamurti, speaking of the simplicity of love, observed, "The other day I saw some boys picking flowers. They were not going to offer the flowers to any god, they were talking and thoughtlessly plucking the flowers and then throwing them away. Adults do it too, they dedicate themselves to expressing their inner brutality, that astonishing lack of respect for living things. We can understand that a girl picks up a flower or two to put them in her hair, or to give them to someone as a sign of affection, but do you pluck the flowers just because? Not long ago I had a speaking engagement and was invited to a snack reception. A girl, who was carrying her little niece in her arms, had problems with the girl. I had been away from my children for a week and longed to hold such a pretty little girl. When I saw that beautiful soul of naivete, I reached out my arms and held her while the refreshment lasted. She was gentle and loving. I led her to the fish pond in the lobby and we talked to the little fish with little fishy noises. It was a very special meeting. A mutual relationship of love and dedication, even if it did not last more than almost an hour. Later in the evening, after my talk, I met the mother of the little girl and she told me something that I have become used to hearing: "You are the first person the girl does not reject, apart from the most immediate family members. She is very afraid of strangers and has never, ever, allowed another person to hold her." I was astonished to see that he did not reject you, and I still cannot get over my amazement. Babies no. Animals no. Strangers no. Young children no. The Tao, that invisible intelligence, flows through all of us. By approaching another person with love in our hearts, without asking for anything but only offering that love, we create miraculous relationships. But when we go to someone looking for something, without trusting them and doubting them, exploiting them, the level of our invisible quality becomes transparent and the opportunity to create miracles and magical reality is diminished. You can do miracles in all of your relationships, but you can't do it by memorizing techniques. It is achieved by giving a new orientation to what we carry inside, which is where all our relationships are located. Application of the miraculous mental scheme to all your relationships. It is important that you know that the willingness to meet miracles must be located within you. You can't wait for others to change so you can discover the magical reality of purposeful relationships. The strength and joy of purposeful relationships begin and end in your own mindset. When you read the guidelines given on the following pages, do not be full of doubts about what may seem impossible given the specific people involved in your personal life drama. It is an inner game. Those around you don't need to understand or even agree, and it may very well happen that specific people, going their own way, soon disappear from your life in a physical sense. I speak here of your relationships with all the people in your life rather than with specific individuals. If you know inside, After familiarizing yourself with your own spiritual journey and finding your purpose, that some people will not continue to share your physical space, you can with the same purpose and the same love make the choice yourself. The relationship is not located in them, but it is yours and you experience it in your own invisible self. Ending a relationship in a physical sense is not a failure, in the same way that someone's death does not represent a failure, although of course it does end the physical relationship. I speak here of you. Of a you that deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, because that is what you are made of and that is what you give. Those who do not yet understand this will withdraw from your physical life, and it will be easy for you to allow it if necessary. The duration of material relationships is not on my agenda for this book. That must be determined by each individual soul, and I do not judge the fact that they choose to walk away when the time comes. You will leave many behind in a physical sense. This does not make you or them a failure. What has ended is the relationship itself, not the person. In fact, in a divine and grand way, you will ultimately leave all your physical relationships behind. But the soul never leaves. The soul is not in the material dimension. There will be many with whom you remain in close physical contact and with whom you decide to create spiritual relationships. So be it. Individuals will come in and out of your life the way characters in a play do. Some will play minor roles, some will have stellar roles for a time, and some will help you co-direct and co-produce your life. They will always be important to the whole of the work and will always deserve your inner love. You will learn not to judge those who enter and leave your work in order to honor their appearance, even when they misrepresent their roles. Ultimately, you will come to the place where you can look back, see all the people who have appeared in your life and realize that you found them because they all had something to teach you. You will learn to love all of them, even those whose lesson you have not yet been able to understand. With this in mind, free yourself from any nagging doubts about the specific weight of your relationships. Keep going, leaving names and faces behind, to that place of magical reality where there are no names, no faces, and no social security numbers. Affirm your ability to create happy and rewarding relationships. This is your most important work. Know within you that if there is someone capable of being happy and satisfied with their relationships, this capacity is also within your reach. Get rid of the doubt that makes you think that you cannot do it or get it because of others. It has nothing to do with others, it is something that is totally located in you. The elimination of doubt is an exercise that you can practice each and every day. Say out loud that you have the right to be happy with everyone in your life. When doubt arises, which will happen, remind yourself that you have been hypnotized into believing in the impossibility of this bliss. Detach yourself from doubt through mental images that indicate your willingness to create magical and rewarding relationships. Once the doubt is removed, enter your zone of magical reality. Inside your mind and only in it is the corner of freedom where you can think as you like. Think of images of happiness and satisfaction in your relationship with others. See how you lavish love even in the face of anger, envy, or displeasure. Practice representing positive images, for an hour at first. Think about the person with whom you have the most relationship problems. Perhaps it is an elderly and inconsiderate parent, a totally intractable coworker, or a tyrannical husband or wife. Now, just mentally, overcome your inclination to respond with anger and hostility. Imagine lavishing love and not paying the slightest attention to the way the other person responds. Remember that you do not do this thinking about what you are going to receive. In a magical relationship, each person eliminates their desires and gives of themselves out of a sense of purpose. This mental practice will ultimately become your reality in the physical world. But you have to start with a disciplined effort to think on a magical level. The universe will provide you with everything you need. Embrace the limitless possibilities of your relationships. Your thoughts, your soul, have no limits. In that sphere, your relationships exist without limits. You must now stop looking out at all the people you blamed for your bad relationships, and affirm that you are not to blame and that consequently there is no limitation to what you can experience for yourself. That glow whose presence you felt in your relationships, perhaps when you were a teenager full of restlessness, was created by your thoughts, not by your hormones or by someone else's hormones. Know within yourself that the only limitations you have when it comes to creating magical relationships are those that you have imposed on yourself. You have taught everyone else how you wanted to be treated. You can now start a new school, whose curriculum consists of love and respect. That is all you study and share and all you are going to allow in class. No limits, nothing but love. This is your mission, which you practice in your class and seeing the fullness of God in everyone you meet. If you meet someone whose soul does not have a similar purpose to yours, you will give them love and move on, confident and knowing that sister souls who will meet you will appear on the same frequency that you broadcast. This is a very personal path, a journey of magical reality and miracles, and it is up to you to have within yourself the knowledge that you can achieve it each and every day. Practice trusting your intuition, that inner, invisible voice that guides you in all things, including your relationships. Surround yourself with people who encourage you to be all that you are capable of being. You will know who those people are. If you feel that someone doesn't really want to have you around, follow this intuitive suggestion. Your intuition will tell you exactly what you need to know when it comes to information about your relationships. Don't force yourself to make a relationship work, this is something that cannot be forced. You may be able to keep it true with physical tact, but if your intuition tells you that this is neither the right time nor the right person, cordially give your love and move on. There are many soul mates, male and female, who will form spiritual relationships with you. There are no accidents, these individuals will show up at the right time. You have learned from one-sided relationships how much you needed to know. Keep lavishing love, but the people around you should be interested in helping you in your spiritual development as well. Your intuition will tell you who these people are. Do not put them aside unless you want to return to suffering as a way to learn the lessons of the relationship. You will experience your intuitive dimension in exact proportion to the way you value it. If you reject her, you will not be able to have her help and you will continue to learn the lessons of the relationship the hard way. Ask for guidance in all your relationships, entering into your interior to the secret that is at the center and knows. Your guide will tell you to give. Do it lavishly and without expectations. You can practice going inside and listening daily, but you have to be willing to stop believing that this is a way out to get help. Your relationships are what you have created, and only by knowing within yourself that you have the power to change them will you be able to access the guidance you need. Choose this very day a friend or acquaintance with whom to relate from this place of inner knowledge. Instead of being the same old person today, give that person exactly what you think they need based on how you would like to be treated. Give to this person without thinking about their reaction to you and without judging them. Forget what he says and how he reacts. Most likely, you have learned to evaluate your actions based on the result of these actions, which have taught you to focus in the face of results. The secret that is at the center and knows does not care at all about the results. It is your inner God, the generous and loving soul immune to results. Try the same experiment with the child below. Go inside yourself and ask yourself, how did I like to be treated by older people when I was a child? Again, forget the result of your actions and listen to your soul, to the secret that is sitting in the center and knows. Give that child what you, as a child, wanted from others. Then observe how you feel and not how the child reacts. All your relationships have their existence in that secret place that is inside you. It is the source that you must learn to consult if you want to live the bliss of magical reality in your relationships. Cultivate magic in that private and invisible place, and then lavish it. Irrigate it to others and stop focusing on the results. Just for today. Then evaluate, in your personal way, the difference you experience in relation to these people. This is the path to miracles, it will never fail you. There is no failure in the secret that you are centered in the center and you know. Just guidance and love. Instant by instant, free yourself from the doubt that makes you think that you cannot have magical relationships. Affirm yourself over and over again, I know I can have great relationships. Then, when you are about to slip into a negative attitude, put aside your normal way of relating and quickly review in your mind what you want out of that relationship. A momentary reflection on how you want to relate to that person will give you the opportunity to lavish love or to sit quietly instead of being aggressive. This is called learning through knowledge and not through suffering or doubt. When you achieve a silent awareness within yourself, you will act accordingly. When you doubt your ability, lavish love or affection and you will remove the doubt. Go from a human marriage to a spiritual marriage. You can achieve this by deciding what you want from your marriage relationship. Joel Goldsmith, a brilliant contributor to metaphysics and author of The Infinite Way, spoke these words after a wedding ceremony on November 18, 1959. An individual remains an individual, not only from birth to death but actually from long before birth to long after death. We never lose our individuality or unity. Each of us is a being individual and each of us has individual qualities, each of us has individual talents and gifts that should not be given up in marriage. Therefore, in a spiritual marriage there are no ties but freedom, but the same cannot be said of human marriage. It is true in the case of spiritual marriage, where both agree to set each other free upon marriage. This is the only thing I have discovered in 30 years of doing this work that makes such things as happy marriages, peaceful marriages, and successful marriages possible, the ability to set the other free and each live their own individual life and yet share with the other without demanding. Neither the husband nor the wife have rights, they have only the privilege of giving, but not the right to demand anything from each other. This is a wonderful message for creating a spiritual relationship out of what could have constituted a human marriage in which one partner was tied to the other. Live this creed and you will know the miracles in a spiritual marriage. Ignore it and you will be raising huge barriers to your happiness. Go from wishes to intentions in your relationships. This is easily accomplished by stating specifically what type of relationship you intend to create and how the person intends to behave. An important point to remember is that you cannot expect another person to act in accordance with your wishes. This brings nothing but frustration. While we can decide to help someone change, this is only possible when the learner is ready. We cannot force anyone to be prepared, but we can take responsibility for our preparation. This is within our power and is what constitutes our intentions. Be willing to give what is necessary. Do it with an active intention and then forget about the result. Your actions will flow from this intention and you will see that you are much more at peace with your relationships, whatever their functioning in the physical world. Your intention to have a happy relationship demands that you act in a manner consistent with that intention. This is the secret to making your relationships magical. While you cannot have an intention to replace that of others, you will often find that their reactions to this new you result in a change in behavior on their part. For example, I have met many people who are part of a human marriage with a partner who is addicted to substances. They hate alcohol or drug use and are exasperated by the relationship. I always advise them not to expect the other person to stop drinking and instead have strong intentions about how they will continue to treat the addicted spouse. I am going to give him love, but I am going to physically withdraw from his presence because I am too divine and important to be the object of offense. I am going to teach him, with my behavior and not with my words, that I am not willing to be his victim any longer, and that from now on, I will offer my help when the other is ready. I will not comment on him or his decision to destroy himself, but the most positive thing I can do is not to continue reinforcing his addictive behavior. I want him to know that I am not tied to him and that I am going to live my own life with a purpose rather than being an emotional slave to his behavior. These kinds of affirmations of love will do more to help people in need than to stay close to them, wishing they would change their behavior or see the light one day. You are here to serve and love, but this does not mean that you should be a servant. Don't forget Abraham Maslow's words: there is no such thing as an adapted slave. Lavish love and let those who continue to harm themselves and you harm themselves if that is their wish, but leave you on the sidelines. This will do more to teach them what you expect from a spiritual relationship than any measure of advice or intervention you can offer. The great paradox is in the fact that it is precisely this type of blow, which results from your intention to stop being a victim, that usually helps these addicts to change their intentions, going from self-destruction to self-respect and, consequently, to a more affectionate, dignified, and spiritual relationship. Your intentions create your reality, so be aware of them and are willing to put them into practice in your world today. Remember that peaceful and loving relationships come first and foremost from your state of mind. You rule your mind and create everything that resides in you. Once you are in possession of this knowledge, you can surrender and simply leave the conflict in any of your relationships behind. Because the conflict cannot survive without our participation. Your decision not to participate in the conflict can come at a transformative time. It does not require years and years of struggle. Satori is at your fingertips right now. Instant awakening is a marvelous phenomenon. You can walk through the door right now and into that garden of delights in all your relationships. If others in your life decide to move on in a confrontational and challenging way, just move on when distress comes to you. No, thank you, you will say to yourself. I have decided not to continue wrapped in that cloak of negativity. Unless what I find is love, I will not allow it to enter my consciousness. In a miraculous way, you have just experienced Satori. You have created a miracle just by changing your mind. Use the power of imagination to manifest magical reality in your relationships. Without forgetting that what you think is reflected, try to imagine all your important relationships as if they already exist in the way you want them to be in your life. After a recent chat in Oklahoma City, I observed a tearful woman waiting to speak to me. When the other people had left, he put his arms around my neck and said, thank you, what you say really works. He told me that his daughter had refused to speak to him for more than 7 years, that he had refused to have any contact with her. About a year earlier, this woman decided to begin to imagine that she and her daughter were not only talking again but were enjoying the emotional relationship that had existed in another time. He mentally refused to see it any other way and, for a whole year, he worked this vision. He really began to live each day as if this were the physical reality of their relationship. He described to me how he had become happier thanks to this inner image that he carried with him. She pondered her image and began to smile and live without the suffering that had been destroying her for 6 years. One day someone sent her daughter a copy of a recent book of mine, The Power of Belief, with a note advising her to read the final chapter, which was about forgiveness. Nothing more, simply the gift of a book along with a note from a friend who knew that the daughter was also suffering. This had been 6 months ago, and now the two had not only rejoined but had a closer and more affectionate relationship than the one that existed before their estrangement. The mother wept with happiness as she told me that she had believed in the power of her mind to create the physical reality that she so desperately wanted. Acting first in his mind and then in his material world as if everything he wanted already existed, he believed he had created a miracle. Thoughts have enormous power. Unwavering thoughts that reflect in advance what we want and do not demand a result are the ingredients of magical reality. Test it. Pay attention first to your invisible and spiritual self and only second to your physical self. This will require a spectacular turn on your part, a complete 180-degree turn. The place where suffering takes place is not your invisible self, which is a dimensionless, limitless, or formless part of your human condition. To suffer, you need a body that provides a place for your suffering. This manifests itself in knots in the stomach, anguished, watery and swollen eyes, pain caused by ulcers, dry mouth, heavy or difficult breathing, and so on. Turn yourself around, become a soul with a body instead of a body with a soul and represent in your mind first and foremost exactly how you wish things to go for you. Pay close attention to these images. They will be the source of what should be represented in your physical body and will determine the suffering or blissful state of your body. When you first pay attention to your soul, listen and get in touch with it, ask how it wants to be fed and make it the most important part of your days, you will see that you behave in accordance with that positive, loving, and generous that your soul encourages you to keep. The choice is always yours, and that choice is strictly situated in the invisible dimension of your thoughts. It is up to you in your relationships and in all aspects of your life. The greeting can be "Good morning, my God," or "My God, it's daylight." The difference is in the way you decide to process your life. Stop chasing what you don't want. If you don't want conflict and pain in your relationships, don't forget that you are the one experiencing the pain. Find out what you do to maintain your distress. If what happens is that you provoke arguments, insist that you are right, do not give space or make demands that you know that the other person cannot satisfy, get to work on your behavior, which is the only thing over which you have absolute control. Do not forget that you can never have enough of what you do not want. You will continue to pursue the pain and struggle you hate, just as the drug addict or alcoholic continues to pursue what they hate, until you decide to end the vicious cycle. Use whatever strategy you need to free yourself from the urge to search for what you hate. Decide to shut your mouth if this is what causes the pain in your relationships. Decide to physically withdraw from potentially painful encounters. Reflect for a moment in silence before reacting. Become more intimate and offer love where this is an unusual gesture, even if you have to fake it at first. Whatever you do, practice the new strategy first in your mind. Imagine yourself behaving in this different way, and this in order to put an end to the neurotizing trap that is chasing what you do not want in life. In your private, invisible, and boundless mind, ask nothing of those with whom you have a relationship. This is one of the fastest ways to create miracles in all your relationships. You will simply say to yourself, "I don't expect anything because I know they can only be who they are and not who I think they should be," and then act accordingly. When I remember this in my relationship with my wife, I see how I immediately abandon all the reasons for conflict and the relationship becomes magical. I always try to remember that she is in exactly the right place and doing precisely what she needs to do at that moment. We are in a perfect universe, even though I cannot understand why they all do not behave as it seems to me they should behave. There is a lesson in whatever behavior my wife displays before me, and instead of getting angry with her, I adopt the attitude of helping her walk her spiritual path and forgetting my judgments. Only when I remove my expectation of understanding or even agreeing with many of the things he does am I able to lavish unconditional love on him. Also in the case of my children, I can guide them, help them, hopefully teach them moral lessons and be the model for what I would like them to emulate, but I cannot expect them to be as I think they should be. I must learn to detach myself from my expectations of others if I want to create magical relationships. Of course, this does not mean that outrageous or violent behaviors should be ignored, but I can and do control the expectation that it will not occur and the consequent pain I experience because of that expectation. You too can get rid of these expectations, which will ultimately be obstacles to your own magical relationship. There are 1,000 ways to achieve this each and every day, with virtually anyone you meet. By throwing away the judgments about how others should be, we create within ourselves a place for love where we previously judged. What you are trying to achieve in your relationships and in all other areas of your life is unconditional love. Finally, meditate every day and use a part of this meditation to represent to yourself the way you want all of your relationships to be. Imagine yourself acting in these new ways in relation to everyone and asking for divine help in order to be a generous, caring, non-judgmental person. Review first how in your opinion others will react to this new and miraculous you. Your meditations will give you peace and serenity, and will provide you with answers that you might not otherwise get. Practice the new strategies that you see appear on the inner screen of your meditations. You can focus on a divinely spiritual being that appears in all its holiness and perfection in your mind and literally ask that being what you can do to make your relationships magical and perfect. You will see how you receive a guide motivated by love and by everything that I have talked about in this chapter. There are no limits to what you can create in your mind during your hours of meditation. You can consult anyone, create their presence right there in your mind, and come to lean on that guide whenever you want. Your meditations will become a very special form of help for you. Go to them often and invite your partner to meditate with you as well. They will never lead you astray. Your higher self, the divine presence that always accompanies you, has a purpose and will guide you in the direction you seek once you eliminate the doubt and make contact. Many things you have read here may be difficult for you at first, as we all feel more comfortable evaluating the quality of relationships by focusing on others. If they changed, so we tend to think, our relationship would be perfect. Emphasis has been placed here on your spirituality and your willingness to imagine and create perfectly loving, generous, and magical relationships. The following description by Thomas Crum in The Magic of Conflict serves as an adequate summary on this subject. Powerful relationships are those in which two focused individuals commit to love each other unconditionally and to support each other in growing to their full potential. Both give openly, without selfish motives and without the desire to lock the relationship in a certain way. There are no limits when we fully embrace. Indeed, borders disappear when we commit ourselves to miracles. And, without borders, there are no limits to how far we can go in our relationships. This is a very adequate description for the understanding of the spiritual couple that I have spoken about in this chapter. This can be your choice. If you want to see this relationship in its most natural state the next time you see a mother breastfeeding her child, know that in that example you have all the ingredients. I have remained silent and without leaving my amazement observing how my wife gave unconditionally of herself to each one of our babies. A mother receives no lessons from any human teacher on how to be a mother, she knows deep in her heart what it takes to achieve that perfect and miraculous relationship. He gives unconditionally from his own body so that the child can live, and asks nothing in return. She is totally connected to the child on an invisible plane and in awe of the little miracle that clings to her breast. You know deep down that this is exactly what you should do to give without expectation. She is willing to accept the worst of the child and to give and respond only with love and affection. Put aside inconveniences and problems and offer nothing but love. It has a purpose, and because mothers live with a purpose we survive as human beings. Without the unconditional love that mothers feel for their little ones, we would all perish within a few days due to lack of care. God has given us the perfect model of how to relate from our very first moments outside the womb. Give nothing but love. Lavish love, even when you are lavished on soggy diapers, incessant crying, belching, gagging, sleepless nights, and irrational behavior. Do not ask for anything in exchange for your love. Have a purpose. And the irony is that, undoubtedly, you would give your life for that little person. That's how important your children are to you. Even when you don't ask for anything from them, they give you the greatest happiness that is possible to achieve. That is your model. You can create those same magical and perfect relationships in all areas of your world just by following the natural intuitive awareness present in every cell of your being. The magic reality and your prosperity. Yes, you can. Everything is possible to the one who believes. San Marcos 923. I guarantee you this is going to be the most unusual dissertation you have ever read on the subject of prosperity. In this case the message, as in the rest of this book, is to rethink the beliefs that you have been taught to regard as sacred. Put aside for a moment the beliefs according to which you have acted throughout your life and imagine in your invisible mind what it is that you would like to see in your life. What is your ultimate image of prosperity for you? How much money, how much prosperity in short, do you really wish you had? Open your eyes now and see what you have created to date. That is, you have created your own economic picture and acted precisely in accordance with it. This is really the hardest part for most people to understand. Generally, we tend to blame others or something external to us for the way our prosperity or lack of it presents itself to us. And yet all you need is to look inside. You can have all the prosperity that you are willing to believe in and are willing to create. Saint Mark does not tell us that some things are possible and others are impossible. It tells us that anything is possible. Keep this in mind as you prepare to create miracles of abundance in your life. Try to imagine a state of limitless possibilities as possible for you. James Allen, in the 19th century, wrote in As a Man Thinketh the following words that I kept in my memory as a young man. I taped them to the bathroom mirror and the dashboard of my car so I can keep them in mind every day. A simple phrase that, for me, says it all. Circumstances do not make man, they reveal him. Read these words over and over until you have saved them in your memory. The message of this phrase is essential to your ability to substitute a sense of hardship for one of prosperity. You probably won't agree just like that with this idea that the current circumstances of our life reveal who we are. It's easier to blame life's circumstances, and we have the proof in the poverty around us. It seems to us that it would be cruel to say that the circumstances of the poor reveal who they are. Surely these people have not chosen such undesirable circumstances. However, this well-intentioned way of thinking allows you to hold on to your consciousness of hardship and defend your misery and your inability to transcend your existential circumstances. It is a mistake to believe that we cannot be compassionate and concerned with those who endure miserable conditions while encouraging ourselves and others to discover what beliefs are contributing to this situation. Pause to consider for a moment the possible benefits that applying this message would bring to those living in the worst circumstances. Then consider also all the people who have passed from a life of hardship to one of prosperity. When you examine what caused the change, you will see that it includes without exception the invisible world of beliefs and attitudes. A radio host accused me of having a knight-errant attitude towards the poor when I described my philosophy on his show. My argument was that being in misery is a temporary situation that at one time or another afflicts almost everyone, while being poor is an attitude, a series of beliefs that are reinforced when we go on to accuse the circumstances of the life of our condition. One of the calls that were received in response to this radio conversation was from a doctor who had grown up in a family with 13 children, in Jamaica, in total poverty. He did not agree with the position of the presenter, and said the following. I lived in squalid conditions all my life. Extreme poverty, and hunger. But I always saw myself as a doctor. I couldn't get this idea out of my head, and I would always tell my grandmother about my wishes. She raised us all with little income, and she always told me never, in any case, allow the image to tarnish. He talked to me about how much value that inner image held, and he told me that if I always kept it, if I believed in it, the only thing I would have to do was act accordingly. When I got older and finished high school, I applied to hundreds of schools to enroll in the pre-study plan for a medical career and was rejected over and over again, but I was unable to abandon that image that had helped me preserve my grandmother when I was a ragged kid playing with chickens in our little cabin in Jamaica. I was finally given the conditional opportunity to enroll in a pre-medical preparation program in Europe, and I paid for my travel and then my studies there with my work. Today I am a doctor and I have a prosperous practice. Without that vision, without that invisible image in my mind, I would never have been able to get out of the life of poverty that remains today, that of most of my brothers and sisters and of all my friends there. They live in misery and believe that life gave them bad cards and that I have been lucky. But I know that it is not so. I live the life that I envisioned for myself. Dr. Dyer, don't let anyone stop you from telling the truths that you know, because you are doing much more to help those beings in dire circumstances than those who swallow the big lie that their lives are beyond their control. I cannot stop saying those truths because I too am a living and inspiring example of what I say. I, too, left a life of hardship behind, and I, too, know the strange force of the role my beliefs played within my mind in creating a life of prosperity. Indeed, circumstances do not make the person but reveal it, and I encourage you to discard the erroneous belief that this has to do exclusively with Wayne Dyer and a Washington doctor, but nothing to do with you. It does have to do with you, and a lot. It transcends individual lives by involving universal laws and principles that were here long before you appeared in your current physical form. I limit myself to reporting what I really know about myself and many others. If you want to know prosperity on a miraculous level, you must leave behind your old ways of thinking and develop a new way of imagining what you can experience in your life. 5 aspects of a consciousness of prosperity. Make an inner makeup and check if the following statements are part of your conscience. There is not enough for everyone. You have to get what is yours so that someone else does not do with it before it reaches you. There are only a limited amount of fish in the sea. You never know if you are going to have a chance. If these and similar ideas are part of your personal inventory, they probably taught you that you live in a world of scarcity. You have been taught to believe in hardship. The concept of lack has been incorporated into your belief system. In order to create an inner vision of prosperity, you must rid yourself of this old vision of hardship. The following 5 essential rules for prosperity consciousness can help you achieve change. 1. You don't need anything else to know prosperity. Getting rid of an awareness of hardship means changing the inner images that reflect lack in your life. You already have everything you need in order to know a life of prosperity. It is not that you are going to have everything, you already are everything. Prosperity is, first and foremost, a mind game. It is made up of a series of invisible and inner beliefs that you carry with you. You must know that you already have what you need. You don't need anything to achieve prosperity in your life. I have always loved the following story, which perfectly illustrates this principle. A ramshackle man, who did not appear to possess anything in a material sense, approached a road foreman and said, "Can you help me? I need a job." "Very well," said the road foreman, "glue that big stone over there and roll it up and down the hill. If what you need is work, that will suffice for your needs." "You don't understand me," said the man, "what I really need is money." "Ah," replied the foreman, "if it's money, here's $50. But you can't spend them." The man was puzzled again. "You don't understand me, what I really need is food and fuel and clothes, not just money." "If you're sure that's all you need," the foreman replied again, "you can spend the money on food and fuel and clothing, but you won't be able to eat the food or use the fuel or wear the clothes." The man was finally forced to see what he really needed: a sense of inner security, peace, and satisfaction. All of it totally invisible, all within your thought. All divine sustenance. We are led to believe that material things constitute reality and provide us with what we need when, in fact, they are simply more matter, made of more invisible space. What you need you already have, and when you know this and go inside yourself and create it in your mind, the divine sustenance that you seek in the form of material things or money will manifest itself in whatever amounts you need. You must create in yourself this new inner feeling and trust the magic of believing. Your beliefs are yours, they originate from you, and they are what you use, and the only thing you can use, in order to create the circumstances of your physical reality. When you tell yourself otherwise, what you are doing is using your consciousness of hardship and creating precisely what you hate most, your physical reality. Trust in the power of your mind, in the knowledge that I have been talking about from the first page of this book, in that divine guidance that is easily at your disposal, and you will have reached the first step towards the manifestation of the miracle of prosperity in your life. 2. You cannot create prosperity if you believe in hardship. When you have mastered the ability to become a spiritual being, as described on the first page of this book, you will begin to understand that your personality is situated in that invisible and dimensionless realm that we call our thinking. You have neither limits nor borders. Understanding this, you will know that you lack absolutely nothing, that everything you need to live is already here and was within you when you first appeared in this physical world. When you say to yourself, "I don't have enough money," or "I lack the education, talent, or strength to know prosperity," you are operating in your mental world from a position of lack. That is why you cannot enter the world of magical reality. In order to overcome this way of thinking, you will have to re-educate yourself, or, better yet, dehypnotize yourself from the lie that each and every trend of our Western culture has surreptitiously introduced into your mind. You already have everything you need. You are already complete now, you are a whole and total person and not an apprentice on the way to another place. You must understand that you are already complete and experience this fact in your thoughts as your own personal reality. When the time comes to leave this physical world, You will not be able to say, wait a minute, I am not ready, I am preparing, I need a little more education, I am gathering strength, I need to collect more money. You will leave your body and it will continue to weigh the same. Your life is not that body, it is not locked in those borders and those limitations. It is invisible and weightless. And it has absolutely everything. Any material thing that you have created in relation to your physical body is a consequence of that complete and invisible mind that you possess. The irony is that when you know that you are already a complete being, you start to motivate yourself in a totally different way. You have become used to what is called deficiency motivation. That is, you evaluate all the missing or deficiencies in your life, and then prepare a plan to repair all these deficiencies. I need more power, more strength, more money, more beauty, more possessions, and so on. When I have all those things, I will have prosperity. Thus you set your goals and put to work to achieve prosperity. But this is a huge trap. You can never know prosperity from this mental scheme, because you will always suffer from the disease of more. When you have made the money you think you need to be prosperous, your mental scheme will not be satisfied. Your mental scheme is focused on the more, on fighting and not on reaching. You raise the bar higher and keep struggling and suffering and even denying yourself in search of more. This is a common theme in our culture. Prosperity is impossible with a deficiency motivation that thinks like I don't have enough or I'm missing something. The central theme of this book is as you think, so you will be. If your thinking is focused on what you lack, then what I lack by definition will have to expand. This will be your experience in this material world. What you lack will constitute your badge and your experience of physical reality. 63. There is another form of motivation, called growth motivation, which is the hallmark of the individual who knows magical reality in the area of prosperity. What happens with growth motivation is that we turn our inner thinking around and choose to live within a framework of wholeness. The inner dialogue that develops is something like I am whole, complete, totally and fully alive at this moment. This is I am everything, I do not need more to be happy or to be fulfilled. And yet I know I will be different tomorrow. My physical reality is always changing. The molecules that formed my material self yesterday will be replaced by new molecules. The physical body that I had 10 years ago is completely new from a physical point of view today. But I am also more than just a physical series of molecules. I am a divine need that goes beyond the physical. I will grow. I am going to be something new and great, but no greater than I am now. In the same way that heaven will be another in a few hours without its current perfection and fullness being therefore deficient, I am now perfect and I do not lack anything, although it will be another tomorrow. I am going to grow, but that does not mean that I lack anything. Thinking in this way, deficiencies are impossible. You begin to have as motivations in life your own happiness, your dreams, you begin to live the life that you imagine is your vocation, the special and divine mission for which you are here, and prosperity becomes your watchword. Abundance is pouring into your life. The universe begins to provide exactly what you need, and it does not do it to fill the void of something, comes into your life in the precise amount necessary to help you realize your dreams. When you no longer feel that you lack anything, you can live the life that you know is perfect for you, and the symbols of prosperity begin to come into your life more and more: money, objects, power, etc. Here is a simplified summary of this idea: more is less, less is more. 3. You are not divided into categories, you are at the same time the one who sees, the act of seeing and what is seen. To know true prosperity you must learn to stop dividing yourself and separate yourself from your prosperity. You are not divided into three in this world. There is no observer, the observed, and the act of observing. What you observe is within you. Your observations are within you, as is the entire process of observation. All of it is you. The thoughts of prosperity are yours, they are you. So is what you see as prosperity within you. And finally, Also the concept of being prosperous is entirely located within you. This may seem confusing, but it is essential for you to grasp the unity in you if you want to know prosperity and become prosperity yourself. Ken Wilber, in his fascinating book No Boundary, describes it like this: let these ideas sink in as you prepare for miracles in this dimension of prosperity. The division between the experimenter and the world of experience does not exist and therefore cannot be found. This may seem very strange at first, because we are used to thinking in terms of borders. It seems evident that I am the subject that hears sounds, that I am the subject that feels things, that I am the subject that sees things. But, on the other hand, is it not strange that I describe myself as the observer who observes the observed? Or as the hearer who hears the sounds heard? Is perception really that complicated? Are three separate entities really involved in it? The observer, the act of observing, and the observed. Of course, there are not three separate entities here. Is it possible a subject who sees without seeing or without the thing seen? The problem is that we have three words, the who sees, and the seen for a single activity, the experience of seeing. You must learn to go beyond your state of hypnosis, which has convinced you that you are here first, the thinker, then you the doer, and, finally, the concept of what you are thinking or doing. In reality, all of this is one and the same thing. So it is with prosperity for those who see it on a daily basis. Everything that you previously divided as prosperous thinking, prosperous behavior, and something called prosperity and which is out there must be considered as one. And this can be you if you decide to be. When you understand this, you will stop looking for prosperity as if it were something you can pluck from its hiding place. You will stop saying to yourself, all I have to do is think prosperously, and prosperity will come to me. You will stop setting goals for your behavior that lead to that elusive thing called prosperity. You replace this trio with a singularity of thought and action that reflects your understanding that you are prosperity and that you believe in it. What you need for a prosperous life you already are. It is all in you. There are no borders even when we have invented different words to describe different facets of the way we have decided to perceive it. Wilber sums up the absurdity of this compartmentalized thinking with this example: we could in the same way describe a simple stream of water as a stream of water makes running water run. It is totally redundant and introduces three factors where there is really only one. Take this knowledge now and implant it in your consciousness. You will not find prosperity. It will flow into your life only when you get the idea of its uniqueness. When you know, your actions will reflect it. The exact same can be said of hardship. If you think in terms of hardship and act on it, your life will be hardship. You are what you think about, since only from there can you act. If hardship is a word that defines your life right now, understand that it is not something that has been sent to you but simply the way you process your life. You have divided yourself as a thinker and as a doer, a victim of something external to you called hardship. But, in reality, that hardship is you. The choice of prosperity begins with your refusal to continue dividing yourself and instead see the unity in you. 4. You will not know prosperity if you think you do not deserve it. As I have said repeatedly, you exist as a divine and spiritual being with human experience. Your essence, your life itself, is invisible and unlimited. In that kingdom there are no judgments to be made. There is no one in that universe, nor has there ever been, who is better or more worthy of anything. Those who were born with royal blood are treated like royalty, because some human beings decided to elevate us to that category. But in a much broader sense, in God's eyes, there is no better or worse. This is the way of thinking you must learn to use if you want prosperity to replace hardship as your way of life. If you think you are not deserving of prosperity, this is the idea around which you will lead your life. Prosperity is not attracted by thinking that it is not deserved, just as love is not attracted when it is considered negligible. Eliminate the idea that you are inferior. You are neither inferior nor superior, you simply are. And what you are deserves prosperity. How can an invisible thought be more or less valuable than another invisible thought? When you consider yourself a spiritual being and create a mental scheme of magical reality within yourself as a thinking being first and foremost, you renounce the incessant comparison that leads to you to believe that others deserve prosperity more than you. You form a society with the rest of the human beings, and not a contest in which you should be judged better than some and worse than others. Once again, you must undo the state of hypnosis that has led you to this type of attitude. That state began with your teaching and continues today. Here's what John Holt says in How Children Fail on the subject. We destroy the children's love of learning, so strong when they are young, by encouraging them and forcing them to work for petty rewards and despicable gold stars, papers with a 100 on the wall and A on school reports, charts of honor, dean's lists, or belongings to the Phi Beta Kappa, that is, for the ignoble satisfaction of feeling better than anyone else. In the United States, a society of university students with high academic merits. This is what happens when people are led to believe that they are better than others. You've probably bought that big lie in some areas of your life. How could you deserve to consider yourself a divine and special need when you did not measure up to the performance or appearance of others? You learn to compare yourself to others and even to believe that this is part of human nature. It is precisely this that has not allowed you to develop a concept of yourself based on the fact that you are valuable, worthy and divine. Here is what John Stuart Mill says about human nature in Principles of Political Economy. Of all the vulgar models designed to evade consideration of the effect of social and moral influence on the human mind, the most vulgar is that which consists in attributing diversities of conduct and character to natural and inherent differences. This is indeed a vulgar model that teaches people to become adults who consider it natural to compare themselves with others, and therefore it is natural to learn to play ground in order to get ahead of others. And if in some physical or material sense you do not measure up to the others, it indicates that you are not worthy. It is a vulgar and obscene system that contributes to the creation of large numbers of people who know no other way of evaluating their own worth than to compare themselves with others, and that, at the same time, also creates many people who simply give for thinking that they do not deserve prosperity in any sense of the word. In a competitive culture you thrive by destroying others. A cooperative culture evolves by helping each person to appreciate their own worth and feel worthy and spiritually valid. It is up to you to choose. Even if everyone around you chooses to compete with each other, you do not have to live according to that model. You will see that you deserve prosperity as much as any other inhabitant of our planet. When you've created this mindset, you won't act like you don't deserve it anymore. 5. Rejoice in the prosperity of others. When you feel disdain, or even a hint of jealousy, towards the successes or lifestyles of others, you are harboring negativity where there should be love. If you harbor only love within you because that is how you have decided to see life, you will give nothing but love. You can thus put yourself to the test by checking your feelings in relation to people who have reached a measure of prosperity that continues to elude you. You will not be able to attract prosperity into your life if you are full of resentment, if you judge, if you feel anger, jealousy, hatred, fear, tension, and so on. This form of negative inner mindset will prevent you from being true to your purpose. You cannot be fulfilled and envious at the same time. If you feel satisfied and happy, that is what you will radiate. It fosters the inner belief that anyone who has achieved prosperity is entitled to it and that their success is not a reason for you to feel inadequate or lacking. Even if someone 65 achieves prosperity through means that seem reprehensible to you, that is no reason for you to feel distressed or outraged. Know deep down that those who use others will get what they deserve in a universe that acts harmoniously and according to purpose. But in general, those who have achieved their own measure of prosperity deserve only your love. Try to stop focusing on what others have or do not have to deal with what you are going to do in your life. Remember that when you evaluate and judge others, you do not define them but you define yourself. Do you want to define yourself as a jealous person and incapable of giving love when this is what is going to transpire in your life? Rejoice of the great prosperity that you witness in everyone else. Free yourself from the idea that it shouldn't be this way. It is so. You don't need to know anything else. And you are like that too. Let this represent what it represents in your life. Quietly accept what it is, give it your love, and then dedicate yourself to the task of creating a full and prosperous life, a life of love, for yourself. The 5 factors are absolutely essential to reach a prosperity consciousness. Once you work day after day to develop this way of being, your higher self will begin to allow you to experience more and more prosperity in your life. This new awareness will bring you back to that all-important dimension that is a central theme of this book, living your life with purpose. Purpose and prosperity, your ticket to magic reality. As you have seen throughout this book, magical reality can only be experienced when you give life a purpose. When you are focused on learning through suffering or results, you use hindsight as your guide, and consequently you pay a high price in everyday life. It is possible that, in the workplace, you have been spending a lot of time and energy doing things that you dislike, telling yourself that it was absolutely necessary because you had bills to pay or a family to support, or you simply had no other choice. Think of it differently, using the numbers as a metaphor. If you are 99% invisible, thought and spirit, and only form 1%, the physical body that houses your soul, and you are doing something you hate, you are essentially an inauthentic person. Your body routinely moves on as you keep thinking about how much you dislike the circumstances in which your life is immersed. 1% follow the routine, while 99% hate your daily activities. So if what you think turns into action, the action, or the physical part of your life is detestable and hideous, you cannot know the satisfaction and the opportunity to live miracles of prosperity while leading a life you hate. There must be inner happiness and harmony for miracles to be experienced. So you must move from suffering and results to purpose. Having a purpose in the work that you do or in the daily activities of life means knowing that the purpose is to give without worrying about the results. When you are able to shift your inner consciousness to the way you can serve others, and when you make this the center of your life, you will be in a position to experience true miracles in your progress towards prosperity. There will be no limit to what you can receive in exchange for your generosity, when this generosity is all you have to give. We can consider prosperity as unlimited abundance in life. You will never get to that point by accumulating or concentrating on what you can get out. Remember that, in a much broader sense, you cannot possess anything while you are here, nor can you acquire anything. You can only give from yourself. This is the area in which you must learn to work in order to experience limitless abundance and prosperity in your life. As soon as you realize that giving is the key to your own abundance, you will also see that you can easily achieve prosperity. It is not so difficult to give yourself. Or yes. Some would not perceive the irony here. They want a life of prosperity but focus exclusively on what they can get out of it. Thus, they work, fight and set goals, but they never seem to get where they want to go, nor do they have enough. And yet if we look at people who have achieved great success in every field imaginable, we will see that they are not really focusing on the results that they are personally going to achieve. Here is a perfect example given by Srikumar S. Rao's article that appeared in June 1991 in Success magazine entitled The Superachiever's Secret. One day Melody Fakartsade, a senior agent for the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, went to see an insured person who suffered from a heart condition and wanted to seek compensation. There was no prospect of being able to continue charging him for his policies. Most agents, targeting your interests, would simply have handed you a formulary and left. Not so Mehdi, who had given himself to the mission of helping people. Mehdi filled in the formula. When he found out that the man also had policies with other insurance companies, he got them, formulated them, filled them out and made sure that the claims reached their destination. The man insisted on paying Mehdi, which he politely refused, but a few days later, Mehdi received in the mail a list of 22 friends and relatives of that man, with names, date of birth and number of children and an introduction personal to each of them. Myrtle sold millions of dollars in insurance policies. When you constantly remind yourself of the supreme spiritual and social purpose that drives you at work, you will watch your entire state of prosperity change. How you can serve the needs of those around you by always focusing on their needs and their do will occupy a central place in your mind. Having a purpose generally means being at peace with yourself, and this peace is what you can give. My experience as a writer and my talks around the world, as well as my personal contacts with thousands of people, have led me to believe that this is the secret shared by those who experience miracles of prosperity in their lives. It is true that what revolves comes back to you. The more you give and the more you do everything to serve others, the more it will revert to you. And when it comes back to you, since you will not be interested in accumulating or possessing, you will feel even more inclined to give it, thereby strengthening the cycle of magical reality. This lesson in prosperity applies to all fields of business. An aviation company, for example, whose goal is to serve its passengers, will prosper to the fullest when the entire fabric of the organization is based on service to others. When this sense of service is neglected at some level of the business, the entire organization suffers. One day, getting on a plane before time, I heard the voice of a flight attendant sarcastically say, "Here come the beasts." I learned that this organization was condemned to perish sooner or later for lack of passengers. Of course, the company has gone bankrupt. Employees must know in their hearts that they have the privilege of serving those who are willing to give a portion of their income to use the service. It is up to clients that they keep their jobs, so they must value, pamper, and appreciate them. A total emphasis should be placed on service, forgetting about convenience or inconvenience for employees. This applies to your job, whatever it may be. If you work in a dentist's office, your goal will be to serve and help others improve their quality of life. If the goal is just to make money and get patients in and out as quickly as possible, the entire practice will know hardship and not prosperity. But I am not writing this book for an organization, but for you, dear reader. You can make the changes you want in your consciousness, but also the emphasis will have to shift and move from the results in your life to the purpose. Test it. Change over a period of a month and see if miracles don't start to happen in your life. To have a purpose in the activities of life, you just have to turn your own inner beliefs. It is not really necessary to change position or move to another place, because it is in giving that this magical reality is experienced. The words that in this sense God says to Arjuna, the mighty warrior, in the Bhagavad Gita, are very simple: strive constantly to contribute to the welfare of the world. Through devotion to selfless labor the supreme goal of life is attained. Do your work always with the welfare of others in mind. Notice that it emphasizes what is in the mind. And these are God's final words to Arjuna: the ignorant man works for his own welfare, Arjuna, the wise man works for the welfare of the world, without thinking about himself. This idea may seem too high for you, but I assure you that you can achieve the benefits of this way of thinking right now. You don't need to memorize a set of higher principles, but simply get in touch with your higher self, who is always with you, and allow that natural part of yourself to take over. It is a very easy and fascinating way to live, a way of living that does not derive from greater effort but from relaxing and removing the pressures from yourself. The less you need to impose on yourself this new way of being, the easier it will be for you to have it as the guiding principle of your life. A quick look at the characteristics of the spiritual self versus the non-spiritual self will show you that it is a mental exercise rather than a physical exercise. What you must do is allow your natural self to flow smoothly, and know that satisfaction comes from giving and not receiving. Here is a concept, that of allowing yourself to flow, with which you should become fully familiar as you allow the prosperity you desire to enter your life. How to get to flow. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, in her book Flow, studied the big winners, including executives, record holders, and artists, who have reached a life of prosperity. He describes the principle of flow as a maximum immersion in ourselves, in which we experience total joy at the moment of work. It says that once we have tasted this joy, we will redouble our efforts to achieve it. In the first part of this book I talk about how everything seems to work perfectly in our lives when we are inspired. Flow enters into this type of inspiration, An inspiration so powerful that all obstacles seem to disappear and we fall in love with what we do to such an extent that the work seems to flow without the slightest effort on our part. You can experience this experience of flow in almost everything. I experience this effortless perfection when I am so involved in my talk on the stage that time seems to stand still and hours tick by as minutes. Also, when I am totally inspired and involved in my writing, smoke seems to come out of the typewriter as I fill page after page without the slightest effort. Sometimes I feel as if I, the invisible me, are actually watching someone else write, so seamlessly does the work flow. You have probably known this sensation during a sexual experience, as a divine ecstasy in which time literally stopped and you knew complete bliss. You can also flow in your work and in your daily activities without waiting for the appearance of those magical moments as if they were directed by someone other than you. Getting to flow in life means reaching a state of concentration so total that it seems that everything else ceases to exist. People who know prosperity in their life know how to reach this splendorous state in which their activities, instead of constituting a tedious series of work to do, become a kind of meditation in which they are nevertheless active and involved in instead of sitting quietly. Flow has a lot to do with purpose in activities. When you are able to suppress your physical body as well as your ego and allow your invisible self to fully merge with what you are doing, your higher self directs and produces while the body simply follows a routine without any judgment on your part. When you are in that state, you experience in your body a kind of ethereal bliss that tells you, this is why you are here, this is your mission at this moment. You are fulfilling your great mission and nothing can hinder you. You reach a state where you perform at levels far above those you could have known before. You literally watch your body do unbelievable things, you experience enormous joy and bliss, and nothing can stand in your way. You have a purpose and you live a peak experience that others can only dream of. There is a way to get to that state of flow. Csikszentmihalyi Halai describes that process at length, while Professor Rao from Long Island University summarized the process in the Success magazine article that I have already cited. The points in your summary reflect what I have said in this book. These are not just secrets to becoming a big winner in the workplace, but also secrets to producing real miracles in life. I describe below the 5 points that constitute the path to the state of flow. 1. Have a supreme spiritual goal that gives meaning to your work. This means forgetting about yourself and putting all your energy into the best way of serving others. Make your work a meditation experience and instead of seeing yourself performing a certain task, actually become the task in your mind. You go from being a human being to becoming a human being. You literally become the ball in a tennis match. You become the report you are working on, you become the book you are writing and the dinner you are preparing. There is no separation, you and the task are the same thing, and this in the name of the supreme spiritual goal of giving of yourself with a purpose. 2. Concentrate and close your mind to all forms of distraction. The mind is so powerful that it does not need to be constantly distracted by foreign activities. You can train your mind to focus, which is why I have encouraged you to learn to meditate. Give your mind the same mental preparation that you give your body when you want it to be in peak physical form. You don't have to be a slave to your senses. You can create an atmosphere in which the mind is clear and free from distractions, without tolerating interruptions. I am writing at this very moment in Maui, in the presence of my wife and 7 children with the constant flow of companions and playmates. I have chosen, however, to create an environment for myself within this beautiful chaos that is also a joy to me. I have rented a small apartment for the summer. I have the only key and the phone is disconnected. I wake up at 5 in the morning and, after meditating, I sink into writing and research. Interruptions are not possible. Nobody knows where to interrupt me more than my wife, who also uses this space in the afternoons to concentrate on her literary projects. I can fully concentrate my mind and then my material production flows by itself. You can create this kind of atmosphere for yourself. You can train yourself to eliminate the endless mental chatter that occupies your consciousness. You can reach that higher place within yourself and shut out all other distractions. When you do, you will begin to know what that feeling of flow is, and you will also begin to see magical reality appear in your activities. This can be done at work, at home, or in any quiet place. Concentrating is your inner and natural way of knowing. You can ignore it or go there often. 3. Surrender to the process. You must resist the urge to fight for what you want. Did you already know this? I have been saying it from the first page. In the system described in Flow, the world works with you, so you must really participate in the process and abandon the learned instinct that pushes you to effort and struggle. Surrender to God or your higher power, that invisible force that always accompanies you and that is beyond your 5 senses. You must give up and really give yourself to the process. Forget the result, the reward, the money, the trophy, and the tributes, and totally consecrate your mind and your physical body to the experience you have in hand. It is not so difficult to get it. Here's what Robert Coram said in Political Inquiries back in 1791. At each quarterly exam, a gold medal was awarded to the best writer. When the first medal was offered, it provoked general contention rather than emulation and spread a spirit of envy, jealousy, and dissonance throughout the school. Boys who were once friends of the soul became 68 fierce rivals facing each other, and, when the prize was awarded, they became irreconcilable enemies. Those who were advanced in their studies censored the inferior results of their peers, each belittled the capabilities of his opposite with respect to his own, and used any menace to denigrate the results of the other. So if you decide to stay with the results instead of the process, you will create envy, jealousy, and dissonance in your life. If you lend yourself to change, you can create a flow that leads to prosperity and to know that there is a personal miracle in your activity. How to surrender, abandon. Don't push yourself toward a goal, and instead enjoy the process of the work you are doing. The results will come regardless of the effort you put into them. When our mind is focused on the result rather than what is being done, an inner dissonance is created that blocks any possibilities for the appearance of miracles. Prosperity is about process and not results. Process is about purpose, and purpose is to love and give. 4. Experience ecstasy. This is the result that will automatically flow to you if you follow the indicated guidelines. You will know a kind of unmistakable inner bliss and bliss, creeping up to you and taking you over, so to speak. More, however, you will know that glorious and emotional peak experience if you surrender to the flow in life. This is exactly the same feeling that I described in the section on meditation in Chapter 3. The reason the feeling is the same is that you are actually working your way through meditation through work, and reward automatic, which comes without effort, is that magical sensation similar to a warm shower that runs through you. She will lift you up and put you in touch with the inner knowing that you are finally on the right track. Ecstasy is a miracle in itself. 5. Watch and see how effortlessly you reach your peak performance. Your ecstatic state will open up new perspectives of creativity and energy. This natural state of bliss is the key to improving your performance. It is the state that the big winners know how to create in themselves. The irony is that this increased productivity is the result of having reached the state of ecstasy. The processes of surrender, concentration, and purposeful living lead to ecstasy. When you feel this inner bliss, you will want more and more. The more you can create for yourself, the higher your performance will be. This is what happens to me. When I feel that inner glow that comes from having a purpose and not being aware of results, I want to write and write all day. Or else I want to stay on the stage and give endlessly, and when a talk is over I would stay with people for hours and hours. When the other speakers have been in bed for a long time in their hotels, I am still talking with those who are willing to remain there immersed in the process. The greater the ecstasy I achieve through this method of flow, the greater and better my performance, and the paradox is that I have no intention of performing or producing results. I have used the following thorough quote in each of my last 3 books and offered it as one of the secrets of the universe in my novel The Gifts of a Kiss. It seems very appropriate to conclude this section with her as well. I never tire of hearing it, and I trust that you too will want to remember the magical and real wisdom that these words contain. If we move forward with confidence in the direction of our dreams and strive to live the life we have imagined, we will find unexpected success at any moment. This happens in that invisible place. The words that stand out in this quote are dreams and imagined, both of which are in the thought. Your thoughts totally create this ecstasy and ultimately all the miracles that will come to your life in the form of greater prosperity. Your mind has great power in terms of what it is capable of producing in your physical reality and also in physical reality beyond your borders. How to use the mind to create prosperity. You are already on the path that leads to the inversion of the consciousness of hardship into one of prosperity. It is largely a brain game. You must convince yourself that you and only you are responsible for the images that form in your mind. You must know how much is the power of your imagination process in the creation of the material world that you live. In sport, those who shine above their opponents imagine in advance how they are going to hit, set, or kick the ball. The mental part, the invisible part, literally shapes, and I mean literally the way the physical results are going to manifest. When Rickard Fillmore, son of one of the founders of the Unitarian Christian Church, was asked if this principle could be applied to the sale of real estate, Fillmore replied, "If it works, it will work anywhere." This is a universal principle. It doesn't work just on Sunday mornings, or just for some people. It is a vital, living factor of the universe that you are a part of and that is part of you. Any area of participation of the human being is part of this process. What we can conceive as an image in the mind we can create in the physical world, as long as the image is not lost. The more aware you are of this fact, the more you will see how it manifests itself in your life. Aristotle put it this way: the soul never thinks without an image, ancient wisdom valid for our current life. In sales, individuals convinced that they are not going to consummate the deal act on their invisible image and proceed to sabotage the closing. Phrases such as "I've never been able to do it," "I know I'm wasting my time," or "I'm sure they won't buy it for me" are all road maps etched into consciousness and leading to the fulfillment of the prophecy. If we were to flip these phrases to reflect your purpose to give and serve the project, our mind would repeat inner phrases like these. "It is impossible for me to waste my time helping someone else, or they will benefit from my good intentions. If there is someone who can do this well, I can too. The intelligence that runs through others also runs through me." This process of imagination is the way to create a prosperity consciousness within your mind. No one can take it away from you. My wife and I have decided that our children will take lessons from renowned teachers in the art of meditation and learning so that they can trust their own inner vision. We do it not so that they are ahead of others, but in order to make them aware that they have something inside that no one can ever take away from them, whatever the material circumstances of their lives. They are learning at an early age that their peace and tranquility as human beings depend on them, and that they have within them a very special place of retreat that is always at their disposal once they learn how to enter that special realm. They will learn what the title of a favorite poem of mine means. The next 5 stanzas are from that poem, "My Mind is a Kingdom for Me," by the 16th century poet Sir Edward Dyer, a spiritual relative. My thought is a kingdom for me. Such joys present in him I find, that surpass all other bliss. May the earth provide or produce, although much desire of what the other wants. To craving my thought is denied. Neither the princely pomp, nor the full pantry, neither the force with which to achieve victory, neither the cunning ingenuity that cures all evil, nor the form that feeds the loving eye, to none of them do I pay homage. What for, if my thought is valid for all? I often see abundance fill, and to the hurried climbers I am ready to fall. I see how those who are on high, misfortune threatens more than anyone. They obtain with effort, they save with fear. Such troubles my thought would never bear. Happy to live, with this I am satisfied, I seek no more than what may be enough for me, nor do I be pleased with charges of highness. See, my thought goes where I did not go, and here we are, that is how I triumph like a king. Happy with what my thinking holds for me. There are those who, having a lot, yearn for more. I have little and I do not seek more. They are just poor, even if they have a lot. And I am rich with little property. They poor and I rich, they asking and I giving, they are lacking and I am left over, they grieving and I living. While the rhyme may feel a bit old-fashioned for those of you who are used to more modern poetry, the message is truly provocative. All the luxuries of life bring with them consequent suffering unless we know that within us is the realm of serenity, capable of creating all the prosperity we can ever hope for. We can transfer the message of this poem to all forms of human activity. Your mind is that realm, capable of creating any image you want. And once you know that the images you want are of prosperity, it will be drawn to you based on the actions that will flow from those images. In the kitchen, two cooks follow exactly the same recipe, point by point, without forgetting any of the details, in the precise order and using the same oven. One gets a fantastic, delicious cake, while the other takes the exact opposite out of the oven, a fiasco. Why do their minds imagine what they want to create? You have a mental image of a positive outcome, you know deep down that the cake is going to turn out great, and you anticipate the outcome, even when it's on an unconscious level. The other has a totally different mental scheme, is full of doubt and fear and approaches the project as a whole from a fatalistic image. Although the second cook follows each and every detail of the recipe, the cake turns out exactly as planned. I am not good at these things, and I know it will not turn out well. Does it look like a fairy tale? It is impossible for the result to be different, you might say, if they both follow the same instructions. I have witnessed things like this over and over again throughout my life. Somehow, I learned as a child that cooking and drawing were not my strong suit. Despite the fact that I followed the instructions scrupulously, for example when I painted with figures and filled the space corresponding to each one of them with the exact painting indicated, my painting was a disaster and my brother Jim's ended in a frame and hung on the table wall. Jim knew he was capable of producing a masterpiece, Wayne knew his would be crap. The same paint, the same brushes, the same figures, the same everything, except knowledge, and therefore the result. The same thing happened when I started cooking. I was able to follow physical instructions, but nothing could free me from my mental image, and my mental image was what reality ended up being. Our beliefs are invisible ingredients in all our activities. There is a magic in faith that transcends logic. Prosperity in all things, including money, flows from those images. Yes, what I am saying is that we can really affect the physical world and all the circumstances of our life as we use our mind. Money and wealth can and will flow into your life if you follow the principles of prosperity consciousness. This works in sports, sales, cooking, surgery, driving a taxi, and even personal checking. Most of us believe that making money is a game played by forces outside ourselves, forces such as the economy, the stock market, interest rates, banks, government policies, employment statistics, and so on. The style. But as we travel the spiritual path and begin to get a taste of the power of our invisible selves, we discover that making money is nothing more than a game to be played with oneself. Creating money is the same as creating anything else in life. It implies that there is no need to be tied to it or allow it to dominate our lives in any way. We do not obtain true power through the acquisition of money, since without it we would be powerless. The real power comes from our soul, that magical place that we always carry inside. Prosperity when it comes to wealth works exactly the same as everything else. You will see it comes into your life when you are not bound by its need. You will see how it flows into your life when you flow and give of yourself with a purpose. Money, like health, love, happiness, and all forms of miraculous events that we wish to create in our lives, comes when we live with purpose. It is not a goal in itself. If you chase it, it will always elude you. You will never have enough and consequently you will suffer greatly. We have everywhere examples of people with a lot of money but without a purpose in the soul. Famous actors and actresses corroded by drug addiction and who commit suicide when they find themselves in what others considered the zenith of their careers. Enterprising businessmen plagued by fear, plagued with ulcers, and ending their lives because of business failures. Rampant divorce rates among millionaires coupled with heartbreaking court fights over who gets what. Lottery winners devastated by alcoholism and either bankrupt or commit suicide despite having unimaginable checking accounts. When wealth is the reason for our activities and the quality of our life is based on what we have accumulated compared to others, prosperity is impossible. We return to suffering as a means of enlightenment. When you have a purpose, you do what you know is your mission here and you forget what may come into your life in terms of money and wealth. These already come to it in sufficient quantity to provide you with a life of prosperity. And this is magical reality in action. I say this because it has always worked for me. When I was chasing money, I could never have enough. When I gave a purpose to my life and focused on giving of myself, and as soon as it came into my life, I knew prosperity. Prosperity does not come from strictly following a series of tricks and strategies, it is a mental scheme focused on your ability to manifest miracles. Anything that you have thought impossible you can turn around, and thus create an inner picture of prosperity. Here are some guidelines that you can use as you begin to familiarize yourself with your own potential to work miracles. You will be able to throw out the window of hardship, which will be replaced by the abundance that you previously believed was only available to those lucky others. How to apply the principles of prosperity to everyday life. Paramahansa Yogananda said like this: the possession of material goods, without inner peace, is like dying of thirst when we bathe in a lake. While it is to avoid material poverty, we must abhor spiritual poverty. Because it is spiritual poverty, and not material lack, that constitutes the basis of human suffering. Don't forget these words if you want to create a world of magical reality for yourself. First and foremost, your purpose is to create a form of spiritual awareness within your being. And then allow the universe in all its perfection to rule. Disdain and disbelief. Come up with a system within your mind that allows you to imagine yourself living a prosperous life, with all the material things you may need. Put the hardship out of your mind and refuse to have those kinds of thoughts. When an old habitual thought of hardship begins to enter your consciousness, just say next. That is, just say to yourself next. It will remind you that the old thought is behind you and that you are entering a new, prosperous thought process. Using next as a magical expression will remind you to go on with the magic of faith and not with the anguish of doubt. Record on paper what exactly you would like to see appear in your physical life. By seeing and reading it repeatedly, you will implant that thought more firmly in your mind and you will begin to make what you imagine come true. I often use this writing technique and place my statement in a place that constantly forces me to reread the words of the miracle that I am in the process of manifesting. Leave a corner of your mind focused exclusively on your images of prosperity. Go to him often and use the power of your mind to sharpen your images of prosperity. Get down to the hard details about what you can get. Remember that you deserve this corner of freedom, that it is uniquely yours and that no one can take away from you. Do not think for a moment that you have to win the lottery or that an unusually lucky circumstance presents itself for that miracle that you have in your mind to become a reality. Pay attention to the image, in that zone of magical reality that you are creating. Soon you will be acting on those images and attracting prosperity to yourself. Here's an example of what I'm saying, taken from a fabulous book called The Magic of Believing, by Claude Bristol. And this brings us to the law of suggestion, by which all forces acting within the limits of this law have the capacity to produce phenomenological results. It is the power of your own suggestion, which sets the machining in motion or causes the unconscious mind to begin its creative work, and that is where affirmations and repetitions come into play. It is the repetition of the same song, of the same incantations, of the same affirmations, that leads to faith, and once this faith becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. I have seen this work over and over with my children. They repeat orally, "I can do it, I can," where they have known failure before. I think of my daughter Summer trying to stay on my hands and falling over and over until I urged her to repeat those magic words out loud over and over again. Then, After failing 20 or 30 times in his attempt to keep his balance, he suddenly experienced magical reality. Saying over and over, "I can do it, I see how I stand on Daddy's hands," had the power to make it happen. It is not a fantasy. If it works with something, it can work with whatever. You must believe it, and within you that zone of magical reality that never allows doubt to enter, where you will endlessly repeat the affirmation that will lead to a faith that will lead to a miracle. Study the world of matter, of all material possessions on the subatomic plane. Begin by observing that everything material is nothing more than empty space. When you look at it more closely, you will see the absurdity of making that material world your master. Like your thoughts, the material world is limitless. It has no beginning and no end, it is abundant to the fullest, and it is totally at your disposal if you know what your true purpose is here. Remember that prosperity, like everything else, is experienced in the mind. If you are somehow able to see yourself prosperous, and nothing and no one outside of you can make you believe otherwise, your life will indeed be a miracle of prosperity. And it will not be because of how much you have accumulated, unless you decide to believe it. The really ironic thing is that when you consider yourself prosperous, whatever your material possessions, and act in accordance with this belief, the material possessions will arrive in the exact and perfect measures for your well-being. Build confidence in your inner intuitive voices. It has been said that those who are classified as lucky are essentially those who follow their hunches and not what has been prescribed by others. If you feel a strong inner inclination to change jobs or address, meet new people, or make a new investment, then put more trust in your hunch. It is your divine guide that encourages you to take risks. Ignore how the herd acts, to be the unique individual that you are. You will know the prosperity in life if this is how you start to process your life inside. The inside is what counts the most. This is where your intuition resides, the invisible guiding force that never leaves you. Learn to trust it and allow your physical body to travel the path that you feel inside. I have always been guided by my hunches in investing. I can honestly say that the only time I experienced a great financial loss was when I ignored my intuition and invested in guaranteed municipal bonds for the development of projects that I knew inside did not agree with my convictions. I had a hard time deciding, but the returns were substantial and the bonds were supposed to be guaranteed, so I acted against my intuition. This decision cost me over $150,000 in defaulted bonds. My intuition told me to stay out of such projects and invest only in things I firmly believed in, but my hunger for higher returns overcame. It was a very big and expensive lesson for me. I have since learned to follow what I feel inside, regardless of what others advise me about whether or not my choice is right. I only invest in what seems appropriate and moral to me, and this feeling comes from the fact that I go inside and trust the guidance I receive. For some this is a pretty silly method of investment, but I trust my intuition for all, and the result is prosperity. Dedicate yourself to replacing within yourself the thoughts that reflect an awareness of hardship. If you dedicate yourself to always talking to the world about what you lack and that you never get ahead, it is because there is an inner space within you that firmly believes in deficiencies. Among these ideas of hardship are economic problems, losses, difficulties, and so on. It is possible that you dedicate yourself to talking about these topics and that this is the way in which you present yourself over and over again to everyone you meet. You can replace these inner slogans, which have come to constitute the logo of your life, with new thoughts among which are abundance, wealth, being prodigal, benefit, tranquility, sustenance, and so on. When you see in these thoughts the way your universe is, and thus process your world, those words and those concepts will be your mode of presentation. The secret that sits in the center of your being and knows is that quiet, invisible soul that is yours and you can use as you please. You should start to overcome when you think in ways that subvert your own prosperity. You must control yourself throughout the day and try to catch each and every one of the thoughts that involve an awareness of hardship. You can transform those thoughts, but only if you are willing to first become your own monitor and then simply transform them. you will see that you end up acting in accordance with your new thoughts, in the same way that you previously acted in accordance with others in creating your life circumstances. Develop in your heart the conviction that prosperity really belongs to you. Thinking about prosperity is already a great start. But you must turn those thoughts that you have a right to prosperity become true beliefs. If you want to realize prosperity, you must cultivate this form of mental conviction. It is your purpose in action. It is the process of living through knowledge. Simply wishing is not enough, as there will really be nothing in your life until you come to the inner conviction that your place is there. Although they seem very extreme, listen to these words of Saint Mark, 1123-24, in which this divine principle is spoken of, and see if you can grasp its significance in relation to your ideas of prosperity. Whoever says to this mountain, "Get away and jump into the sea," and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says is going to happen, will have whatever he says. Whatever things you ask for when you pray, believe that you are going to receive them. And you will have them. Thus speak miracles. And yet those words are precisely the stones that you may stumble upon on the road to prosperity in terms of what you are capable of believing and knowing, and in terms of your intentions in your life. Believe in the divinity that you are, and believe that it represents the perfection of the universe. When you have worked through the beliefs I have spoken of, control yourself for a day and notice how many thoughts of hardship you have in relation to thoughts of prosperity, then surrender and stop worrying about it. Trust that invisible force that flows through you. Remember, when you trust yourself, you trust the wisdom that has created you. And obviously, when you doubt yourself, you question that same divine intelligence that has brought you here. Know within yourself that the universal laws of prosperity and abundance have not been repealed. Know that if others have done well, you will do well. Surrender now and take it easy, and you will know what to do. This is Satori, an instant awakening. You no longer have to worry, prosperity will truly come to you, and you will be creating it in a magical way, as is the magic you experience every time you create a thought out of nothing. Trust in the miracle that you are. Trust that the universal force flows through you. If it were not like that, you would not be reading these words at this moment. Then move on with your life with a purpose. Act prosperously now. That's right, act like you already have all the prosperity you deserve. The person who acts prosperously is very generous. Be like that, right now. If you are not generous when it is difficult, you will not be generous when it is easy. You must be willing to give to others, even when your coffers are not full, because this is your purpose. Your purpose is independent of the coffers. It is something spiritual. Act spiritually. Give at least 10% of what you find in life to those who provide you with spiritual sustenance. This principle has always helped me create prosperity. I've always been a giver, even as a kid. It was never difficult for me to give what I had in my pocket, even if it was just a few coins. I loved paying things to others and helping my favorite friends bring more abundance in their lives. I have given much more than 10% to those whom I decided to help, and it has always come back to me multiplied by 10. It seems to be part of that invisible law of the divine. To live as if you were already prosperous is to be a generous person. Giving without expectations is living according to the spiritual self first and the physical self second. This is how to be divine to the fullest, and it is the secret to manifesting your own miracles in this field of prosperity. Jalil Gibran wrote these inspiring words about it. Study them carefully, they reflect the prosperity consciousness I have talked about in this chapter. And there are those who have little and give everything. They are those who believe in life and in the generosity of life, and their coffers are never empty. There are those who give joyfully, and that joy is their reward. And there are those who give with regret, and that regret is their baptism. And there are those who give and do not know sorrow in giving, nor do they seek joy, nor give attentive to virtue, they give as in the distant valley the myrtle breathes its fragrance into the air, and through their hands God speaks, and from the bottom of their eyes he smiles at the world. When God speaks through your hands and smiles through you to the world, because you give unconditionally and are a being with a purpose that does not ask for anything from anyone, your reward will be prosperity. When you have mastered the art of giving to others, practice the equally important art of giving yourself. Take a part of everything that comes to you in the form of money and invest it in yourself. Put this money in a savings plan that you control. See this as your miracle fund and be strictly firm in your contribution to this rapidly growing personal account. I have been doing this since I was an adult. I have set aside a certain percentage of what comes to me and have placed it in my financial miracle fund. It is automatic for me, and I never fail to take this principle into account. As a result, I was able to become financially independent at a very young age. You will be surprised how quickly that fund grows and brings you income, a certain portion of which goes directly back into your miracle fund. By doing this from childhood, you can be financially independent at age 30. It is simply a real investment in your own prosperity. It is a great policy that you can teach your children. It will lead them towards their own economic prosperity. Free yourself of your possible polarity in relation to money. Perhaps you have considered money as a blessing from God or as the archenemy of spirituality. Money has often been used as a battlefield for spiritual matters and for material matters. So it is possible that if you have accumulated money, you have come to believe that it is somehow in conflict with your spirituality. Do not forget that if your purpose involves the provision of things that require money for others and for yourself, and if you are uncompromisingly faithful to your purpose, money will appear in your life and help you in your heroic mission. In the same way, if you believe that you do not deserve money and that it symbolizes everything that is not spiritual, you will block and prevent its arrival in your life. When you are committed to your highest personal powers, a great measure of true universal power begins to flow through you. This can indeed be symbolized by the arrival of money in your life, and in that case you will have to resolve any ambivalence that you may harbor in relation to this money. So the money complaint is a trap. See it instead as that which manifests itself in your life to aid you in your purpose. Then stay true to your purpose and use that money, as well as any other abundance of material goods that begins to appear in your life in increasing amounts, to fulfill your commitment to your purpose. You can be spiritual, and have beautiful things. You can be spiritual and have the money that comes into your life. But you are not a spiritual being if the arrival of this money leads you to accumulate it or use it to demonstrate to ourselves and to show others that, in some way, we are superior. The real power comes from within, but we live in a physical body and also in a material world. Allow this physical world to be in harmony with your inner world and you will have resolved your ambivalence in relation to money. I see the money that comes into my life as the energy I can draw on to stay true to my purpose. It is a blessing and I use it in this context, and as a result it continues to flow to me in sufficient quantities to fulfill this commitment of mine to be a spiritual being with a human experience of prosperity and to help others to do the same. Realize that you will never have enough of what you don't want. If money is the only thing you want and want in order to have power over others, you will never have enough. Your goal is in the realm of the invisible, in that place where your whole life takes place. Money and other symbols of prosperity come into your life to help you on that path. If you ignore this message, you will see how large amounts of money come into your life, but you will also know its disappearance. Here is a perfect example of this mentality that you must let go of, expressed in Yogananda's words. I once saw a cartoon showing a dog hitched to a cart, small but very well loaded. The dog's owner had found an ingenious method to make the dog pull the cart for him. A fairly long pole, tied to the cart, extended above the dog's head. From the end of the stick a sausage was swinging temptingly. The dog, trying in vain to reach for the sausage, was barely aware of the heavy cart that was dragging behind him. How many businessmen and women are like this? They always think, if I earn just a little more money, I will finally find happiness. And somehow his happy sausage just keeps backing away and away from his hands. And yet, look what a load of problems and worries they drag after them as they struggle to reach it. Avoid the trap of believing that prosperity will come to your life thanks to the efforts of others. You are the one who creates your own life of prosperity. No one should change for you to know your own prosperity. This is an inside game, and you must give up expecting anything from others. Even if you manage to get others to bring you the symbols of prosperity, it would quickly disappear and you would find yourself stranded, with that infernal sausage in front of you, always suffering from the disease that is called more. And then you would look for a new group of others, always fighting and looking outward. Take responsibility for your feelings about prosperity and eliminate any kind of suffering that you may experience in this context. Lastly, meditate on your prosperity. Form images on your inner screen that reflect you as a prosperous individual. Don't let those images fade, whatever circumstances you have created in your life. Your meditations will provide you with an inner script to follow. Use this helpful practice to make what you really want to experience in the physical world come true. I know that prosperity is something anyone can achieve. If I can know it, and taking into account my meager beginnings, how can I imagine that another person will not be able to see it fulfilled? If I look back at those early days, I realize that, even then, I embodied a consciousness of prosperity. Because prosperity is carried within. I have seen my children grow and go more. All of them were once in baby bodies. Each and every one of them cried for a toy or any other object that would attract their immediate attention. Something as simple as a rattle that fascinated them, or a toy that was in the hands of another child. They would cry until the toy was given to them, then they would throw it away and cry for something else. We leave behind those little bodies, but many of us still have that childish thought. We want something else to satisfy us, but we don't know how to satisfy ourselves. We go on pursuing more and more without ceasing, pursuing prosperity as if it were in objects external to us. To know the secret of prosperity, know that you will never be able to find it. Or, to paraphrase a kiss, there is no path to prosperity, prosperity is the path. The magic reality and your personal identity. There is only one corner in the universe that you can surely improve, and that corner is you. Aldous Huxley. You can choose to have the personality that you like the most, and that's starting today. Yes, that's it, you can choose your personality. Why haven't you already established through the choices you have made over a lifetime exactly the type of human being you wanted to become? In that invisible realm where you make all your decisions about your physical circumstances, you have made choices destined to have a certain personality type along with specific fears, habits, and customs, certain levels of self-confidence, certain intellectual abilities, and so on. If you close your eyes and imagine for a moment the type of person you would like to be exactly, what image emerges? Try to form an accurate image in your mind, even when you consider its realization as an impossibility. Is this your miracle? Reduce your fears, have the IQ of a genius, be able to defend what you believe in? Overcome your shyness, get rid of your phobias, have a positive, caring and kind image of yourself. Forget for a moment that you've been taught that you can't help but have the personality you have, that you've inherited it from your parents, or that people can't really change. Forget the idea that some people have superior intelligence than others or that talent is inherited and you were given bad cards. You must release all of this in your inner vision and see yourself simply living and acting on a level of magical reality. You must develop within yourself a new knowledge, that you possess the ability, through your spiritual and invisible self, to create whatever change you can conceive of for yourself. I mean, if you can really believe in it, you can create it. This is the message of this chapter. You have created your own personality and therefore have the ability to change any part of it. You can manifest magical reality in your own inner life and become the person you believed only others could become. You already have everything you need to make this come true, you don't need anything else. The great lie. We grow up believing in so many limitations that, over time, our lives actually manifest these limitations. We hear ourselves say things that we accept as truths when, in fact, they are just false beliefs that have become our truths. As long as you hold on to the big lie, the truth of those false beliefs, you cannot become a person capable of experiencing miracles. Here are 5 of these false beliefs that permeate our culture. Do not forget that each and every one of them are just beliefs, inner ideas about our physical world. The more you hold on to these ideas and convince yourself and others that they represent the truth, the more you will make this truth inhibit the arrival of magical reality in your life. 1. I can't help being who I am, I've always been like this. I hear these opinions from people almost every day, and those same people always wonder why miracles never happen in their life. If you hold on to the belief that you must always be as you have been until now, you will be opposing growth. Whatever the character of your personality, shy, aggressive, fearful, introverted, or extroverted, you have to leave behind the illusion that you cannot help being who you are. You may even read studies that tell you that your personality is out of your control, that it has been given to you and you have no choice about it. You may say around that you would like to change, but that you are like this and you have always been like this. This inner image is a guarantee against the creation of miracles. In fact, a change in your personality that consists of becoming more open, trusting, caring, kind, or whatever else, may actually be the miracle you seek. You should put that excuse in the garbage can and remove it from your life completely. You may have always chosen to be a certain way in the past, but you must create an inner knowing that you have the power to create the kind of person you want to be, whatever that person may be, in all aspects of your human condition. 2. I am like this by nature, I have inherited my way of being and I cannot change it. You are just like your father, he was disorganized and the same happens to you. You inherited that lack of hearing from your maternal grandfather, he wasn't capable of humming a song either. All your brothers and all your sisters have been terrible at math, it runs in the family. She is shy, like her mother and her grandmother's mother. It is these opinions that help perpetuate the big lie. Miracles are impossible because you have come to believe that you inherited your limitations and that it is impossible to overcome genetics. Scientists will tell you that this genetic code has been transmitted to you through DNA and that you have to settle for what has happened to you and simply make the most of it. In order to enter the realm of magical reality, you must eliminate such ideas and become primarily a spiritual being, a being that has no limitations in that inner terrain where borders do not exist. In this place, you can imagine for yourself anything you want without anyone being able to take it away from you. In this realm, your corner of freedom, you can be multi-talented, brilliant intellectual, self-confident, fearless, and likable to boot. This is where you create your limits and this is where the beginning of magical reality takes place. Your miracle could be related to something that you are blocking due to your insidious belief in heredity. The world is full of people who have gone far beyond what genes might indicate as their limits. It is up to you to commit to this new intention. 3. My personality is controlled by my chemistry and my metabolism. This is a lie that we hear over and over again and that is repeated at times in the most prestigious circles, which makes it even more difficult to overcome. How can I change and become what I consider to be miraculous when my body chemistry controls who I am? Articles are published regularly that speak of the presence of certain enzymes in certain types of people, who are thus supposedly prisoners of these enzymes. Shy people have low enzymes, which are part of their chemistry. Obese people have fat enzymes, aggressive people have militaristic peptides, people with an ear for music have singing endorphins, and you are led to believe that this is why some people are a certain way and others are not. Scientists explain, as if nothing, miraculous achievements or lack of achievements by the presence or absence of certain chemicals. While scientists may be somewhat correct about body chemistry and the presence of invisible organisms in our systems, what they rarely address is the question of the type of control we have over our own bodies. It is clear that our body chemistry largely controls the way we live, but you have to come to understand something fundamental to our human condition. If we want to have magic bodies, we must have magic minds. Our body chemistry is always affected by the way we choose to think. Ulcers on a body show an alteration in body chemistry, no doubt, but you have to go to the source of the problem to understand how miracles happen. I do not dispute the presence of these tiny organisms in our bodies. All I want is for you to realize the enormous power that you have in the mind to contain these organisms or re-educate them so that they work for you and not against you. 4. My family is responsible for my personality. I could never escape my mother's clutches. My mother was overwhelming and my father abandoned us when I was still a child. The girls in the family are like that, there's nothing to do. These and thousands of other similar excuses are part of a great lie. These kinds of pronouncements are precisely the kind of inner ideas that will prevent you from experiencing miraculous changes in your personality. As long as you are convinced, even if only up to a point, that your family is responsible for making you the way you are today, you will be trapped in that cycle. Know within yourself that not only can you choose today, but that you have always been able to choose in relation to how you react to your family's influences. They cannot create the you that you experience, you can only do this yourself. The choice is always yours. You have the ability to reject the presence in you of behaviors, attitudes, and beliefs that you consider undesirable. Although you cannot eliminate the influences that were such an important part of your childhood, you and only you must decide if they will persist. Cultivate the inner knowledge that your family and your role within your family influence you today to the extent that you believe they influence. If you do not accept full responsibility for the way they are present in your life, you will prevent miraculous personality changes from taking place in you. If others are in control, you will be their victim, even if they seem to be leading you down a positive course. You must become a producer, director, and actor in the development of your life story. 5. I cannot escape my culture or my time. This is the lie that leads you to believe that your habits and customs are the result of that mysterious culture that is always qualifying and shaping your life. The idea of the influence of society is part of the illusion that you are shaped by that bigger and better social force. Society sets the rules and we are all victims of these practices. We live in a culture that teaches obedience, and I am just one of those obedient souls who think and act like the flock acts and thinks. How can you move forward when the government and the older brother are always telling you what you can and what you can't do? These are statements that reflect an inner vision of powerlessness. If you believe that culture determines who you are or what kind of person you will ultimately be, this will be your reality. On the other hand, all those who have been different in the world have been innovators. An innovator doesn't look at cultural norms and say, "That's all I can do." Instead, look inward and let your conscience and your commitment to purpose decide who you are going to become. Neither society nor culture even enters into your personal consideration when you decide how to carry out your purpose of service. If you want to follow your inclination and do something different in life, you will soon learn that you cannot follow the herd. We can apply here this old maxim: if you follow the herd you will end up stepping on excrement. Using culture or society as excuses will only prevent you from making miraculous changes to your personality. You cannot depend on the direction and approval of an amorphous them to decide what you are going to be. You cannot blame them for what you have not become. Again, it all comes down to your personal responsibility and how willing you are to consult your own spiritual consciousness, that invisible higher self that flows through you. Nothing out there can control what is in there, the relationship is the other way around. As you think, so you will be. Your thought is yours and has its origin in you. The society you find yourself in is nothing more than the stage on which you perform your own miracles. These are the 5 false beliefs that make up the great lie that you have been bombarded with from your earliest moments of consciousness. If any of them are familiar to you and if you continue to use them as a justification for your lack of self-growth, you should start a program designed to overcome these illusions. All this takes place in that invisible place inside you, where you have the choice to permanently rid yourself of these unhealthy beliefs by cultivating new and transformative ideas that replace the ones you had before. How to overcome the big lie. I am a miracle. Repeat this over and over to yourself until it is firmly implanted in your mind. Be amazed at yourself. Producing miracles in your life is the consequence of knowing inside that you are already a miraculous being. When you know and feel the miracle that you are, you also begin to know and feel that nothing is impossible for you. You begin to realize that you no longer need to hold on to those 5 excuses outlined above, and instead turn to your new awareness. To overcome the big lie that tells you that those false beliefs are truths, you will need to equip yourself with new beliefs that empower you. You must come to the knowledge that you can choose the life you want to live. You can choose to turn your life into a great, ever-evolving work of art. The key is in your thoughts, the fabulous invisible part of your being that is your spirit soul. You have come to this world housed for a time in a limited body. But you also have a limitless mind. That mind of yours has no boundaries or form and is infinitely capable of creating any kind of miracle it decides to create if it is honored and celebrated properly. You can occupy a sick form, grow up in a troubled family, find yourself in a shy and depressed personality, have a wobbly demeanor, a medium IQ or genius, and a lot of phobias and fears if you want, and you can even choose to believe that you don't have choice on the matter and convince others of it. Or you can choose something else. You can use that infinite, invisible force to create a miraculously purpose-filled person. With the thought of magical reality, you can leave behind the old conditioning hypnosis and see that there are those who have overcome seemingly insurmountable conditions. You can then use your thoughts to know that if one person can leave schizophrenia behind, another can overcome manias and depressions, and another can become a doctor even though they have been told they were dyslexic or even retarded, then whatever the reason. Force that flows through them and allows these miracles, you can also take advantage of it and use it to become the person you want to be. The thought of magical reality says, I believe it, I know it, and I will tap into my spiritual powers to do it. This is my intention. If you are on the side of the belief in limitations, I am sure you will believe that this is all just unrealistic optimism. You will see all the suffering in the world and what seems like the mysterious wrath of God towards us, and you will choose such thoughts as, look at all those people caught up in their circumstances, who have terrible mental ailments, who live in abominable family situations. There is no hope for them and there is no hope for me. People cannot stop being who we are. We have no choice. So be it. You can learn to be optimistic or you can learn to be pessimistic. My philosophy on this is stated very simply: no one knows enough to be pessimistic. No one. We have only begun to use the consciousness of the power of the invisible world in which we are immersed. Our minds, our thoughts, our souls, are now beginning to be recognized by those progressive scientists of whom I have already spoken. A heart begins to beat in a mother's womb 6 to 7 weeks after conception, and what we call life is on its way. And that is a total mystery to the greatest minds on the planet. Where was that life before? What mysterious and invisible force was present in the union of those 2 apices of human protoplasm that determines each fold, each hair, each cell until death of that body? And where was that invisible force before it that life will begin, and what happens to it after the parenthesis is closed? It is all a mystery, and all of it unknown. How, then, can we choose to be pessimistic about what we do not know? As for me, I know the power of that force and I am convinced that it can be channeled to create miracles in our own personality. You can choose the path of magical reality and be the type of person you have dreamed of becoming, or you can choose to harbor doubt and create a life based on this doubt. Martin Seligman, friend and colleague, says it with these words in his masterful book Learned Optimism. It may seem that a pessimistic attitude is deeply ingrained, such that it appears permanent. However, I have found that pessimism can be escaped. In fact, pessimists can learn to be optimistic, and this not through unconscious mechanisms such as whistling a ditty or singing chants, but by learning a new set of cognitive skills. Emphasis is placed on the word cognitive, which is equivalent to thinking. And this is precisely what you can and will do to create your magical personality with all its unique characteristics. The big lie, that is, the idea that you can't help being the way you are, is overcome by and through magical thinking. This magical thinking will lead you to be exactly the type of person you choose for yourself. How to create your own magical personality. As you already know, this whole program aimed at creating miracles revolves around the simple premise that you must become in the physical world what you believe in your invisible world. Here are the 6 keys to make yourself the person you choose in order to carry out your heroic mission on this earth. 1. Your personality. What would you like to be able to say about your own unique personality? Create a fantasy in your mind and imagine more exactly how you would like to be. Instead of looking at what you see now, look at what you would really like in terms of your personality traits. What level of self-confidence would you like to show when meeting other people in all areas of life? Would you like to be more assertive in your opinions? Less introverted and contemplative, or more loving and kind? More or less vulnerable, more tender, less anxious and nervous? Create in your mind a picture of the type of personality that you think would best fit you. For the moment, just know that all these inner images can be translated into physical behavior, for this is precisely what you have been doing all along since you appeared here in the human form that you occupy. You came imagining yourself as someone more or less sure of himself, more or less nervous, and so on. Even if you weren't aware of it, this is how your personality was shaped. You constantly act in accordance with those inner visions. When you know, and have no doubt, that you can choose the most suitable personality in order to fulfill your purpose here, and trust in your ability to be that person in both the spiritual and physical sense, you will create the magical reality that will transform your life. Current. You will literally become that personality you could only fantasize about, and you will adopt physical behaviors that will reflect your new, miraculous inner vision. 2. Your talent. Imagine for a moment the optimal talent that you would like to possess. See in yourself the person in possession of that elusive good that we have come to call talent. Talent is generally seen as an innate ability that God has given us and that allows some to reach higher levels than others. Mozart had talent, a mystical gift given by God. Michael Jordan is talented. Baryshnikov is talented. We can agree on who are those who possess what we call talent, but we are unable to define the concept. Let's see it another way. Talent is actually a quality that is defined through comparison. If there were no others with whom to compare Mozart or Michael Jordan, the concept of talent would not exist. If these two individuals had limited themselves to performing or producing in their own personal way, fulfilling their own purpose in their particular areas, and we saw them as individuals who did not compete with anyone, we would not use a concept such as talent to describe them. Talent, according to this other definition, would be applicable to everyone. But those of us who have grown up in the West find it almost impossible to conceive of such an idea. How else could we judge people? And judge is the right word here. You do it with yourself constantly. You judge yourself and judge the relative merits of your talents based on the performance of those around you. Your talent in a particular area is simply what you believe about yourself and how you compare yourself to the performance of others. You have accepted the lie that some people are more or less talented than others. But you can take your inner consciousness to a new level. You can begin to tell yourself, I have all the talent that I have chosen to have, and while I admire and enjoy what others are doing, their actions tell me nothing about what I can or cannot achieve. Here are some words from learned optimism that describe this attitude. A composer may have all the talent of a Mozart and a passionate desire for success, but if he thinks he is incapable of composing music, he will get nowhere. Mozart already believed at the age of 4 in his ability to compose. Baryshnikov comes out on stage convinced first and foremost that he is capable of evolving and moving like a flying angel. Michael Jordan, when jumping into the stratosphere, believes first and foremost that he is capable of rising, and his body then makes his belief come true. More than believing, they all know that their miraculous feats flow from that intention that comes from knowledge. This is talent. It is useless to say that the body in which you appeared will affect your behavior in this physical world. Your choice to shine in any given area will be based on your own personal interests. You will probably have no interest in being a professional basketball player if you live in a 1 meter 60 tall body. If, however, you were interested in it and knew that you are capable of achieving it, even making a block or high shot in the process. If this were your knowledge, you would act on that belief and make it come true. And if you don't believe me, have a word with Spud Webb, who won the National Basketball Association slam dunk contest with a body that tall. Your talent, like everything else in your being, is a function of the invisible force that flows through your body. It is not located in your hands or in your genes or in any part of your body. It is in the force that flows through your entire being. This is difficult to accept when you have been thoroughly indoctrinated to believe that some have talent and others do not. But you can make the cosmic dice fall differently and create the level of talent that you and only you need to fulfill your purpose here. Stop structuring your life as if you need to be better than someone else. Instead, examine your purpose in life and know then that you have at this very moment everything you need in terms of talent to create the miracle you seek in your life. Read the following words from Jane Roberts in The Nature of Personal Reality. They talk about your own personal talent level as well as everything else about your reality. If you are sick, you can say, I didn't want to be sick. If you are poor, I did not want to be poor. Or, if you are not loved, I did not want to be alone. And yet, for reasons that are yours alone, you began to believe in illness more than health, in poverty more than abundance, and loneliness more than affection. I would add that you can say that you would like to have more talent, but the fact is that, for reasons that are yours alone, you began to believe in your lack of talent more than in the talent you have. When you begin to know rather than doubt your talent, you will discover the physical capacities necessary to fulfill your purpose. 3. Your intelligence. How intelligent would you like to be? How would you like the genius label next to your name? Would you like to raise your IQ and possess intellectual abilities that allow you to surpass those around you in intelligence? More capable than you already are, it is in that area of an imaginary IQ where many people live in illusion. Get rid of the belief that a magic number assigned to your mental powers limits your abilities and possible achievements as a human being. The best definition of IQ, intelligence quotient, is this: intelligence is what intelligence tests measure. You are not a number. You are a soul, without number and infinite. The capabilities of your inner self, which has no boundaries, are limitless. Analysts and specialists of all kinds try to make you believe otherwise, and thus they put this form of mystification into circulation within the culture. You cannot change your IQ, which is something fixed and determines what you can and cannot do in life. But think about this for a moment. These tests, which supposedly measure something abstract called intelligence, have been devised by people who want to sell their instruments, who want to compartmentalize others, prevent people from attending certain schools, and settle down in order to give these numbers to parents. They are material instruments whose purpose is to prevent people from fulfilling their purpose in life. They are silly and absurd procedures that give people an external number to hold onto to explain their level of success or lack of success in the material world. Let me give you 2 examples drawn from my own life that illustrate this point. Once I was invited to take an exam in which my intelligence was to be measured in reading analysis, and the specialists in charge of the test used several paragraphs extracted from my book Your Erroneous Zones. I was asked to read the paragraph and then answer 5 questions about my interpretation of the text. I read the paragraph that I had written myself and then began to answer the questions. I received a score of 80 out of 100 for the 5 questions. The only question he had not answered correctly was number 5, referring to the intention of the author. They lowered my IQ because I had not been able to correctly identify the intention of the author, when this was me. On another occasion, while I was still in college, I was examined in a course on modern American poetry. The teacher said that my interpretation of the poem in question was incorrect and, consequently, he lowered my grade considerably. At the time, the poet was still living and teaching at a major university in the Midwest. I decided to write to him sending him my interpretation of the poem, which in my opinion was profound and correct. I received a beautiful letter in reply, in which the poet told me that my vision of his poetry reflected his own. He indicated that I too had the spirit of a poet and suggested that I continue to write poetry myself. I took my interpretation of the poem along with the poet's letter and brought it to a scheduled consultation with my English teacher, confident that I was going to get my IQ in poetry raised. The teacher refused to raise my grade. His reply was, "Sometimes poets don't know how to interpret their own poems." Your note still stands. When evaluating your own IQ, keep examples of this kind in mind. Remember that there are no accidents in this perfect universe. Know that your purpose is beyond any possible evaluation made through scientific measurements. You must be sure that one person's ability to solve the rhyming scheme of an Elizabethan sonnet or another's ability to understand mathematical formulations are just what they are. There is no need for comparisons or gradual scales. Your IQ is an illusion. You can flip that figure drastically by flipping what the tests show. Is the person capable of tuning a car less intelligent than the person who can solve a second-degree equation? Is he the teacher of the class, who with his suit and tie explains environmental issues from an intellectual point of view, smarter than the ecologically conscious young man who decides to learn firsthand living in the forest? Who can decide what our IQ is? Why should we label everyone in our culture with one more number, a number that is going to be wrong interpreted both by the person who receives it and by those who emit it? You have all the ability you may need to fulfill your purpose. Your intelligence is infinite. You must realize the absurdity of this assigning a coefficient to people. Intelligence has to do with the mind, and the mind has no boundaries. But CI numbers tell us about borders. There is no way to quantify something that lacks dimensions. If you want to experience the miracle of possessing genius-level intelligence, turn around those inner voices that have convinced you of your limitations due to your intellect. About 20 years ago, in your wrong zones, I made a new definition of intelligence. Even today I defend that definition. An effective and happy life lived every day and every moment of every day is worth more as a barometer of intelligence. You are a genius. When you know that you have the intellectual capacity to create your own happiness, and when you know who or what to consult, you are also a genius. Of course, you can improve your ability to perform any intellectual task. You can improve your math and reading skills. You can learn anything to which you dedicate your intellect. What you have or have not learned up to this point has to do with the choices you have made and not with an innate disability determined by a number assigned by those who have a deep self-interest in the numbers game. Do not forget this in relation to your level of intelligence and make it occupy a primordial place in your infinite mind, without borders or figures. You are first and foremost a spiritual being. And you can't put a number to that. 4. Your habits and customs. Would you like to be able to change some of the things that you do over and over but that are not good for you? Would you like to get rid of self-destructive habits? Question everything that concerns you. Your personality is made up of the hundreds of ways in which you habitually handle the everyday physical affairs of your life. If you lead an existence of television and inactivity that you dislike, but that you are not able to rid yourself of, you can create the miracle you seek. You can turn around your routine daily habits and let yourself be totally wrapped up in life regardless of your income level or your circumstances. Remember that circumstances do not make man but reveal him. In a neighborhood located a few kilometers from my house, there is the highest unemployment rate in the state of Florida. Approximately 75% of its inhabitants are without work. And yet when I drive through the neighborhood I see broken glass on the lawns, trash everywhere, uncut grass, and uncleaned or unpainted houses. Why? If 75% of people are out of work, wouldn't it be logical to see those people picking up at least garbage and broken glass with as much free time as they have? And it's not like that. You see them sitting doing nothing. The circumstances of their lives have revealed the way they have decided to live. It costs nothing to collect and clean, but this is not done because those habits have become the way to act in the face of your circumstances. Your habits reveal you. They tell us about the way you have decided to live your life and use your powerful mind. The same invisible force that runs through those who pick up the broken glass and manage to work and provide for their families runs through those who make the opposite choice. That force is in all of us. Some take advantage of it and others put it aside and then blame their circumstances for the habits and customs of their lives. Being miserable is a habit. Being depressed is a habit. Being lazy or limited is a habit. These and many other personality traits are a consequence of the way the mind is used. There are many people, including this author, who have spent much of their life with very little in the way of material possessions and yet they did not make depression a habit. There are many who go through such circumstances and make a habit of choosing happiness over despair, which is an internal process and not an external one. And those who do manage to choose self-help habits are almost always those who transcend their circumstances of hardship and create for themselves a life of greater abundance. Whatever habits and customs you blindly obey, you can change in an instant when you become spiritual first and material second. You have the power to change the things that are not working for you, what you have come to call problematic habits or customs. If you believe this and know it inside, you will see how your physical self automatically follows a new course. Learning to think independently of those habits is the essence of overcoming personality traits that are no longer useful to you. You don't have to stay conditioned and hypnotized in your current state if it doesn't serve your purpose. You may have gotten into the habit of allowing others to influence or play with you, or of being the servant of others, thereby failing to fulfill your own destiny. These are habits that you have adopted as you teach others in your life what exactly you are willing to put up with. You can get rid of habits that tend to allow others to manipulate you. You can get rid of rooted personality traits that aren't really rooted at all. They are simply habits that you have chosen for yourself. To create a miracle for yourself in which you are not a victim of others, your circumstances, or yourself, you must effect a change in your inner world and create, in that private space for a purposeful and spiritually fulfilled human being. 5. Aging. Imagine for yourself the ultimate miracle, a slowdown or elimination of the aging process. Here is a clear and personal miracle. You can have a huge impact on the aging state of your body. Here is what my friend Dr. Deepak Chopra says about the subject in his classic Perfect Health. Aging seems so complicated that it is difficult to even define exactly what it is. A typical liver cell performs 500 separate functions, which means it has a 500 chance of breaking down. All of these possibilities are the ways you can grow old. On the other hand, the idea that aging is complex may be wrong. Despite the 1,000 waves that move it, the oceanic tide constitutes a single phenomenon pushed by a single force. The same can be said of the aging of the human being, even when we see it in the form of hundreds of waves, unrelated aches and pains, new wrinkles around the eyes and deeper marks at the corners of the mouth, and countless other problems. Try to capture this new perspective so brilliantly expounded by Dr. Chopra in the chapter entitled Aging is a Mistake. While everyone succumbs to the aging process, the question to ask is this: is it inevitable? Dr. Chopra points out that DNA, which controls all cellular functions, is virtually invulnerable to wear and tear. It has survived without even an iota of aging for at least 600 million years. The basic raw material of your being has no age. And yet we grow old. Why? The ancient sages called the aging process an error of the intellect. Aging is the fact of forgetting how to do things right inside a cell. It is not something normal, but a way of being learned. The error of the intellect is in identifying exclusively with the physical body and coming to think that it is necessary to undergo the aging process. The mind begins to prepare for aging as soon as it is capable of intellectualizing. You've always seen him around you and you've read about him, and that's all you know. So you prepare your body for its own self-destruction. The way out of this trap, the magical reality at your disposal, is located, like everything else, in your invisible self. In your mind. You can truly refuse to allow an old man to enter your body. This is your garage, which you use temporarily to park your soul. You can turn your inner perspective around and literally affect each and every cell in your body. Your invisible self, your mind, is not located only in your brain. It is your spiritual consciousness, and it is found in every cell of your being. Let's say that the world is in you, and that, if you can work on your mind in a truly magical way, you will be able to influence the aging process of cells made of indestructible DNA with great force. If, at the moment you read these words, you are full of doubts about whether that is going to be possible for you, then, of course, your doubt will affect each and every one of the cells of your body, including the memory that DNA has to be renewed. It is in your mind, where the magic of that invisible intelligence works, where you must examine your attitudes in relation to aging. Do you have old thoughts? Do you think you should walk stooped and slower, and lose your memory, and look old? Because it is in these invisible formulations that you program the functioning of your cells. That invisible intelligence is perfect, it has no age. You can begin to rethink your thinking, that your individual cells deteriorate. And if you use your mind in a new way, with a view to developing a new inner knowledge, you may be able to influence that process that you have been considering as unavoidable. Here's another quote from Perfect Health that I can't resist including. If you take your mind to a level of functioning that is beyond age, that same quality will affect your body. It will age more slowly because your mind dictates it to it, at the deepest level. By seeing yourself free of aging, you will indeed be. Do not reject this idea, let it penetrate you and see if you find any meaning in it for you and for the 50 billion cells, all of them working in perfect harmony to keep you alive in that ageless human body of yours. 6. Your emotional health. Your possibilities regarding the way of life from the emotional point of view are endless. The problem many of us have is that we have limited ourselves to a few options in the emotional realm of our human condition. When we experience fear, for example, our mind is capable of literally producing molecules that appear in the form of adrenaline. Yes, a mental impulse produces something in the body that is physical in nature. It has substance and is measurable, and its origin is in the mind. This is the miracle of the functioning of the mind. Our thoughts produce physical manifestations that we have learned to call emotions. The molecules that make up your emotions are derived directly from your mental world. The chemicals that appear in your body are actually created by the invisible mind. This is actually the miracle that I have been talking about throughout this book, only it is more evident in the world of emotions. Yes, you and your invisible entity can create the physical world that you wish to create. Yes, your mind is capable of influencing things in the physical world. Yes, you can create miracles in your life through the magical use of your mind. Your emotions are physical manifestations of your thoughts. The joy you experience is situated in your physical body, and the chemicals present when you experience joy can be identified and quantified. The same can be said of fear, stress, anger, rage, jealousy, depression, phobic reactions, and so on. They are all chemical changes that take place within your body. You make these chemicals in your own quantum pharmacy, which starts with your mind. This mind is capable of literally making thousands of drugs that appear in your body from scratch. Do you need an antidepressant or a tranquilizer? You don't have to go to the pharmacy. Your mind can create exactly what your body needs. You are constantly creating molecules that we name in various ways and that we have come to call emotions. When you start to heal your inner being and constantly consult that inner voice, you alter, I say alter, your immune system. Dr. Dean Ornish published a bestseller, Reversing Heart Disease, which is exactly about reversing and not just stopping symptoms. Dr. Ornish and I have been repeatedly featured in the media, and I have been enormously impressed by the person and by his pioneering work. It was a pleasant surprise for me to see that his groundbreaking work primarily emphasized the inner self and how to teach people to work on their own physiology by eliminating the disturbing signals sent to their immune system from the mind. To turn around the possibility of heart disease, according to him, you basically have to learn to overcome the tendencies of your mind to create disease. Emotional reactions of anger, stress, tension, fear, etc., have their origin in the mind. These reactions create chemical imbalances and veritable toxins that cause the body to deteriorate. The way to cure these ailments is not to attack these chemicals by sending a new army of drugs prepared by the laboratories, but to work on the original pharmaceutical machinery that causes the chemical imbalances. This is the way to cure ourselves of practically all diseases, and it is also the way to understand our own emotional state. You are the creator of your emotions, which have their origin in your thinking. Those emotional reactions are actually physical in nature. Any emotion that you choose with your thought will take up residence in your body. It is very important that you understand this. Once you have realized that it is you who chooses the fears, the anxiety levels, the phobias, the ecstasy levels and so on, you can also be the one who creates any miracle that you want to experience in this world of emotions. You may not be sure how you decide to create the toxic molecules that appear in your emotional world. However, the simple fact of acknowledging that you decide it sets in motion the physiological changes you want to experience. An old Indian saying expresses these ideas very well: if you want to know what you were thinking yesterday, look at your body today. If you want to know what your body will be like tomorrow, see what you think today. Emotions appear in our body in the form of physical manifestations of our thoughts. Keep this in mind as we head down the path of magical reality. These 6 categories constitute the inventory of personality variables that you control in your invisible mind. Your attitudes in relation to your personality, your talent, your IQ, your habits, your aging and your emotions are the inner baggage that you carry with you wherever you go. Your beliefs in this regard are yours alone. You have selected all of your inner attitudes towards each of these categories. The biggest obstacle to reshaping your personality and turning it into the work of art you want will be overcoming your fears and doubts. You live at all times with these fears and doubts, companies that have prevented you from taking responsibility for creating a magical life for yourself. Before moving on to the strategies that you can use to produce magical changes in your life, I think it is important to study the greatest of all fears, the fear that is seemingly omnipresent in all of us. Your relationship with your own death. An idea that you carry with you throughout your life and from your early years is the awareness of your own death. One question that seems to puzzle us all is, where will I go when I die? Many of us have an unresolved relationship with death. We know people who have died. We have seen others flirt with death. We know that we have to die one day. But that does not mean that death ceases to be an eternal mystery. In order to create a life of magical reality, you must free yourself from the fear and anxiety that surround this mystery of the disappearance of your own body. The fear of death can be a great inhibitor in your life. It can prevent you from living to the fullest, and it can make the time you spend here in this human form anxious and unhealthy. To get out of this dilemma, you have to face fear directly. As with everything I've said in this book, facing it means looking at it from the inside. Your fear is a thought. It is invisible. If you live with anxiety about your death, you will process everything you have seen and heard about death in this way, making it permanent. Death, in this thought process, is simply the end. The great void. You are a cosmic accident and life is a gigantic terminal illness. There is nothing before, there is nothing after. In fact, this idea is really scary. But something inside you, in that invisible space, tells you that it can't be like that. You know that there is a part of you that is immune to death. Since death has to do with the end, your invisible and dimensionless soul is not subject to delineations such as beginnings and ends. You know that your life itself is invisible, that it is simply located in your physical body. It is with this awareness that you must become familiar in order to transcend your fear of death. There is an essential immortality that constitutes the birthright of every human being. To understand this, you must begin by refuting your total identification with your body. All holy spiritual teachers, and some who have not been so holy for much of their lives, have left us this message. The Bhagavad Gita speaks of this life with these words. Just as a man abandons worn clothes and acquires new ones, When the body is worn out, the self that lives within it acquires a new one. The translator Eknatha Asvaran, who has devoted much of his life to the study of the Bhagavad Gita, says about these words: "For such an enlightened being, death is no more traumatic than shedding an old jacket. Life cannot offer higher realization. The supreme goal of human existence has been reached. The man or woman who realizes that God has everything and lacks nothing, having this, does not want more, no regret, however burdensome, can shake this man. Life cannot threaten such a person and does not carry within it more than the opportunity to love, to serve, and to give." Think about what Asvaran tells us here and also the words of the Bhagavad Gita. We reach the ultimate goal of human existence when we become at peace with our own immortality and see death not as an end or a punishment but as an awakening, a reward, a return to infinity that surrounds this parenthesis in eternity. In the Christian tradition, Jesus Christ speaks to us of immortality, and this is eternal life in which you will know the one true God in yourself. All religious traditions speak of coming to know one's own immortality by attaining a spirituality and a sense of purpose. In all ages of man, since the beginning of the written history of all human religious traditions, there have been similar beliefs 83 about immortality. All of them spoke of the existence of an invisible world that is part of the personality of each human being and that the purpose of life in the physical body itself is to discover God, or another name that we want to give it, and that represents the invisible intelligence that permeates all of life. But my telling you about it or having it passed on to you by spiritual teachers through their various religious traditions will not make your anxiety disappear. You must come to know it within yourself, and that is something you can achieve for yourself. Although I have cited some of the spiritual traditions and left hundreds more due to space limitations, you may also be interested in the words of someone who had no religious instruction. Someone who, in fact, spent his entire life pursuing unspiritual things. He had been a rugby player, a tough street kid, a cocaine addict for many years by his own admission, and generally a guy who had little interest in spiritual matters. His name is Gary Busey, an American actor best known for his portrayal of Buddy Holly in the movie about the rock and roll singer who died at the age of 22. In 1988, Gary Busey nearly died in a serious accident while riding his motorcycle, inflicting head injuries that brought him to the brink of death. These are Gary's words from an article by Lewin Lee published in the Long Beach Press on February 28, 1991. "The great tragedy is not death, but what dies inside you when you are alive. The second part of my life began on December 4, 1988. I went to the other side. I ended up in a room full of lights. I was nothing more than the cord that lives in my spine and that houses the soul. 3 plates of light came to my face to tell me that I was in a beautiful place of love. And I was love. I could walk away with that energy and leave this body. Or I could return to this body and resume my destiny. It was up to me to choose." These are not the words of a New Age guru, but of a hardened Texan who lived on the edge his entire life until he met the other side. As described in the article, Gary is today a calm and thoughtful man who does not try to impress or convince. To his detractors, to whom his transformation seems incredible, he responds, "It is not about believing or not believing. The truth is beyond belief. Occurred. It's all I can say. I was there. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter, because it's the truth." And this ex-junkie, who always spoke with imprecations, concludes his interview with these words: "The most important word that has ever been invented is the word love. I have heard thousands and thousands of stories like Gary Busey's. My own sister-in-law, Marilyn Dyer, told me about her visit to the other side after a car accident that occurred some 20 years ago. She has never feared death since. You know what you saw, and it was joyous and blissful. Some believe it, others are skeptical. So be it." Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and Dr. Raymond Moody have written volumes on what have come to be called EBMs, near-death experiences. There is almost universal agreement among those who have been on the brink of death. They all speak of lights and happiness and the absence of suffering. An eternal and loving welcome. You can either believe it when you read it or be skeptical. The choice is always yours. The basic reason for your anxiety regarding death is a lifelong habit of believing that your body is you. When you learn that you are actually a conscious mind inhabiting a body, you will begin to see the absurdity of that total identification with your body. You will soon develop in yourself an attitude of affectionate concern for your body, accompanied by a sense of distant identification. If you ask where will I go when I die referring to your soul, the answer is that you do not die. Death is a concept that is related to an end. For there to be an end there must be borders and, obviously, your dimensionless self has no borders. Your immortality is something you become familiar with when you become a spirit being with human experience. If you identify your whole self with your body, you will have to reframe the question and say, where will my body go when I die? You treat here once more than two people. The I supposes an owner or possessor, and the body represents that which is possessed. That body you inhabit has been dying every day since you appeared here. You lose part of it every day, and you completely renew it at the same time. None of the physical cells that you had a few years ago are present in you today. It is a process of renewal and replacement. The part of your body that dies must be replaced by living tissue. A few kilos of your body die every day and are eliminated and returned to the earth in various physiological processes. Then you ask the ground to provide you with the renewing material that will keep you alive. If you hadn't been physically dying every day, and if you were 50 years old, you would weigh a ton of tons. The process of death in the physical world is what allows you to live. The minerals that make up your body are used as part of the perfect recycling system that is the physical universe. That is not you. The few minerals that remain will ultimately be used for the same process. But in your soul there are no minerals and your soul has no shape, and this means that it is immune to death. Every night you sleep and your body knows rest. It is a moment of renewal. With this rest period you build a new body. You do it because you are spent after the activity of the day. Eventually your current body will wear out, unless you solve the aging bug entirely and go into a state of rest. But what about your soul? Here is the great mystery. I love this passage from Lau Russell's God will work with you, not for you. Everywhere in nature you see roses, trees, and grass being reborn. Last year you picked an apple from this branch. This year you are looking at other apples where you picked one from last year, and the following year and the next you will be able to pick another as well. And if you open one you will see that apple that you are going to eat wrapped in the seeds of other apples yet to be born, and that will repeat the bodies of apples that were born long ago. It is the eternal process of nature, the repetition of eternal life that divides this eternal life into eternal repetitions of life. We call them life and death, but they are both opposite expressions of life. Isn't it wonderful to know this? Isn't it wonderful to know that every day that you live in the visible world of the bodies, each of your thoughts and actions is also simultaneously repeated and recorded in the invisible world of the mind? As you unfold in the invisible, spiritual direction that I have been talking about throughout this book, you will gradually lose your sense of bodily reality. You will acquire a new enlivened reality, with a great reverence for the physical body in which you live. This reality tells you that you are capable of creating real and physical molecules with your conscious mind, that there is a constant process of renewal of your physical body and creation of your physical world by your mind. You finally arrive in the world of magical reality, where you can create miraculous events in the material universe with your invisible mind. While others will say they are miracles, you will know that it is your conscious but invisible mind doing what it has always been doing, creating your own physical experiences, only now they will be experiences of joy and purpose. As you awaken more and more, your concern about what may happen to your body will disappear and you will replace this concern with knowledge. Your goal will be to put your body and mind in balance with the universal laws of God, aware of the miracle that you are, and rid yourself of all absurd ideas in relation to death. You will discover that those who have died have not disappeared at all. They are simply renewing themselves, as you have been doing. How to put magic reality in your personality. Your personality, with all the components that I have cited in this chapter, is your creation. You can create a miracle in yourself by making out of that personality everything you can imagine for yourself in your all-knowing and all-powerful mind. Here are some of the steps you can put into practice. In order to manifest your new way of being from today on, eliminate any doubt about the kind of person you can become. You live in the world of the mind. Everything you know about yourself as a physical being corresponds to a mental equivalent or a belief that you have. If you perceive deficiencies in your personality, it is because you have the mental equivalent of a deficiency in your belief system. This is called doubt. Constantly remind yourself that all that you have become is the consequence of all that you have thought. Your intellect, your levels of self-confidence, your gifts, your fears, and your habits are all physical manifestations of a mental equivalence. The way to change these equivalences is to think calmly, constantly, and persistently about the kind of person you really want to become. These thoughts will be the seeds that you will plant in the physical world. Ultimately, you will create molecules in your physical world that correspond to your mental images. In the same way that you create ulcerative molecules with your thought, you can create whatever you want by eliminating doubt and replacing it with faith. Stop using phrases in your material world that reflect what you do not want to be. If you call yourself limited, clumsy, foolish, fearful, or weak, you will be blocking the miracle-creating possibilities you seek. If your miracle is to be like you have never been, you should never stop playing those old tapes. Initiate a process of affirmations that reflect an awareness of self-confidence and strength by speaking of your limitless ability to learn any new brain power and realizing the fears that you have overcome. Emphasize your ability, both in conversations with others and with yourself. Remember that what you think and speak turns into action. If you talk about your weaknesses and defend them, you will also be thinking about them. Don't forget that what you say to others, even when you seem to be doing it in insignificant ways, are reflections of that inner mental equivalent. If you want there to be an expansion of trust in your life, you should talk about your trust and mention examples of it. If you want your fears to increase, tell others about those fears and all the ghoulish details, which will help you convince yourself of your weaknesses. This seems very simplistic, but it is the way to create a truly magical transformation in your personality. Keep that safety zone in your mind and dedicate yourself to allowing these new miraculous thoughts to develop their material equivalent in your everyday world. Focus on what you stand for and not what you fight. For example, do not think that you should stop harboring resentments, because if you did, you would be thinking about the resentment and consequently you would behave that way in the material world. Think instead about what you want to see increased. Think of health, harmony, love, and bodily well-being and you will act in accordance with that thought. If you consider yourself lacking in talent or intellect, do not say, "I will not consider myself ignorant or lacking in talent," because then you would be thinking ignorance and reinforcing the mental equivalent of limitations. Instead, use your mind to focus on images such as this one: I have everything I need to realize my dreams. I have no limits and I am part of the perfection of this physical world. I am not a mistake, I am a divine necessity. These types of images will dramatically change your equivalent behaviors in the physical world. You will act according to a new image of yourself based on possibilities, and you will see how you perform miracles that previously seemed impossible. Remind yourself every day that you are a being with a purpose. When you live with purpose and give of yourself with joy, your personality will reflect that joy. You will manifest the talent and intellect necessary to fulfill your purpose. You will not need to fight or make a detailed plan of goals and objectives. Your ability to actually make changes to your own personality is intact. You are not going to acquire intelligence, talent, abilities, or self-confidence from outside of yourself. These are components that are already in you. What you need is to change and move on to having a purpose, to a state in which you feel inspired and important. When this is your state of mind, everything you need in terms of personality traits will surface. Remember that your personality has not been given to you by your family or your culture, you have created it. You've realized exactly the personality you needed to take on your life's task up to this point. And now you can recharge your batteries on the journey of your life. You don't have to keep living and using those old variables over and over again if they no longer serve you. Maintain your sense of purpose and you will not operate from deficiencies in your thinking. Trust your intuition completely every day. Your inner voices will insistently tell you that you have the necessary ingredients to fill your life with joy. Your silent and invisible conversations will have the fascination of a debate. I can dance if I want to. No, you've always been clumsy. I am very intelligent. No, you were searched in geometry in high school. I am brave. No, you're even afraid of your shadow. The I is your intuition, while the you constitutes your physical experience that reminds you of the absurdity of your claim to magical reality. You must learn not only to trust your intuitive voices but to obey them on a regular basis. It is your divine guide speaking in those quiet conversations. When you know it is there and you refuse to believe otherwise, you will see miraculous changes take place in you. One day, I was running when I observed a couple in a somewhat pitiful situation. Somehow they had been left out of the rental car, which was locked with the engine running. They were trying frantically to force the door open and get into the moving car to go to the airport, some 20 kilometers away. There were several people trying to help them, including 2 employees of a security truck. I noticed them, and my intuition said surely you could help them. But I kept running, ignoring my inner voice. Back from my race, 40 minutes later, I saw the couple surrounded by the same people and still unsuccessfully trying to get into the moving car. I ran past them again, and the inner voice spoke even louder, "Come back, I'm sure you can help them solve their problem." I kept running for 100 yards until I couldn't continue to ignore my inner pleas. I went back to the car and told the woman, who was in a panic, that I could open the car for her as this had happened to me several times. I had no idea what I could do, but I knew that I was there to help them and that I was capable of doing it. They had tried to open the door lock, smooth and tapered, designed to repel this type of struggle with a bent peg. I said to the woman, the car is running and has an electric lock, what you have to do is touch the electric button on the window with a long stick. I turned around, and there next to it on the ground was the right stick. I took the key to my room and opened the window just enough so that the woman could slide the stick through the opening and touch the appropriate button. Magically, the window opened and the 2 of them left for the airport. I left the scene in awe of the power of my intuitive voice and with a commitment not to ignore it again. The voice was loud and clear: your purpose is to help, and you will receive guidance on how to do it. Go there and use your intention to make a miracle happen for these people. This is the main reason you are here. I have no idea who those Maui tourists were, but I know that in a spiritual way I am connected to them. My inner voice, my intuitive divine guidance provides me with the opportunity to manifest abilities that I often don't even know I possess. When I got to that place and announced myself as an expert in getting into closed cars, I was as surprised as they were by my words, but somehow I knew that it could be useful, and, of course, everything I needed was there. I did not need to go to a locksmith school, I already had the talent and skills necessary to fulfill my purpose. Know that there is a secret buried deep within your invisible self. This tells you you don't need anything else, you are already everything you need. Your personality is divine, let it come out and judge it no more. You are multi-talented, have a purpose, and all of your gifts will be at your disposal. You are brilliant, and the intellectual capacities you need for your purpose will surface. You must give up the idea that you are a mistake or that you are somehow undermined. What you are is how much you should be. Your interior and exterior design is in perfect balance with all things in the universe. You may have convinced yourself otherwise. If so, make this your new reality. Your perfection does not change, but your lack of faith in that perfection does, and what you believe about yourself is of paramount importance here. The secret that is in the center of your being is that you are everything and there are no accidents or imperfections, simply a divine masterpiece whose deterioration you have allowed in your inner world. Surrender to that secret and you will have everything you need to live a purposeful life. Fight it and mental anguish will define your life. Take an inventory of behaviors and characteristics that you displayed as a child, but are no longer applicable to your adult life. You sucked your thumb, and you don't anymore. You used to hit your sisters when you were frustrated, and you don't anymore. Food dripped down your chin and you stuck your finger in the chocolate cake, and you don't anymore. You staggered and fell when you tried to walk, and you no longer do. You were intrigued by fractions and decimals, and that doesn't happen to you anymore. The list could take up volumes. Make these words, and you don't anymore figure prominently in your consciousness. Your life is in a constant state of change. You constantly learn how you should not behave and what new gifts or intellectual abilities and personality variables you should use. The ones from before are no longer useful. Of course, you have learned not to hit your little sister when she takes things from you. You would not defend such behavior with phrases such as this: I have always been like this, I am aggressive by nature. You don't anymore. Use this awareness in order to develop other aspects of your personality. The key word in this awareness is knowing. You no longer doubt, you know. You have replaced your old behavior with knowledge. And you will continue to make these types of substitutions throughout your life when you are on the spiritual path. Now it no longer occurs to me to say to myself, I don't have the talent to do such a thing, just as I don't say, I am inferior, I will never learn to walk. I think I'll keep crawling my whole life. I no longer say I am unable to write a book about how to make miracles and magical reality, just as I do not say I know I will never be able to add, I do not understand numbers. Today I no longer say new challenges scare me, in the same way that it does not occur to me to say, I'm afraid of the coconut man when the light goes out. You know how silly it is to carry on with those old rationalizations. You don't anymore. Trust that you are going to have the necessary variables in your personality to create whatever you need for yourself, and you will no longer cling to those childish descriptions that you made of yourself at an early age. Create an inventory of intentions for yourself. Not a wish list, but an inventory of what you intend to create within yourself. The type of person you want to become, along with the ingredients necessary to create that person, are all within your power. You should know this first. Then change your attitude about intentions. I intend to manifest the talent and intellect necessary to become the type of person with purpose that I am destined to be. This form of inner commitment to your own excellence is the stuff from which miracles spring. You will begin to have a better memory if you intend to do so. Instead of focusing on the things you forget, you will focus your mind on everything that you are capable of remembering. That day I was able to remember the name of that person without problems. My memory is really improving. I did that effortless yoga exercise for the first time. I am manifesting a new talent. I resisted firmly in front of that abusive salesman. I am creating a new confidence in myself. Use your mind to focus on your intentions and not on what you are unable to manifest. In this way, you will go from desire to action and at the same time use your intentions to produce miraculous personality changes. Begin to act in the physical world as if that person that you would like to be so much is already here. Even if you have convinced yourself that all your life you have been afraid of crowds, that you are a sick person, or that you lack the necessary intellectual gifts to relate to certain people, start acting as if the miraculous person who would you like to be here? Yes, this is what I say, pretend. Go out into the street and, without ever telling anyone that you really are a quivering mass of jelly inside, act confidently in a certain situation where no one knows you. In that present moment of your life, regardless of what you've become mentally convinced of, you are that miraculously confident new person. Play the role you want to play. The performance takes place in the physical world. Desire is the inner voice. No one on this planet is better in God's eyes than you. Within you that divine spirit is constantly flowing, and you will discover a simple secret: you can do anything you want to do. Anything. The key is in desire, that dimensionless and invisible concept that resides within you. If you really want it and can imagine it for yourself, you can make it come true. In my case, the path to this truth has been to act as if what I wanted inside was already materialized. When I applied to graduate school, I knew that my test scores on the entrance exams weren't exactly at the top of the scale. And yet throughout the entire admission process I behaved as if I were already in class. Each interview was for me an opportunity to behave like this. And even though I had almost everything against it, I was admitted. I had already seen it in my mind and I knew it would be like that. When I was admitted, I learned that only a small percentage of the admitted students actually completed the syllabus and thesis. But I saw myself completing the curriculum, and I saw myself doing it in 3 years. This is how I behaved at all times. I announced from the get-go, whenever the subject came up, that I was going to complete my PhD before I was 30, in 3 years of full-time study, at the same time that I had a full-time job and looked after the girls. On May 4, 1970, 6 days before my 30th birthday, I passed the final oral exam. I knew before in my mind that it was going to be like this, and I acted as if it were a reality long before it manifested in the physical world. Use this technique to imagine it first and then act on that image so that the event itself materializes. It is infallible. Learn to pre-represent who you want to be in your mind before taking anything into action. For example, if you think that you lack the necessary talent to sing or paint, first go inside yourself and live it spiritually, and then test it in your material world. Imagine yourself in front of an easel, creating a work of art in the same way that you do in dreams. Let it flow, without straining, and without judging. Play that spiritual advisor to your physical world on a regular basis. Sing with a perfect intonation in your imagination, surround yourself in the fantastic feeling of joy that you receive by not holding back anything and simply letting go of your song. Don't think about anyone in the physical world or what their reaction might be. Just allow yourself this inner journey to talent. This is how you create the miracle of a talent that you never thought possible for you. You live it first in a spiritual way, that is, you live it in your mind, your intelligence quotient, your habits, your personality, your health, and your courage. Pay as much attention as possible to your inner dimension and do not forget that everything you have created about yourself as a physical being has that mental equivalent within you. It is in this dimension where you must fully accept your own greatness. Without judging, without limits, just allowing you to swim in an ocean of infinite interior possibilities. You do not need to share these interior previews with anyone, they can constitute your own private tour. They will take you to magical reality if you are unconditionally faithful to them. Do not forget that if you have judged yourself lacking in some personality variable, you will continue to manifest that lack as long as your mind concentrates on it. You can never have enough of what you don't want. Your image of yourself will continue to haunt you. You will continue with your inferior intellectual gifts as long as you continue to convince yourself and others of your limitations. Everything that you consider to be a lack will continue to be so and more until you know something different about yourself. And what you can know about yourself must be chosen by you. If you can choose what you are going to know about yourself, why shouldn't it be positive things instead of negative things? If you have come to make the evaluations you do of yourself, it is due to your choices. Keep this simple idea handy and it will be very helpful in creating miracles in your life. Don't ask for opinions about your personality. Don't ask for any kind of feedback from anyone. Stop looking at IQ tests to determine your abilities. Look instead at the divine awareness of your limitless capabilities. Forget what others may say in relation to your talent or your aptitude for something, always consult your own personal observer or your invisible guides, who are part of your intuitive consciousness. Others may make realistic assessments of your abilities, but you are not interested in hearing their opinions, whether negative or positive. It is enough for you to know and pursue your own interests. If you run into obstacles, fine. Bless those obstacles as God-sent lessons, and then move on your way. Use the discouraging words of others as reminders of your decision to give your life purpose in your dream. Don't ask for anything from anyone. Be polite when they give you feedback, warmly thank them for their consideration, and then step inside. I, personally, have learned to avoid the slingshots and arrows that are dedicated to me in my public position. I have millions of books and tapes on the market. Some love them, while others have the opposite opinion. It is enough for me to write and speak from my position of purpose, knowing in my interior that I am on the right path. I have learned to ignore reviews and to be true to my purpose. I don't try to please anyone with my work. I simply do what I think I should do, always with the idea that I improve the lives of others and perform a divine task. If my work helps you and others, I'm glad. If not, I'm glad I did it anyway. I am not interested in the result of my efforts. It is not the results that motivate me. I am motivated by my inner conscience to have a heroic mission and to be faithful to it, whatever the result. Ironically, since I have managed to give my life a purpose, I write and speak more fluently than ever. I encourage you to know this irony. Ask for nothing and you will receive a lot. But if your purpose is to receive, you will live a life of constant deficiency. Develop your own personal excellence program first in your mind, and then start putting it into practice in your everyday life. Imagine exercising, eating more vegetables and fruit, drinking more water and less soda and alcohol, reducing your intake of harmful substances, attending yoga classes, reading sobering books, listening to tapes on spiritual and physical growth, and sitting quietly, meditating. Make a picture of yourself in which you see yourself with these new behaviors and imagine the desired results. Imagine yourself slimmer, less labored breathing, lower blood pressure and cholesterol, lighter and ageless instead of aging, attractive and self-satisfied. When you have these mental images on a regular basis, you will begin to put them into practice in your daily regimen. You will begin to find time to be healthy and happy. You will find that your body responds beautifully and miraculously to your mental counterparts. Use meditation regularly to create inner harmony and peace that allow you to become the personality most suited to your magnificent and divine purpose here on this planet and in this moment. As you meditate, mentally experience your own death. Imagine entering the light and discarding the clothes that you have been wearing and that you called your body. From this perspective, look back at all that you are attached to and realize in your meditation how absurd these attachments really are. You will be able to see from this perspective that you cannot possess anything, that it is just as absurd to have attachment to the things in your life as it is to cling to the characters and physical manifestations of your dream once you have awakened. Wake up in your meditation and realize that your eternal, formless self is free from bondage and worry. Dying while alive is an enormously enlightening experience, an experience that removes your fears and teaches you who you really are. Discovering that invisible force in you will allow you to treat this physical world in which you appeared with reverence but without ties. This will free you to have a purpose rather than to pursue rewards and results. Use your meditations to free yourself from the labels that you have placed on yourself and free yourself from the big lies that tell you about your inability to change certain things about yourself. Devote yourself in a peaceful way to thinking that you are perfect and have everything you need to live your purpose. Meditatively activate your knowledge that you do not need anything else to experience miraculous changes in your personality. Allow yourself to experience the feeling that you are already everything, including a miracle. As you contemplate all the messages contained in these 4 chapters about how to create magical reality in your life, think about these words of Hermann Hesse and work every day to make them applicable to your own personal reality. There is no other reality than that contained within us. This is why many people live such an unreal life. They take images external to themselves for reality and never allow their inner world to assert itself. Your miracles are an inside job. Go there to create the magic you are looking for in your life. This is truly your only reality. Magic reality and your physical health. Our bodies are our gardens. And of them are Will the Gardener. William Shakespeare. This book emphasizes your unique ability to create magical reality in your life. The central premise is the fact that we become what we think about throughout the day and that those days become our life. I am of the belief that the physical limitations of your body have been taught to you. You have been taught what it can do and how often it becomes ill or damaged, how difficult it is to maintain perfect health, when approximately it will die, and what illnesses and addictions it can or cannot overcome. You have been subjected to what constitutes an indoctrination of your own limits as a physical being. This chapter will help you to detach yourself from almost everything that you have been taught, since to enter the magical garden of miracles you have to influence the development of an awareness of possibility rather than an awareness of impossibility. To create the miracles you are looking for in your physical body, you will have to follow some new strategies. I am not going to talk about what foods you should eat, what exercise program you should adopt, what information about diet you should take into account, how much you should rest, what vitamins and minerals you should use, and so on. I do not underestimate the importance of these things, on the contrary. I pay great attention to all of them, and you should too. Obviously, you know that vegetables are better for you than caramelitos. You don't have to be told that exercising is better than lying on the couch all day if you want to achieve optimal health and physical benefits. You know that a proper diet means eating more fruit and less fat and sugar, and drinking plenty of water. If you need to know more about proper nutrition, exercise, and the best health programs or diets, you can find many great books at your local library or bookstore. Personally, my favorites are Perfect Health and Unconditional Life, by Dr. Deepak Chopra, and Fit for Life, by Harvey and Marilyn Diamond. And yet, how is it that, with so much information, many of us are trapped by physical limitations, and why are so few who achieve optimal physical health? It is in this area that I have decided to address you directly. I know that you are already a physical miracle waiting to come to light. I am totally convinced that you can have everything as far as your physical body is concerned and that you do not have to know the limitations that characterize your way of life. I also know that you know what to do about it. You don't need another diet book or exercise video. What you need is the ability to translate what your mind already knows into physical reality. And this is achieved by concordance with the principles set out in the first part of this book. The time has come for us to speak concretely about your physical body and for you to set off on the path of miracles in your health and in your physical achievements. Definition of your miracle. When approaching the subject of magical reality for yourself as a physical exemplar of perfection, consider first the body in which you appeared. You are not asking to be 5'4" when you chose to appear here in a 6-foot body. What you want is not that 6-foot tall body, and you know it? Maybe next time. For now, as you consider what would be a true miracle for you in relation to your physical self, simply ask yourself what is truly important to you. What would you really like your body to look like? What would you realistically like for your body to be able to achieve? What poisons would you like to see disappear from your body forever? What cures would you like to see carried out in order to truly live the miracle? After asking yourself these questions, try the next terrible exercise. He stands in front of a large mirror and closes his eyes. Imagine now exactly what you would like this physical body to be able to achieve, what you would like it to look like, to what extent you would like to see it healthy and addiction-free. Without opening your eyes, firmly implant this vision in your consciousness. Now open your eyes and look closely at the body that you have created. Yes, I say that you have created. Do you know that you are capable of making your inner vision come true, or do you doubt it? If you are like most people, you will doubt your ability to create your miracle. Most of the people I have talked to about this question of miracles and their physical body define it as the realization of a dream that for them is remotely within the realm of possibility, but that, when the time comes, they believe impossible. As you undertake the task of examining what would constitute a miracle for your life in this area, bring this idea to the fore in your mind. Anything that has been achieved by any other human being in the physical kingdom is within, from the field of possibility. This serves to remind us that the universal law that allowed the appearance of a miracle in a human being and at a certain time has not been revoked. Do not be afraid to imagine something for yourself that has never been achieved, even if at this moment you do not have confidence in being able to make it happen in the body you occupy today. According to this, you would have to transform your body to make it happen. At this point, just allow yourself to imagine what it is that would constitute a magical reality for you and make this figure prominently in your mind. Defining your miracle is the first step in making it your reality. Maybe it's to make your body look and feel like it once had and did, even if you've lost that magical feeling and haven't seen it that way in a long time. Perhaps it is related to a disease that you would like to eliminate from your body but whose cure yourself you doubt. Perhaps you are overcoming an addiction or a series of addictions to toxic substances that have been dominating your life. Maybe you'd like to complete a triathlon, run a mile, swim across the lake, or whatever has always seemed out of reach. I am not asking you to walk across the lake, to fly over the treetops, or to change the shape of your nose with magical thinking. What I ask of you is only that you have very clear in your mind what it is that would constitute a miracle for you, and only for you. Create this vision in your mind and, for a few minutes as you read this chapter, put aside your disbelief and skepticism and allow yourself to take this journey into magical reality. Remember that your body is nothing more than the physical envelope that houses the invisible part of your being that we call your soul or your inner self. The way that body functions, its relative state of health, and all your abilities arise from the mind. As you think, so you will be. So let's consider what you need to do with your mind in order to create a magical reality in the realm of your physical body. How to become a willing student. Do you remember the old Zen proverb that I quoted at the beginning of this book? When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. If you want to see a miraculous transformation of your entire physical being, a change to supreme health and achievements that you once thought impossible, you must make your inner world, that invisible self we call your mind, go from the state of wish it were thus to an intention of willingness to pay attention to whatever you come across and that may be useful to you in your endeavor. Become a student of your physical body. Decide mentally that, despite your current health or physical abilities, you are already a miracle. You are in possession of a body endowed with the universal flow of life. The mere fact of being able to contemplate such an exciting state is already a miracle. You could be a stone, a concrete block or a tomato plant, and yet you are filled with something that allows you to breathe, touch, taste, see and contemplate and be alive in the universe. If you commit to seeing your physical self in amazement, wonder, and you are able to know in the depths of your being that the desire of your invisible self is that the body in which it lives is as healthy as possible, you will be a student prepared. However, if in reality you are only fooling yourself by thinking like this and, somewhere in that invisible self that occupies your body, you are full of doubts and you say, I would like to maximize my physical form and know this magical reality, but I know I won't be able to do it because I've never been able to do it before and basically I'm weak and I'm going to give in to the slightest temptation that comes along, so you're not a ready student. On the contrary, you have a lot to do in that invisible realm that is your very essence here in the material world. Suppose that pressing doubt is still there and that you are in a position to wish to experience magical reality in the physical body you occupy but have serious doubts about your ability to do so. What will happen if this is your case, a very frequent case actually? The answer lies in this Zen proverb: when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Your mental doubt is a guarantee that you will not receive the guidance or assistance you need. In other words, you have refused to allow the appearance of the teachers who can help you in this endeavor. It's not that the teachers aren't there or aren't willing to help you. What happens is that you are unable to allow them to come to your aid. Your mental doubts, those ideas that run the machine we call your body, push away magical reality. If this is what you believed, you will be substituting magical reality for real tragedy. Do not hesitate. You create the absence of magical reality with intentions that call into question your capabilities. The tools that you have used to create your physical self are your thoughts, both those that have been imposed on you and those that you have decided as your way of processing your universe. I presume that your mood is still that of the man who doubts, since, otherwise, you would have already experienced that magical reality of perfect health. It is up to you to examine how to turn these ideas around in order to have a chance to create magical reality in your physical self. Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, in a passage from Healers on Healing, explains how she had to reject some of the things she had been taught throughout her career. In one of my workshops, a huge man, who must have weighed 150 kilos, was suddenly and unexpectedly in the grip of intense murderous rage. I saw that I must save a woman who was too close to him. I stepped forward and pushed her away, but as I did so, the man struck my bare toes with all his might with a rubber hose, which, according to the propaganda, served to appease anger, and crushed them. I couldn't help but focus on the pain. I wrapped my hand around my big toe and, ignoring the pain, focused all my energy on the enraged man to push him even further to vent his anger so that he would push it to the max and go away. Suddenly, he missed it and the group was safe. I wondered why I was sitting in such a strange position, pulling on my right knee and holding my big toe. Remembering what happened, I pulled my hand away to look at my finger, expecting the worst. To my surprise, I saw that there were no signs of injury. It was instantly cured. I have had other experiences of spontaneous physical healings in emergency situations. In all cases, the reason I was able to heal was that I didn't have time to think. As a physician, I have been taught to believe that these instant cures are impossible. But it happens that in emergencies, when we must fully focus on the situation and have no time to think, we do not block our innate potential for self-healing, a potential that, in my opinion, we all possess. If we developed greater confidence and faith in our own inner healing abilities, spontaneous physical healings would occur more frequently. While this passage focuses on physical healing, Dr. Kubler-Ross's conclusions apply to all aspects of our well-being. If you are a student who is really willing to be prepared, you will take responsibility for everything you have created. The relative health of your body, your physical attractiveness, addictions, or harmful habits that serve to prevent you from experiencing perfect health are the consequences of your intentions throughout a lifetime. The first step will be to accept full responsibility for all of this. Then take another look at how you have used your mind to create the physical body that houses your soul on this glorious spiritual journey of our human condition. To remove that nagging doubt and transcend that old way of thinking and creating your physical body, honestly observe how it works and then commit to a trial period for change. Once you have firmly implanted a new way of processing the creation of your physical life, your teachers will begin to introduce themselves as they always have, only now you will be in a position to accept any help they can give you. 7 Steps to Manifest Magical Reality in Your Physical Being. You can learn to develop greater confidence and faith in your body's ability to heal itself and stay healthy. How do you begin? By reviewing the 7 beliefs to achieve magical reality that I offer in Chapter 1, applied to your own physical body. 1. Recognize the existence of an invisible life force within you. Have you realized the all-powerful invisible life force within you? Even though you can never experience it with your 5 senses, learn to use it when trying to understand the physical workings of your body. When you make contact with this life force in a positive and faith-filled way, you will automatically begin to act according to what that inner force dictates to you. For example, if you have convinced yourself that you are incapable of being physically fit, that you are incapable of performing certain tasks such as swimming or running long distances, or that you are sickly and incapable of transcending diseases that afflict your family, this will be the direction your body has taken. Probably others have taught you to believe in such statements and you cannot think of anything else. Every day you look at your body, you see a flabby or weak body and you tell yourself how unhappy you have been to have inherited large bones or genes that do not allow you to have good health. Then, the life force that is always present in you acts by reinforcing your thoughts. In order to be a prepared learner, begin by re-examining those inner voices and, at the very least, begin to challenge them strongly. In the same way that Dr. Kubler-Ross became aware of the incredible capacity of the body to heal itself instantly, you must also convince yourself, at least mentally, of the power of your body to heal and strengthen itself. 2. Know that your thoughts originate from you. Get rid of the belief that you do not control your body. Shakespeare, in the quote at the beginning of this chapter, referred to our will. Yes, your will is the gardener who tends the garden that you call your body. That will is totally invisible, and yet it has its origin in you and only in you. Allow yourself to use that invisible will in such a way as to open your physical world to what seemed impossible. Know that your thoughts originate from you and that they control all your physical experiences. While you may not be able to create a world-class athlete physique that earns you an Olympic gold medal, you do have the ability to be great, divinely healthy, and capable within the body you occupy. If you truly have faith and act to heal your body from diseases and conditions that you thought were beyond your control, you will discover magical reality. But the willingness to use trust and knowledge will only come to you through your thinking. And when you have that knowledge, believe in it and go to it often in the way that I suggest here, you will not be able to doubt again. 3. Become aware that there are no limits. Begin by reinforcing within your mind the confidence that there are no limits within the physical world for you to achieve magical reality in your life. There is nothing to stop you from turning your illness into good health. If when you read these lines you say to yourself, "He is wrong, he does not know what my state is," that will be what you will use in the creation of your physical body as you continue reading. Your limits will be what you defend and what you believe in, and you can only act according to your thinking, even in the creation of the physical body that you occupy. This body is in constant recreation, in each and every moment of your life. The tools for its recreation and for the reproduction of the new cells that will replace the old ones are within your invisible self, your mind. Whatever a medical team tells you, whatever you experience through addiction to substances such as nicotine, caffeine, or alcohol, whatever the eating disorder you cling to so religiously, all these conditions of your body, all of them, can be reversed in a miraculous way. But only if you know and understand that the limitations you live are the consequence of limited thought and faith. The least you can do, instead of remaining clinging to your limitations, is to reverse the way you are going to process your ideas in relation to your body. It is possible, only possible, that those physical limitations that you know and experience are the consequence of your thinking. As you get rid of your limited thinking, teachers who have long been absent from your life will begin to appear and guide you on the path to miracles. But remember that thinking that you have to have limitations is equivalent to putting a barricade in front of you that will not allow these teachers to appear in your life. 4. Know that your life has a purpose. Chances are your physical body was just as purposeless as your non-physical self. Everything on this earth has a purpose, including your arrival here as a human being. Everything is part of the perfection of this inexplicably divine and perfect universe. You must also give your body a purpose. The question, "What does this teach me?" must now be applied to your physical self. Try seriously to discover the lesson that there is in your inability to achieve certain tasks, in the physical disaster that you are experiencing, or in the addiction to substances that you are subjected to. You can then move from focusing on suffering to learning as much as you can about your illnesses, your accidents, or your addictions. Do you remember this method? I described it in Chapter 1 as an enlightenment path through the results. It is the path that precedes the path of purpose. Suffering comes first, then results, and third, purpose. When you have a purpose, you no longer need to focus on the lesson because you know that your entire life is to give 92 and serve and offer to others. When you truly know that your life has a great and heroic mission, you will have sided with the spiritual being with temporary human experience. Consequently, to fulfill your mission and be true to your purpose, you will automatically provide your body with the maximum encouragement and love that you can muster towards the realization of your purpose. You will see that you want to exercise frequently, and you will do it with love and appreciating the perfection represented in your body. You will caress your physical body as a vehicle that houses your soul, and you will be amazed at its perfection and beauty. At no time will you judge him or have unhealthy thoughts about it, because you will know in your heart that your purpose is to love and serve, and this means having harmonious and generous thoughts towards everyone and everything, including your body. When you side with your purpose, so will your body. It will be a joy for you to feed it properly, eliminate harmful substances, heal it naturally, and appreciate its perfection. Your life has a purpose. Do not forget these words, so important. When you know this and act and live each day accordingly, the masters will begin to appear regularly and guide you towards the magical reality in your physical being. 5. Overcome weakness by leaving it behind. Get used to letting go of self-destructive habits instead of trying to overcome them through thought or manipulation. You will be amazed at how quickly you are able to drop negative habits when you come into harmony with your spiritual self. It is like walking through a fence into a garden of health and happiness. What seems so difficult when you think in terms of limitations is now miraculously easy to achieve. When you leave behind your old ways of thinking, your old ways of being will also be left behind. I was amazed to find out how easily nicotine and caffeine came off. When I knew unconditionally that I no longer wanted these poisons to enter my body, and when I believed that leaving them did not have to be difficult, I easily freed myself from these substances. Altogether, I processed what I thought about addictions. When I believed in myself and saw something divine and precious in my soul and body, I automatically became a being capable of creating the miracle of ending my addictions. And believe me, going from being a heavy smoker and consuming gallons of exciting beverages a day to being a substance-free person was wonderful. I have had temptations before me countless times, but in no case have I been tempted. I have left that part of my life behind, and I must try very hard to remember it and believe that I was once addicted to such substances. They are behaviors that remain in the past. Returning to them is exactly as impossible as crawling again when we know how to walk. You will leave behind those impediments to your trip automatically when you decide to go through the steps that I indicate here. 6. Examine what you think is impossible and then change your beliefs. If, for example, you believe that cancer is incurable, you should know that this position of yours lacks truth. If you consider yourself relegated to a life of addiction, illness, you will re-examine that belief and begin to apply magical thinking instead. The words "it is impossible" symbolize thoughts. The idea of impossibility does not constitute a reality separate from our thoughts. In a technical sense, in thought, which has no dimensions or form, nothing is impossible. You will see that your body, which appears to you as a solid mass, is when you examine it more closely an empty space, or consciousness. In fact, we have already seen that empty space dominates all matter, and the more powerful the microscope is, the better we can see that, from now on to infinity, matter is made up of empty space. And you will remember, as Robert Frost described it in poetic words, the secret that is at the center and knows. In the course of your life, do not forget that all the cells of the universe, including those of your body, are made up of an invisible force. Forget the way his name is pronounced or spelled, forget the label. Know that it is there and that nothing is impossible in that dimension, including your ability to use that life force and make your life in a physical sense what you want it to be. Miracles can only take place when you have rid yourself of that concept of the impossible and allow yourself to experience the magic of believing. 7. Go beyond logic. Stop leaning so strongly on your rational mind for guidance. The rational mind plays tricks on us and tricks us. We cannot logically explain our mind, where it is situated, where it was before we appeared here in this way, or where it goes when we leave. There is a long list of things that defy rational explanation. What is a thought? How do thoughts relate to each other? How can mothers know what their babies are thinking? What allows geese to fly in formation without being prepared for it? How can a salmon return to its breeding place? The fact that a heart begins to beat in the mother's womb 6 or 7 weeks after conception is a total mystery to the greatest rationalist scientists on the planet. If we cannot even begin an explanation of what life is, much less why we think, Why do we have to rely so strongly on that rational and cerebral aspect of our human condition as to what we can or cannot achieve? Each and every cell in your body contains the energetic force of the universe in them. Instead of perceiving yourself as a human being in the vastness of the universe, try to do the opposite. Try 93 to imagine that the world is inside you. The world and all its magic are present and at your fingertips in each of the cells of your body. If you try to explain miracles through logic and rational analysis, you will find that you soon think again about the impossibility of all this. You will be trapped in your vicious schemes, powerless and without hope or possibilities to turn to. Allow yourself the luxury of believing in the divinity of your own soul. Let yourself know that each of your thoughts constitutes a miracle that cannot be explained by logical and scientific discourse. Know that you, body and soul, are a miracle and that nothing you can imagine in your mind is impossible. Even the creation of life itself proceeds from that impossible dimension of thought. These are the 7 steps that lead to magical reality and which we have reviewed in order to apply them to your physical self. The path to the real creation of that new self, as in everything that can be learned, begins and ends in your invisible self, in that limitless place where all your actions are originally set in motion in your magical mind. How to create health and healing miracles. Jose Silva, founder of the Silva Mind Control Method, is a man I have long admired. I have used Silva's method for imaging for many years, which has helped me to overcome illnesses and accidents and to avoid surgical operations. I managed to heal a hernia that I had been advised to have surgery on. Obviously, I have great faith in the power of the mind to heal and help us create higher and higher states of health. The following quote is taken from the foreword to Silva's superb book You the Healer. I totally agree with what Silva says. This man has helped millions of people use their minds to create perfect health. I urge you to find his books and tapes and even attend his prep sessions, which are held across the country. You don't have to live in the disease. You don't have to die due to poor health. Your natural state is to be healthy. You have the right to live a perfectly healthy life until the day you die of natural causes. There is great strength in these words. What else can we wish for when it comes to our physical body? Just be healthy, content, fully alive, and free from disease. And yet many of us are a long way from achieving it. A few years ago, my wife and I spent time on the island of Bali, in Indonesia. We were fascinated by the way the people there interacted. They had very little in the way of material possessions and generally lived on an average family income of less than $50 a month, but this did not seem to matter much to them. They were a people who observed a very remarkable silence, even in the case of large families whose children slept on dirt floors under thatched roofs, and looked at each other and not at their purse. But what we didn't see until we got home was how unhealthy we Westerners seem compared to Balinese. Arriving in San Francisco to catch another plane to the East Coast, Marcy and I looked at each other as we got on the plane and sat down, and our reaction was identical. The appearance of most of the passengers shocked us. Almost everyone around us showed evidence of skin and eye anxiety and appeared to be excessively fat. We hadn't seen any of this in Bali where, although people lived in poverty, healthy food was plentiful due to its location in the lush equatorial rainforest climate. We did not see any excessively fat person or anyone who did not appear to be physically fit. We were surprised that our fellow travelers seemed unable to look into each other's eyes, as an example of the Western penchant for looking at each other's wallets and possessions. This attitude, combined with evidence of physical deterioration, offered a stark contrast to the people we had seen in Bali. It seemed clear to me that both the Balinese and the Westerners showed physical evidence of their inner mindset. And yet most of the passengers on the plane would not have thought for a moment that their physical appearance had anything to do with what they thought on the inside. If you had asked them why they felt so bad or so fatigued, or why they had so many colds or flu attacks, or why they spent so much effort and money taking painkillers and antibiotics, they would probably have attributed these things to the stress of the times. Modern. But it does not have to be like that. Your health and healing abilities are within you and only within you. Silva presents numerous cases of people who were told they had physical ailments that were beyond their control. He speaks, for example, of a man who had been a quadriplegic for 18 years, with total paralysis on one side of the body and the other 8% paralyzed. He had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, an incurable progressive disease. This man learned how to get to the alpha state that I talk about in the meditation section of chapter 3. On his first day of preparation, the man noticed a sensation on his little finger. From there, he began to set physical goals that had their origin in the newfound healing power through images through the alpha state of higher consciousness. After 8 months of daily preparation through alpha meditation, he was able to drive a car, even while still moving around in a wheelchair. He decided then that he wanted to climb 94 stairs and walk alone. In 14 months of deliberate mental preparation, he created his miracle and climbed those stairs. What matters here is the extent to which this has a specific relationship to you. The message I wish to impart is that you are capable of imagining for yourself the highest state of physical health within the confines of your mind. And these images, these mental films, constitute the very matter from which miracles are made. There are many stories of people who have achieved physical healing miracles. One of the most in-depth books on the subject that I have ever read is The Cancer Conqueror, by Greg Anderson. It is a parable based on the truths Greg learned during his 2 cancer outbreaks in which he left the hospital supposedly to die. After being told that he would not live longer than 30 days, Greg's experience has led him to a new respect for the power of the human spirit in overcoming illness. Although the book is presented in the form of a parable, its personal story is real and represents a dramatic testimony to what I am saying about the manifestation of miracles. It's not about that miracle approach where you have to wait for things to work out. As Greg says, you become a conqueror of cancer not because there is a remission, you become a conqueror of cancer because you choose to be a new person. He discovered how fear, anger, and regret affect the immune system. He also discovered that unconditional love, inner peace, giving love, lowering one's expectations of others, and tuning into the powerful effect of meditation and imagination were the seeds for defeating the cancer that was spreading in his body. He had to change his entire consciousness from a non-spiritual attitude to a spiritual one, and in the course of this process, he managed to magically restore his own healing capacity. It is truly an incredible journey. I recommend that you read this wonderful book and give it to anyone you know who has been diagnosed with cancer to read it. However, the key to working miracles is not in reading a book or listening to someone else's words. The key is to know, when you are told that you have some kind of physical ailment, that you can either prepare for suffering or prepare for healing. My intention here is not to make a disparaging comment in relation to the medical community. In fact, medicine has made great strides in eradicating the disease process of many physical states. Also, in recent years, there has been intensive research in practice about the power of the mind and how to teach people to use their inner selves in the treatment of their illnesses. One of the people I admire the most, someone I consider to be a dear friend and soulmate, is also a fantastic medical doctor. This is Deepak Chopra, an author I have already referred to. His passionate books include Perfect Health, Quantum Healing, Unconditional Life, Rishi's The Return of, and Creating Health. Discuss the following words from Dr. Chopra on perfect health, in which he talks about how to become healers, or what I call miracle workers. However, a primary truth comes to light when we delve into the pathogenesis of the disease. All disease is the result of a disturbance in the flow of intelligence. When people speak of intelligence, they almost automatically refer to the intellect and the ability to handle concepts. However, intelligence is not simply in the head. Its expression can be found at the subcellular level, at the cellular or tissue level, or at the level of the central nervous system. Although we can locate all these levels of intelligence, we cannot locate intelligence itself. Intelligence permeates all your levels of expression, it is omnipresent in us and universal by nature. Intelligence is the mind, its scope encompasses the cosmos. It would be wrong to believe that it works only from within the confines of the brain. In this sense, all unhealthy processes have their origin in this larger stage of the mind. And the same goes for health. This is a disturbing idea for the uninitiated to the belief in miracles and magical reality. Your health is the result of an intelligence that is found in each and every one of the cells of your body, and this intelligence is neither visible nor identifiable. This invisible intelligence is not local. It is not located only in your brain, but in each of the cells, each neuron, each hormone, and each antibody that is part of you. Your very essence is actually that invisible intelligence. In order to create perfect health for you, you need to understand that the mind is the place where we process everything and decide about the physical reality that we are going to live. You should not feel guilty about your ailments, as guilt will only immobilize your immune system and help block your ability to achieve better health. Instead of feeling guilty, try asking yourself this question: what lesson can I learn from this disease or lack of health? What does this teach me? Next, dedicate yourself to applying your new awareness in relation to the power of the mind to alter that debilitating state that you previously accepted as your destiny. Dr. Abraham Maslow devoted a large part of his life to the study of what he called self-actualizers. In Heaven is the Limit, I spoke extensively about the qualities of these people. A characteristic that drew attention when observing the lives of these so special people was the fact that, faced with apparently insurmountable problems, they always looked for the solution within themselves. Those who lived in great health and well-being found within their minds the answer to their existential problems. They refused to look outside of themselves for guilt or the magic elixir of healing. In Creating Health, Deepak Chopra says the following: the possibility of moving to a higher plane is very real for everyone. It does not require strength, effort, or sacrifice. There is hardly anything to do but change your mind about what is normal. I have chosen not to include a long series of cases of people who have overcome incurable diseases, since this is not the purpose of this book. I am writing to you, to that invisible intelligence that permeates your body. If you don't believe in your ability to create a miracle in your physical health, not a million stories of that kind are going to convince you. If you believe in it, it need not remind you of someone else, who have preceded you on this path. For now, as you explore the realm of miracles in terms of your physical capabilities, keep in mind the vision of what would constitute a personal healing miracle for you. At the end of this chapter, I offer some ideas to adjust your mind to the miracles in your body. How to create miracles in your physical capacities. What things have you always dreamed of achieving but that would take a miracle for them to happen? Once again, you must move your inner consciousness to a place of limitless possibilities. And, as before, a miracle awaits you in this area of your life. I promise you. When I was 28, the idea of running a 40-mile marathon was simply unheard of for me. It would have taken a miracle for, at that point in my life, I was able to run for almost 4 hours without stopping. However, I have since run 7 marathons and surpassed the 15-year mark by running a minimum of 12 kilometers a day without missing a single one. The miracle of yesterday is the reality of today. Today's miracle will be tomorrow's reality. How then did I run 40 kilometers without stopping, having in mind the thought that I could do it and then refusing to doubt it or be afraid of it? The rest was easy. It was not necessary for me to be given instructions or for someone else to show me the way. Once I fixed the idea in my thought, all I had to do was adopt the necessary position so that the vision did not evaporate. The body does whatever it wants to do with that omnipresent gardener Shakespeare spoke of the will. It is also important to note that, in this moment that you are sitting reading these words, you have created the reality that your physical body can aspire to on this date. Everything that you are capable or incapable of achieving flows from what we have decided within that invisible sphere that we call the mind, where all our thoughts originate and where our physical reality ultimately also originates. The following story appeared in the Maui News on Sunday, June 23, 1991, in the sports section. It was signed by Hal Bach, an Associated Press sportscaster. The statement deserves at least a drum roll, although Jim Law does not say it in a dramatic way, but as the most natural thing in the world. I don't know if I'd still be alive today if it weren't for the Veterans Games. No more no less. A simple matter of life and death. Law is a professor of psychology at Jarrison C. Smith University in Charlotte, North Carolina. 5 years ago, at the age of 60, he was going to participate in Veterans Games, not grueling exercise, but ping pong, and he went to the doctor for a routine checkup. He found out then that his cholesterol number was 322. 322. Normal is below 200, the dangerous limit is 200 to 239 and high risk is above 240. Jim Law gave 322 and he knew why. Ice cream, fast food, red meat, tobacco, he said. All things tasty. And a sedentary lifestyle. It resembles the diet of the average American. Suitably alarmed, Law began exercising and eating properly. He started running and switched from fat to fruit and from red meat to green veggies. He quickly lost 10 kilos and his cholesterol dropped to a totally acceptable 188. But it wasn't over there. In 4 months, I went down to 127, he said. I started to feel better losing weight. If I didn't exercise, I felt bad. I kept going because it was a good cause for me. Aurelia, Law's wife, is 63 years old and runs with him. One day, in a rush, he started huffing and puffing, he said. A man in his 70s took her by the arm and said, "Don't worry. All we have to do is get there before the sun goes down." Much better goes to Law. Running 100, 200, and 400 in the 1989 Veterans Games, he won 3 gold medals and set 3 age group records. His best times outdoors are 12.71, 26.10, and 59.39, the first of them North American records and the third world record. How far does your zeal go in this competition? Veteran runners are divided into groups of 5 in 5 years. The day after he turned 65, Law was eager to try in the next category and drove 1,000 kilometers to participate in a sporting event. Imagine a 60-something man who totally transforms his life. From the perspective of excess weight and a panic cholesterol index, he went to work in his mind and created for himself a life that he once knew was impossible. When he knew it was impossible, he acted on his thinking and ate ice cream and watched television. When he knew in his mind that something else was possible, he acted on it and a miracle happened in his life. You have the inner ability to imagine for yourself anything that falls within the realm of magical reality. Anything. Once you have that vision, you will be able to use the instructions provided throughout this book to make that miracle your reality. And you will receive all the divine guidance you need in the process. This applies to practically anything you can imagine to yourself as an achievement that now seems impossible. The same strategy that works for miracles in your physical accomplishments works for all other areas of your life. You can only have access to magical reality if you let go of doubt and fear and become a spiritual being. Let me tell you about an experience I had in this area, that of reaching a level that I had never known before, something that seemed impossible to me until I became a true spiritual being with human experience. I was playing a tennis match with a very good tennis player. We had been battling each other in the hot sun for over 3 hours. I had won the first set and Tom the second, then something very strange started to happen. I felt that there was a presence next to me on the tennis court that was telling me something. I had been doing meditation for years and was totally convinced that divine guidance or what we usually call intuition could be accessed. Naturally, no one is able to explicitly define inner knowing or intuition, but we all know what we are talking about when they are mentioned. Something very strange began to happen. I could not score a single goal, although I was playing excellently. Tom seemed to be in what expert tennis players call a zone and others call a flow, something I talk about in Chapter 5, others call it being unconscious. He didn't miss a single one of my throws and even the balls that hit him directly at high speed when he retreated to protect himself somehow bounced off his racket and landed on my field giving him goal. It was as if my invisible guide was laughing at me, and soon I too was laughing uproariously at what was happening. Tom threw a high ball that went over my head towards the fence. I looked up and saw that he was going to fall off the ground at least 2 meters. Suddenly, out of the stillness, a non-existent wind a moment earlier lifted the ball high above my head and literally flung it back, landing it cleanly on the back baseline and hitting Tom. I was puzzled. This kind of miracle was already taking place game after game, and an inner voice said, "Cheer up, Wayne, don't take this too seriously. It is not so bad. Relax and have fun, and you will see how nothing happens." I knew that I was not there alone and that a valuable lesson was being taught to me. I lost 5 games in a row at the start of the third set, but somehow I knew that if I didn't lose my composure, I would stop fighting and feeling frustrated and send my love and congratulations to Tom. It would all be fine. The score was 0-5, and I had played excellently. When we changed fields to play the final set, I literally heard this: meditate to reach the end of the match. Disengage yourself and treat this game as if it were a meditation. I couldn't believe the transformation that took place. I disengaged myself from my entire physical world, literally everything. The environment, the sun, the people gathered watching the game, the court, my racket, everything. I fully entered my mind and began to repeat my mantra. My brain immediately went alpha and I felt that incredible lightness of being that I described earlier when talking about meditation. I didn't even see my opponent. I really became one with the ball. Everything turned around. Not a single shot missed. I felt capable of flying, even though we had been playing in the sun for hours. His legs felt strong and he had the inner knowledge that he was capable of picking up any ball. As I changed fields, I just repeated my mantra over and over in silence and felt a wonderful euphoria. I won 7 games in a row without losing more than a few. After the game, Tom came over and said, "What's wrong? You even seem different. I have never seen you so focused, so confident and calm. I don't even feel bad about losing after reaching 5-0, because I played well, but somehow you have been sublime for 7 games in a row." This experience happened a few years ago. I was not alone, and I knew something magical was taking place. It was the same lesson I had to learn that day when I was meditating under the tree and trying to make the flower come off the branch. Do not demand anything, let go and be willing to allow a miracle to happen without any kind of insistence, and then everything you need will come to you. When I gave up, the flower landed in my hand and gave me the message I needed. I think this is true of everything you can hope to achieve in life. Lavish love and harmony, put your mind and body at peace, and then let the universe work in the perfect way it knows how to do it. During those 7 games, my body was in total harmony with my mind. I replaced doubt and fear with knowledge and trust and was thus able to perform at a higher level than I had ever achieved, and this because I saw that tennis match more as a meditation than as a meeting. Those miraculous moments that some call zoning or being unconscious can be reached in any area of life and are part of an immemorial philosophy, as the words of Lao Tzu written more than 2,000 years ago attest. Even the best will in the world, when forced, achieves nothing. The greatest righteousness, when forced, it gets nothing. The best way, when forced, it doesn't work out as it should. Your great physical achievements yet to come are indeed miracles to you as you contemplate them today. Enter the peaceful solitude of your mind. Access that upper part of yourself and know that you are not alone. Stop competing with others and use your mind to allow your physical self to rise to its highest level. Follow the guidelines for creating a miraculous mindset that I offer at the end of this chapter. Something about addictions and miracles. If you have spent part of your life addicted to something harmful to your body, I am sure that, in your thinking, freeing yourself from that substance or activity would be a miracle. If you have been the victim of an eating disorder, or there has been a time when you knew that your body was in bad shape due to some bad behavior on your part, it would be a miracle for you to see yourself free from that state, If you have been addicted to nicotine, to caffeine, marijuana, cocaine, alcohol, or even harder drugs and it has simply been impossible for you to stop depending on those substances, seeing yourself clean and physically free of them would truly constitute your miracle in the physical realm. Most people have created a defense system for their particular addictions, defend their habits and fight for them. They go so far as to try to convince others that their addiction is not really a problem, that they could give it up if they wanted to, or transform their lives if they so chose. Why live if you can't enjoy it is his defensive creed. Indeed, addicts, which can include almost everyone at one level or another, want others to believe that they have no problem. But yes, in that invisible place where the truth hits us in the face despite all the negatives from the outside, every addict knows that he has a problem and that he would do better not to continue poisoning himself. They think they need more courage or strength or willingness to change. You can use all the help that is within your reach, join the right support groups, get the best medical and psychological care in the world and, despite everything, when your old habit changes and you experience the miracle that is to get rid of an addiction, you should do it alone. You must make the decision in your mind and then put it into practice in the material and physical world. No one else can do it for you. And neither will you if you see yourself alone insofar as you are physical. The decision has to come out of that inner and invisible place. It is important to remember once again that the universal law that has allowed someone to overcome a serious addiction has not been repealed. No matter how far you have come, you have in you the ability to make a miracle of your life and free yourself from addiction. Here is a letter that a woman wrote to me some time ago who decided to return to the path of health and create a miracle. When the student was really ready, the teacher appeared. This story is not fiction. I have met Kathy and have appeared with her on national television, where she had the courage to tell her story to millions of viewers. Dear Wayne, after reading your books, listening to your tapes, all of them at least 1,000 times, and finally having the opportunity to hear you speak in person last May here in Seattle, I am ready to write to you, prepared, because the first time I heard a tape of yours years ago I looked for everything I could find yours or that would speak of you in order to feed the painful passion that I felt for you, passion that turned into amazement and amazement that turned into admiration, and this admiration to his once it became the awareness that, whatever it may be, you have become a mentor in my life. I don't want to bore you with the details of the way you literally saved my life. I'm sure you receive hundreds of letters like this, but I want you to know where I come from, understand how far I have come and the impact you had on me. Life. In 1982, a year of my life ended that had thrown me into the depths of my reality. I was a vodka and cocaine craving prostitute, married at 17 and divorced at 22, suffered 4 miscarriages, and attempted suicide twice. Precisely at that time I met my current husband, who had a strong attraction to prostitutes and had a strong addiction to cocaine. We began to feed each other's nightmares and our despair doubled. We hit the fast lane, getting in tune for days and days with drink and drugs. I remember waking up one morning and thinking to myself, I'm not going to live to see my 30 years. I'm going to die. One day, I had gone to a bookstore to buy a book for my sister's birthday when I saw some cassettes displayed on a shelf. For some reason, I was intrigued by those tapes that said how to change your life. I saw your face on the cover of one of the boxes and I walked over to her. I know this must seem strange, but from that moment my life totally changed. I bought all the tapes of yours that they had in the store and also all your books. I asked my husband to listen to them and we listened to them together on the 98th, yes and no. I found the Nightingale Conant series, and ordered them all. Little by little our lives began to change. Without going to a detox center, Alcoholics Anonymous, or a support group, we have moved away from alcohol and drugs for more than 5 years. We lead lives that previously seemed totally out of reach, even in our wildest dreams. We have a nice house, a corporation that takes care of 2 individual companies, and we are currently starting a family. We totally control our lives and feel limitless. I longed to see you personally, and I saw you last May. I wanted to thank you. It is impossible to explain how someone I have never seen became so powerful in my life, but this does not really matter. The point is that our lives have changed forever and that I have learned that there is nothing more flexible than the human spirit and that we may never know what it is that pushes us in one direction or another, good or bad. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing what you are doing. Take to the streets more necessary information than you can imagine. You are changing the lives of thousands of people, Wayne. Thank you for listening to your higher self and sharing your voice with us. I greet you personally with affection, Kathy. For Kathy, who is now a beautiful and fulfilled mother and a successful and happy businesswoman with a spiritual marriage and relationship, her life is a miracle. Who would have thought back in 1982 that this result could be possible? Miracles in your physical world, whether it be self-healing or reaching optimal physical health, freeing yourself from an addiction, or reaching a long-desired achievement, depend all of them in the way that you, as a spiritual being, decide to use your invisible mind and the guidance that you have at your fingertips. Here are some concrete suggestions for making this your own personal reality in a brief overview of the mindset necessary for creating miracles. How to make miracles reality in your physical kingdom. The formula for allowing miracles to appear in your life includes an active role in reprogramming yourself to create what you previously thought impossible, as well as using the following miraculous mindset guidelines adapted from Chapter 3. Reserve judgments and unbelief by practicing affirmations. As part of your daily schedule, practice the following affirmations that will help you eliminate doubts and judgments that prevent you from moving to the next level on the physical plane. I am in the process of creating the miracle that I deserve. I am willing to abandon what has inhibited me to date. I trust that I will not be alone and that I will receive guidance when I am ready. I'm ready. I know that I have the ability to accomplish anything my mind can conceive of. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make my dream come true. Use these statements and others expressed by yourself. Said out loud and repeatedly will help eliminate disbelief. Create a zone of magical reality by listening carefully to your body and everything it tells you. This is your private magical reality zone, which you don't have to share with anyone else. If you feel flabby, sick, tired, anxious, or lethargic or have pain or any other physical symptoms, you should say to yourself, what is my body telling me? What lesson can I learn from this? Just listen and take note of what you hear. It won't be long before you get the message. Go get your raven. Make me exercise. I hate sitting here getting flabby. Pay attention. Stop putting so much food in me. I hate sugar and that's why I give you headaches. I love that you give me large amounts of clean, filtered water. That helps me eliminate toxins. Use those oils and creams on me that give my skin freshness. Enough drugs, please. Why do you think I respond with hangovers, wheezing, lethargy, drowsiness, slurred speech, anxiety, increased blood pressure, tachycardia, congestion, coughing and so on? Listen to your body and it will tell you exactly what you need to know. Each of the cells in your body has in itself a universal and infinite intelligence. Feed that intelligence, avenge it, and treat it with the holiness it deserves. Miracles will be your reward. Affirm yourself as a person without limits by practicing new areas of activity. See what you were absolutely sure you couldn't accomplish a year ago. Let's say, for example, that it is about being able to run a kilometer without stopping. 0 of going a whole year without a cold or 21 days without a drink. Or to spend a week with a 50% reduction in fat consumption. These examples are very specific, but they don't need to be in order for you to have the mindset that makes you able to go beyond self-imposed limitations. Pick a limitation and actually see in your mind how you overcome it, first one day and then another. Create your own personal challenge, move to a new level. A kilometer, a day, a year, but everything from day to day. You will be amazed at the results, which started with a thought. You will see how you end up believing that there is nothing you cannot achieve if you decide it in your mind and believe in it. These are the inner circuits that move the miracle worker. Trust those hunches and intuitions that have to do with your physical body. Pay attention to everything that seems to be a huge and powerful inclination within you. Listen and follow those inner dictates. Your inner voices will tell you who to avoid, who to look for, what to read, who to trust, what to eat, when to exercise, and when to rest. Of course, you will want to seek the help of other insiders, but beware of those who tell you what is not possible for you. At the very least, see their negativity as a great lesson for you and use this lesson to push yourself beyond the limits they are trying to impose on you. Know that you are not alone and trust that you will receive the right guidance. Be amazed and marvel at the enormity and mystery of the messages that your non-physical self conveys to you in relation to your physical self. You will see that you experience the miracles that I am telling you about. You begin to trust the secret that you are centered in the center and you know. Although you may not have accessed your higher self yet, it is part of you. Trust the quiet and invisible intelligence that flows through your form. Go to her often in meditation and simply ask, how can I give my life to others, or how can I be of use? Guide me to become the best and clearest person possible. You will discover that in order to give of yourself in a life of purpose, you will want to be as healthy, positive, and confident in your own divinity as possible. This will help you get on the path that leads to physical miracles and magical reality. After each meditation session, I always feel capable of accomplishing anything and am filled with enormous love and wonder for everything I encounter in the physical universe. I look at the shape, color, and beauty of the trees, and I literally feel whole as well. I am amazed at the fact that I am alive and want to treat my body well. I have been in contact with an inner place of my being that is all love and harmony, and this place allows me to go beyond anything that could seem possible to me until now. Since I meditate and get in touch with the secret that is centered in the center and knows, I have greatly reduced the fat in my body and have returned to the weight I was when I graduated from high school in 1958. I feel free from diseases and addictive substances, and I see myself reaching higher heights than ever. My speaking and writing have reached new levels and I have never felt better in my life. And all this because I was willing to know that I am much more than a body with a soul. As a soul with a body, I know that I can live healthier so that my soul has an exquisite container for its heroic mission. I think the same is possible for you. I know you can make miracles happen in your body, but to do this you must go inside and make contact, and then everything else will fall into place. Replace doubt and fear with knowledge and trust. In everything you examine your physical life and everything you would like to happen in your life, substitute a brief period of time for doubt and fear for knowledge and trust. All your doubts are obstacles that inhibit your entry into the realm of magical reality. You must know and trust. And let the doubts that others present you serve to solidify your own knowledge. Look at the lives of those who doubt and ask yourself if this is the model you want in terms of what you can achieve. Then look at the lives of those in the know and see the difference. Those who know they are out there leading different lives, exercise, are healthy, and amaze the world with their spectacular achievements. Doubters tend to sit around in their customary role as critics. Affirm that your intention to lead a healthy life creates your reality. Once you have focused on new ideas, have a clear image of what you are going to achieve and believe in your ability to make this come true, put the first one, which is what the intention consists of. Reaffirm your intention to lead a healthy life. I am healthy and I am capable of achieving what I have set out to do. I am going to heal myself. I'm not going to smoke today. This is the intention. My wife Marcy does it, and with amazing results. One day he was diagnosed with a thyroid nodule that, according to 3 doctors, had to be operated on. Your response and intention: I'm going to make that nodule shrink and push it out of my body, and not a wish. Nothing could dissuade her otherwise. There was no torture, not even concern on his part. A simple intention and then the putting into action of this intention. He spent a week at Dr. Chopda's Ayurvedic Health Center in Lancaster, Massachusetts, learning about the diet and how it affects the thyroid. The nodule is almost gone. Doctors continue to express disbelief at this miracle. And all because Marcy's inner voices told her what she should do to heal. Experience Satori in your body. Instant awakening is at your fingertips. It will not take a long period of suffering for you to achieve miracles in your body. Once you know within yourself that you are on the right path, you will find yourself in possession of the will and strength you need. Be open to the possibility of this happening at any time. Bring out the sudden "I really can do it" inspiration. You will then be a new person and you will look back at what you used to say to yourself. The old Addict 100 has not only disappeared, but you cannot find it in your mind anymore. The person who always suffered from colds and fevers has completely disappeared, transformed in an instant by a flash of knowledge. You walk through the door in a present moment that constitutes the true operational unit of your life. You must be prepared for it, and attentive. And listen to him when he arrives. I have left behind a lot of self-destructive behaviors without even trying. I made the decision in an instant, and, when the instant was still throbbing, I was already out of my body watching myself make those statements. Satori. The instant awakening that is within your reach and will enter your life. It takes place first in your mind and then you effortlessly put it into practice in whatever physical activity you need to do. Miracles are instantaneous. You must be prepared and willing. Behave in your body as if it were already what you want it to be. That's it, pretend. If you see yourself in your mind as a slim person capable of spectacular new achievements, behave right now as if this were your reality. When you understand that you are what you think and act according to what you think, you will see how wise it is to consider yourself fantastic and strong. The more you enter this form of faith, the more quickly your body will react to the image. On the other hand, if you think that it will be very difficult or that you will have to dedicate a lot of time to produce miraculous improvements in your physical being and that this will cost you great suffering, you will act accordingly. I'd bet this is precisely what you've been doing for a long time. Act according to the image you want right now. Behave as if you are already here. If you see yourself in your thinking as a healthy and attractive person and believe in it firmly, when you sit down to eat you will act in accordance with this belief. This is the key to making miracles come true. Remember that your spiritual self is of primary importance. Take the side of your spiritual self as the top priority and your physical self will follow. Treat your whole being, body, mind, and soul, as a great spiritual whole that cannot be separated. Your pancreas, your lungs, and your eyes, all the organs of your body, have infinite intelligence in them. Be first of all a spiritual being. See in advance in your mind what the physical results are going to be. Then surrender and let your divine body do what it knows how to do very well. Remember every day that you can never have enough of what you don't want. Look at all your addictions, big and small. Remember that when you go after poison, you never have enough of what you don't want. Your body does not want that addictive substance or that excessive food. And yet you never have enough. Why? Because you are operating from a physical self first and a spiritual self second. This is a sabotage strategy that prevents you from experiencing magical reality. The more you poison yourself, the more you will convince yourself that you are incapable of overcoming the addiction. This will fill you with doubt and fear, and lo and behold, you are unable to let go of your addictive behavior. If it is true that you can never have enough of what you do not want, it will be about time you stopped going after what you do not want and dedicate yourself to what you do want. When we go after what we want, we do not operate out of hardship. It is not necessary to look further or look for miracles outside of ourselves. Everything you need for perfect balance and health is already in you. You do not need another body, but to trust the divine intelligence that inhabits the one you already have. Do not ask for anything from anyone as help to improve. Don't expect help from anyone in your physical world. If this help is presented, accept and thank it, but know in your heart that only you experience this human life in the physical form that we call you. Everything unfolds in your invisible self, where you process everything that exists in the physical world. Give love to others, radiate your divine condition abroad, but know that no one can do it for you. And if you know that no one can do it for you, the sensible thing to do is to create your own miraculous existence without expecting anything from anyone. It begins to develop in you an authentic power that is not located in your physical body. Your power and your authenticity as a person will not be measured in terms of duration but in terms of the love you give. This is the real power. Look for miracles in the physical body that you occupy so that your purpose is stronger and not in order to control others. If your power lies in your strength, it will disappear as soon as your strength dissipates. That power is not authentic. In order to know magical reality in a physical sense, you have to desire that miracle in order to be able to distribute love and harmony wherever you go. You will see that, when this is your motivation, you achieve what you achieve in your body, and whatever the state of that body is, it will be an authentic power and you will no longer be tied to your body as you were before. You don't need to make it look a certain way in order to match a level of outer beauty. Your goal will be to make him healthy and servant and not strong and attractive to others. You won't need to dress it up or perfume it in order to attract others. You will know that you are not that body and that the true measure of your human condition is in the soul that inhabits it. Your sense of self will undergo a change and you will go from being totally identified with that body to being identified with your invisible self. This will give you incredible power, similar to that of saints apparently capable of affecting the consciousness of an entire audience just by their presence. Seek true power and you will see how your physical body readily signs up for the journey. Meditate daily. Lastly, and this is most important of all, meditate every day or as often as possible. Use the guidelines on pages 312 to 328 or any other method of your choosing from the many available. Get used to going inside yourself and seeing how your physical self achieves what you know. 101 will be a miracle for you. When you create that image in your mind and know it through meditation, the miracle will also occur in the physical realm. Everything derives from the invisible intelligence that constitutes our spiritual entrance into the physical realm. And this is the world of magical reality for you and your physical body. That divine and perfect physical specimen seems solid, but, if you see it from a new perspective, it is always silent, empty, and invisible. Such is the source of your miracle, or, as Hermann Hesse said in his fabulous Siddhartha, there is within you a stillness and a sanctuary to which you can withdraw at any moment to be yourself. Know that this yourself is a miracle. 102. Third part. How to irradiate magic reality to the world. The magical reality and the spiritual revolution. Never doubt that a small group of concerned and committed citizens can change the world. In fact, it is the only thing that has changed it. Margaret Mead. Just as the state of your life is a reflection of your state of mind, the state of the world is a reflection of our collective state of mind. Everything you see in the physical world has an equivalent in the minds of each one of us. We act according to what we think, both personally as individuals and collectively as a community. By understanding this, we see that we are capable of creating a world of magical reality in the same way that I have encouraged you to create magical reality in your individual life. The universe we live in works exactly the same as the universe inside us. It is a perfect interconnection of infinite systems that work harmoniously, creating a whole. Inside you are trillions of subatomic particles that make up atoms, molecules, and cells, bones and arteries, and so on up to the physical system that you are. Everything that constitutes the visible you that is reading these words has an invisible quantum equivalent and is created and directed by that invisible force that is also you. The molecules of your physical body have an invisible component that allows their manifestation in the physical you that is now sitting there reading these words. The words are on paper, but the thoughts that process them are located in another area. You cannot separate any part of you from the whole, nor can you separate the you from the whole that constitutes your physical world. The interdependence between mind and body governs the cosmic order. And the same is true of your relationship with the physical world in which you find yourself. You can be a messenger who distributes miracles to the world. You don't need anything else to create this universal miracle. You are already everything you need to create a world of magical reality. You must bear in mind that the world, as you see it through your senses, exists only because you process it and give it existence. For example, when you fall asleep at night, you completely abandon this physical world and create another world with your thought. The world of your dreams becomes your reality during the entire time you are sleeping. For you there is nothing more than that, nothing more. You create the cast of characters that will play their roles in your dreams. You create the physical reality you need for your dreams, even a reality where you can fly, breathe underwater, or defy the years. You create a world by dreaming in a dimension of pure, formless thought that is exactly as real waking when you are not dreaming. So in order to create a world of magical reality, you need to know deep down that this work is yours. You cannot hand over responsibility for the effort to someone else. You cannot leave in anguish because others refuse to see the light. Know that you are capable of radiating abroad all the messages contained in this book and creating the kind of magical and real world that you imagine. If any of the characters in the cast refuse to follow your vision, give them your love and then ask yourself what you can do to make their presence part of the perfection you imagine. No matter how great the temptation, you must leave judgment or blame out of your conscience. One of the great challenges will be not to fall into the temptation of wanting to prove that you are right and they are wrong. Sitting down to judge the things that you perceive as wrong or imperfect would be equivalent to being one of those who participate in judgment, evil, or imperfection. The supposed inequalities of the world are actually part of the perfection of the universe, as is your desire to end them. Those whose purpose is not in accordance with yours are not wrong. They have their own mission, and to find their way and their purpose they may have to take many detours and perform acts that may seem destructive. Read these words of Yogananda, in the essence of self-realization, in relation to that universal purpose that I present here. We can thus summarize the fundamental instinct of life as a desire for continuous and conscious existence in a state of perpetual bliss. This makes all beings reveal their divine nature. The complexities arise because the soulful joy and because people substitute it for the fleeting pleasures of the senses. However, all things proceed from bliss or God. At one point or another, all things must evolve and return to that state of bliss. When you understand these words and are able to live them for yourself, you will come to know that ultimately what everyone is looking for is that eternal bliss. Complexities arising on a personal or global scale all derive from the pursuit of fleeting sense pleasure. There we can see that the world, as we know it within ourselves and as we perceive others within us, can actually reach the state of bliss. In fact, if you go back to the back of your mind and watch carefully from that distant and invisible perspective, you will see that a revolution of spiritual dimensions is taking place at this very moment. We are in an era of spiritual revolution. In 1974 I was a university professor in the divided city of Berlin. I would stand by Checkpoint Charlie and see the barbed wire and the guards accompanied by killer dogs that kept the city divided. The wall had been built with a view to lasting 1,000 years. And yet today it is nothing more than a relic of an ancient and unspiritual past. That sanctuary of tyranny is just one of many that are falling apart without us having time to update the history books. There is a new collective consciousness in the minds of the people, and a new spiritual consciousness is spreading throughout the world. The humanity. Nothing can stop it, because there is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. An idea is a thought, individual or collective, that, once extended to enough souls, manifests itself in physical changes. If the collective thought is of war, hatred, division, or fear, these seeds manifest in our physical reality. And indeed, we have seen how those seeds were carried by the wind for a long time. We now see a new reality, a reality that comes from a new way of thinking, and this is the context of our spiritual revolution. Consequently, this new way of thinking constitutes a new way of being for humanity. It may not be fast enough to suit your wishes, but it is moving at the right and precise speed. Leaders emerging from this new consciousness will find themselves at the forefront of this spiritual revolution. You can be one of those leaders and be part of the paradigm whose change you are witnessing. Let's consider some of the notable changes that are taking place today. The Iron Curtain has disintegrated. In Eastern Europe, almost all countries whose governments trampled on the rights of the individual have been transformed. Dictators have fled or been forcibly removed from power. And it all started with an idea that, from one country, quickly spread throughout the region. Communism, which insists on the atheism of its subjects, has been declared a failure internationally. No one can tell anyone that he should put aside his spiritual nature in favor of an imposed doctrine. The leaders can eliminate the external places of worship, but the interior place, that invisible corner of freedom that is always present in each one of us, cannot be the subject of legislation. The inner voices of those spirit beings with human experience are invisibly connected. We have seen miracles appear recently all over our world. A Czechoslovak playwright, imprisoned for his radical ideas about the dignity of man, is elected only a few years later to the presidency of his country. A man imprisoned in Poland for his ideas about solidarity is also elected president of his country. Romanian dictators are forcibly toppled. The people of the Balkans declare themselves free from tyrannical rule before an attentive world and strive to do so through rational debate rather than resort to violence. The top leader of the Soviet Union declares the total end of communism before the eyes and ears of the world, and that very union is now a relic of the past. Wasn't it just a few years ago that those leaders were kicking the ground and saying "we'll bury you"? Everywhere scenes of miracles. They show that thought in the form of ideas can spread like fire throughout the universe. A fire that does not require a physical vehicle to carry the message, but transcends such worldly methods. It is an invisible idea that is spreading without vehicles or transportation systems. In China, where more than 1 billion souls temporarily reside, 1 million of them face the tanks to show their desire for freedom. And while messengers may be temporarily imprisoned, there is no way to stop the message from getting through. In South Africa, all vestiges of apartheid have been outlawed. In a miraculous instant, a man who had been imprisoned and kept hidden from the public eye for more than a quarter of a century is suddenly released unconditionally. Blacks play on the beaches in front of signs that read "for whites only." In Central America, a dictator is replaced by a housewife in popular elections. In South America, a poet is running as a candidate for the country's government. All these changes are taking place in the minds of individuals and are spreading to others to form a collective consciousness. Once ideas have been present in a sufficient number of individuals, they become our reality. This figure is called critical mass. According to the laws of physics, when enough electrons line up within an atom to form one position, all the rest automatically line up in a similar way. This is called a phase transition, and it can be easily observed in a suitable laboratory setting. What is the invisible force present in that atom that allows the rest of the electrons to enter a new phase? It has no name at the subatomic level or at your level of consciousness. It is invisible, and since you are made up of these subatomic particles, it would not be too risky to say that you have some of the same properties. Our world is undergoing a phase transition. The invisible force that aligns the electrons within an atom, that spiritual intelligence that flows through all forms, is reaching critical mass with a large enough number of human beings, and the results are manifesting in our world. There is no way to curb that force. Some will try, but will be swept away by the power of 104, an idea whose time has come. This is how it works in our personal lives and also in our collective world. We become what we think about throughout the day. When enough of us believed that we needed increasingly powerful weapons of destruction, we created a collective consciousness that forced us to act in accordance with these invisible beliefs. We were building ever heavier atomic weapons, and the madness of nuclear proliferation was the sign of the situation in our world. When enough of us started to believe that a nuclear holocaust was going to be too dire to allow, we started talking about disarmament. The miracle of cooperation as a substitute for competition is the initial phase of a transition to a more positive, safe, and friendly world. It is an idea that will take root in the physical world if enough of us align ourselves in this way spiritually. It cannot fail. It is in our atoms and in our molecules, so to speak. Changes in the world are not limited to new political alignments and new nuclear policies. Also, a spiritual awareness in relation to our environment has taken action. Earth Day, which had been ignored for decades, celebrated this new awareness of attitude toward our planet. A miracle. The idea that we should treat the earth with sacred reverence is being translated into physical realities. New laws are being passed aimed at reducing every type of pollution imaginable, along with penalties for those who violate these new laws. Cars are being mass-produced that will not pollute the atmosphere. Smokers can no longer pollute the interior of airplanes with their nicotine. We have known for decades that it was immoral to force people in a restricted environment such as an airplane to inhale cigarette smoke when they had made a personal decision to give up tobacco. Why is this now outlawed by laws and regulations? An idea whose time has come. A miracle. Legislators listen to the voices of those who represent a new thought. This thought is invisible, but its equivalents in the physical world are easy to appreciate. You are seeing the fruits of that thought flourish everywhere. You are looking at non-smoking sections in restaurants, where just a few years ago this possibility was not even thought about. You are seeing how a new consciousness behind these movements is cleaning up and revitalizing rivers and lakes, once so dirty that it was illegal to swim in them. You're watching noise laws being passed to eliminate noise pollution around airports and even on public beaches. You are seeing a change in mindset when it comes to the dignity of animals. You are looking at labels on all the foods we buy so that we can know how much fat and how many additives we consume. All miracles. These new laws and practices all had their origin in the minds of people, and these invisible minds created a new reality for the physical world, a reality of a more spiritual nature. The rights of the individual to live in peace, in harmony, with love and purpose are all reflections of a new way of thinking. All the changes that you see around you and that reflect a growing interest in the individual, in a peaceful, safe, and harmonious world and in the right to choose life, freedom and the search for a desired happiness are part of a glorious revolution that is occurring especially in our thoughts. You are part of this process. Whatever ideas you have can and will spread to those around you. You influence the physical world with your thinking. You must be more than convinced of it if you have read this entire book. Your thoughts create hardship or prosperity in your life. Your thoughts create happy or unhappy relationships. Your thoughts create your personality and the very physical circumstances of your life. Those same thoughts affect other people around you. The pure thoughts of a spiritual being affect the physical conditions of the environment. They literally raise the consciousness of the people around that spiritual person. You with your thoughts, as well as the millions of others who choose similar inner spiritual thoughts, are creating a phased transition that has given being to this fabulous new spiritual revolution. For this revolution, this new way of being, to take hold and overcome all the lack of spirituality that otherwise infects the world, it must reach critical mass in all areas of our existence. When enough of us align ourselves in each and every new area of human activity, the phased transition will take hold as well. In 1988 I was invited to write a work that was to be published in Time magazine as part of an advertising campaign. I wrote a letter to the people who would occupy Earth in the year 2088. Neither the publisher nor the magazine imposed any kind of restrictions on me. Here is the letter as it appeared in the October 17, 1988 issue of Time magazine. It reflects the message I offer in this book. A letter to the next generation. As I prepare this message to the people who will live in the year 2088, I realize that I am not thinking about the futuristic or scientific wonders that you enjoy. My curiosity is not about your ability to travel to outer space. My curiosity is in the following: have you achieved a superior human being than the one who lived on Earth in 1988? This message that I address to you revolves around the hope that you are more human than we are now. I wonder if you practice the existential lessons that a few of us, here in 1988, believe humanity will one day master. I wonder if you have been able to overcome mistrust, fear, and hostility. I address this message of hope to you in the form of 4 questions. Your answers will describe where you are in the evolution of this higher human being who is now agitated and begins to live here in 1988. 1. Have you heard that your human condition lies beyond the limits of the body? Do you know and live the idea that a person is much more than a pile of bones, blood, cartilage and skin? Do you realize the fact that an invisible intelligence is present inside every form? Do you accept and take pleasure in a general way in the knowledge that people are much more than their envelope? Is it socially acceptable to develop the invisible aspect of the human being as we do now, choosing aerobics or jogging for your physical development? Can you see yourselves as spiritual beings with human experience and not human beings who may have spiritual experience? This is what I mean. My 3-year-old girl offered me a pretend meal served on her plastic toy plates. At this level, it was a physical interaction, only in form, which could have been considered unimportant. At another level, the invisible, the spiritual part of the girl expressed the following: Dad needs something hot to eat, and I want to make him a special dinner. I love Daddy very much, and I want to take care of him a lot too. My awareness of that invisible part of his being, of those thoughts and feelings that are love of the purest, transformed plastic toys and simulated food. I could almost feel those beautiful and thoughtful thoughts that were behind my daughter's actions. 2. Have you learned and embraced the idea that we are all related? Here on Earth, in 1988, it seems that we know from an intellectual point of view that we live in the same house and that, when living on a round planet, it is not possible to choose which side you are on. But we continue to do so. Do you live in the consciousness that every human being is the I? Who are we? Do most people see that a cell that is inside an organism without reference to the whole destroys the adjacent cells and ends up killing the entire being, while destroying itself in the process? Do you guide your youth to develop serenity and calm within themselves, in order to cooperate with adjacent cells? Are your nations at peace within, or do you continue to present an aggressive image to its neighbors? Do you experience and see in the year 2088 the belief that all human beings on our planet are interconnected as if they were neighboring countries, and that the total being that we call human being cannot function harmoniously when the components are in conflict? 3. Do you think in general that what you think expands? As I write this, some of us feed these ideas as if they were a seedling. The power of thought is enormous. We can create thought. From thought arises the entire guide of our lives. We act according to what we think. We become what we think about throughout the day. In the dimensionless world of thought, everything we think is here. We have the ability to turn any thought into form through the power of the mind. Thought is a formless energy that encompasses the essence of our human condition. Our lives are what create our thoughts. We are just beginning to realize the importance of thought as the most powerful force in the universe. There is new knowledge and a new application of these ideas. Instead of being against terrorism and war, we have changed our mindset and we are now for peace and cooperation. We are beginning to recognize the fact that the war on drugs, poverty, hunger, and crime is less effective than advocating for enlightened and educated youth, a higher standard of living for all, and respect for all rights and possessions of the other. Do you understand the fact that what we think becomes action, and therefore, that cultivating positive thinking results in a healthier, happier, and more peaceful society? Do you realize that being against something weakens us while being in favor of something gives us strength? 4. Have you already discovered the other side of the phrase "I'll believe it when I see it"? In 1988 there is an awakening to the idea that the development of a superior human being is a process that involves the understanding that we see what we believe, and we don't believe what we see. Has this belief system led to the development of a superior human being? In 1983 I wrote a parable in which a superior human being named Akis visits our world. Bring gifts in the form of thoughts to help us transform ourselves and our planet. His message proclaims you will see it when you believe it. Have the beliefs that Akis describes led you to that way of thinking in the year 2088? Quality instead of appearance. Ethics instead of rules. Knowledge instead of success. Integrity instead of dominance. Serenity instead of acquisitions. 106. If the answer is yes, it is a sign that you are indeed creating a superior human being and that the trend toward the destruction of this being called human has been reversed. My connection with you is pure thought, without form or dimensions, and the same happens with the link that joins you to me, to the year 1988, and that advances towards infinity. Your place in this spiritual revolution. Throughout this book I have been reminding you of a central theme: your thought creates your physical reality. Your relationships with the people in your life are essentially in your thinking. If you see love in those around you, this is what will emerge from your experience of others. The same goes for your view of the world. The physical universe that you see is only in your mind. When you disconnect your mind or fall into unconsciousness, the physical universe disappears for you. And then when you wake up, your consciousness, that universe magically reappears. Very simple. Actually, if there are no thoughts, there is no physical world. As Walt Whitman briefly put it, the entire theory of the universe is directed distinctly toward a single individual, and this individual is you. Without a mind with which to process it, the universe disappears into nothingness. The most important question to ask yourself as you seek to find your place in this spiritual revolution that I have just briefly described is: how do I see the world I live in? Keeping in mind that thoughts are created by you and that your mind is the repository of all your experience, carefully observe how you use that mind. If you wish, you can deny that spiritual revolution I have described and instead see a world slowly but steadily deteriorating into a spiritless morass. You will be able to cite crime rates, populations dying of starvation, natural disasters, ambitious politicians, inconsiderate youth, increased drug addiction, etc., and you can bitterly lament the degradation of the environment. If you choose to use your mind in this way, this will be your experience of the world in which you live. That is what you will see in each and every one of your days. In other words, you will see what you believe. You will explain the positive character changes casually, insisting that they are only exceptions to the rule. And for you, this rule will be what, you will say convinced, is the true nature of the destiny to which humanity is doomed. Not only do you become what you think, but the world also becomes what you think. Those who believe that the world is a place of darkness are blind to the light that could illuminate their lives. Those who see the light of the world see the black dots simply as potential light. What is your place in the spiritual revolution? Fundamental changes are taking place within the collective bosom of humanity. If you think that these changes are negative and destructive, this will be your place. You will think about it, you will convince yourself of it, and you will create the intentions destined to be sure again and again. You can, on the other hand, choose to know that for every act of wickedness there are a million acts of kindness, that there is a whole swarm of good guys out there who really do important things, and that spiritual changes, although slow, are still present. And they are easy to see. This will then be your place in the spiritual revolution. Changes are taking place first in the collective minds of men and then in the outside world as well. You are here and you have a purpose, to help make these changes manifest with greater depth and permanence in the consciousness of all humanity. By trusting yourself, you trust the wisdom that you know designed and created you, and you know that you have a purpose and that the universe also has a purpose. You are trusting the divine intelligence that flows through you. Personally, I try to stay out of the bad news that I am bombarded with in 1,000 different ways. I want to participate in the solution and not in the problem. Obviously, I know that there are still wars, that crimes are still being committed, and that poverty and suffering abound in the world. My thinking is not devoted to judging these problems, nor is it enraged by their existence, nor is it wishing for them to disappear. My thinking, which will turn into action, is devoted to doing something about these problems, convincing those in positions of power to apply their resources to improve things, teaching and writing about these principles for those who need them most, sending books and tapes to needy institutions, and so on. When I focus on what I stand for and not what I am against, I gain power. This is true of my personal life and also of my other, larger role here on earth. Your place in this revolution will be solid if you fill yourself with love. You cannot feed on tension, anxiety, fear, and doubt. These are emotions that are more inhibiting than empowering. To participate in the spiritual revolution, you have to be able to radiate outwards everything that enriches you in your spiritual consciousness. You have the power to do so if you choose. How to irradiate your new consciousness outside? What do you have that you can give? While keeping in mind that your purpose is always to give, love and serve in some capacity, whatever vocation you have chosen, it is essential to know what you are going to be able to give in your mission and in your purpose. It doesn't take a special intelligence to know this simple truth. You can't give what you don't have. If you do not have money, it is clear that you will not be able to give money. This principle can also be applied to your contribution to spiritual revolution. If you do not have love, harmony, or peace within you, it will be impossible for you to contribute these qualities. Consequently, you will find yourself among those who watch this revolution take place and wonder why they are not participating in it or are part of the resistance. If there is anxiety, stress, fear, anger, and tension within you, this will be all you can give. It will be what you will radiate outside and, obviously, it will be what you see in everything around you. As always, it is up to you to choose based on how you decide to process the world. The components of anxiety, stress, fear, and anger do not exist in the world independently of you. You can't leave home with a bucket and come back loaded with a slice. They do not actually exist in the physical world, even when we speak of them as if they exist. But there are people who behave with stress, anxiety, anger, and fear in the world. These actions proceed exclusively from one way of thinking. Thus, if you have these elements in you, it is because that is how you have chosen to process the events and circumstances of your physical universe. Those who choose to take up arms against others act out of fear that reigns in their thinking. The presence of such thoughts is justified by an internal processing system that verifies that behavior. These people believe that the world is a suspicious place to be wary of, both personally and collectively. If you are a person who wants to end this type of behavior, you will have to change those inner voices. As Albert Einstein said, the important problems that we face cannot be solved at the same level of thought with which we have created them. Thus, all the great problems that we humans face have been created by our way of thinking. And a man considered one of the most brilliant intellectuals of our century reminds us that making changes in them will require a new way of thinking. We cannot keep thinking in terms of division if we wish to bring unity to our planet. We cannot continue to think in militaristic terms if we wish to bring peace to our world. We cannot continue to think in terms of hate if we want there to be love on earth. Every thought put into practice and turned into an act of help, purpose, or love will be your contribution. No matter what others say or do, they have to carry out their own destinies. When someone criticizes or hates you, you can only respond with what you have inside. If harmony and peace reside within you because that is how you have chosen to think, this is what you can give. In that moment you will have changed something. You will have launched a miracle into the world and irradiated abroad the magical reality that I have described in this book. As you do this on your own personal and local level, you will see that you expand and reach more and more people. This is precisely what has happened with all the changes that the spiritual revolution has produced around you. The Green Movement started in the minds of individuals and is now a worldwide phenomenon. The idea of awarding the Nobel Peace Prize to the Dalai Lama, the exiled spiritual leader of Tibet, a man whose very life reflects a spiritual awareness and reverence for all living things, originated in the mind of a person and was finally came true. The end of apartheid, like its beginnings, was first an idea. Just as powerful are the ideas that form in your mind. These words of Michael Jackson reflect an authentically spiritual message. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a better world, so let's start giving. And they are words that have helped eliminate a good part of the hunger and death by starvation that reigns in many parts of this planet. It is true that you are the world and that it is your thoughts that change things in it. Have reverence for your mind. Treat your inner and invisible reality with blissful consideration, and know that you are capable of creating magical reality in our world, and that each thought of love and harmony of yours is one more atom that aligns itself with a view to the phase transition that is taking place inevitably at the very moment you read these words. How can you create a miracle in our world? In all that I have just said in these pages about creating magical reality, nothing is more important than your coming into contact with the higher part of your being. At first, you probably reject this idea of yourself as a miracle worker in the world realm of magical reality. However, as William James wrote, a new idea is first condemned as ridiculous and then dismissed as trivial until finally it becomes what everyone knows. Many will find the idea of performing miracles ridiculous or impossible and will continue to lead lives that reflect their beliefs. However, more and more people believe in their own divine condition and trust the divine wisdom that created them. These are the ones that are helping to create the spiritual revolution that is taking place right now. More and more people are using their invisible thoughts to imagine a better, safer, cleaner, more responsible and more loving world. These people have an impact on the political, ecological, and spiritual realms of our planet. You know the wisdom in the following words of Chief Seattle, who at the beginning of the last century wrote a letter in response to the governor's offer to buy the tribe's land. Read Chief Seattle's letter and consider how we have treated the environment we inherited from our ancestors. Your words are probably more relevant today than ever. The president sends the news from Washington that he wants to buy our land. But how can you buy or sell heaven or earth? It is a strange idea for us. If we do not own the freshness of the air or the sparkle of the water, how can you buy them from us? Every piece of land is sacred to my people. Every gleaming pine needle, every sandy beach, every mist in the dark woods, every meadow, every insect with its buzzing. All of them are sacred in the memory and experience of my people. We know the sap that runs through the tree just as we know the blood that runs through our veins. We are part of the earth and it is part of us. The scented flowers are our sisters. The bear, the deer, the great eagle, these are our brothers. The rocky ridges, the meadow grass, the body heat of the pony and the man, we all belong to the same family. The water that glows as it makes its way through streams and rivers is not just water, but the blood of our ancestors. If we sell you our lands, you must remember that they are sacred. Each one of the ghostly reflections of the clear waters of the lakes tells us about events and memories of the life of my people. The murmur of the water is the voice of my father's father. The rivers are our brothers. They quench our thirst. They carry our canoes and feed our children. So you must treat rivers with the kindness with which you would treat my brother. If we sell you our lands, remember that the air is precious to us, that the air shares its spirit with all the forms of life that exist in it. The wind that gave our grandfather his first breath also receives its last breath. The wind also gives the spirit of life to our children. Therefore, if we sell you our lands, you must keep them apart and treat them as a sacred place where man can go to enjoy the wind sweetened by the flowers of the meadows. Will you teach your children what we have taught ours? Will you teach them that the earth is our mother? What happens to the earth also happens to all the children of the earth. We know this, that the earth does not belong to man but man to the earth. All things are intertwined, like the blood that unites us all. Man did not weave the web of life, he is simply a thread in it. What man does to this web of life he does to himself. We know one thing, our God is also your God. The earth is precious to him, and to damage it is to treat its creator with great contempt. Your destiny is a mystery to us. What will happen when all the buffaloes have been slain and all the tamed horses? What will happen when the secret corners of the forest are laden with the scent of many men and the sight of the mature hills clouded by the talking threads? Where will the thicket be? It will be gone. Where will the eagle be? It will have disappeared. And what will it mean to say goodbye to the speedy pony and the hunt? The end of life and the beginning of survival. When the last red skin has disappeared along with its natural spaces and its memory is just a shadow of a cloud that moves across the prairie, will these coasts and these forests still be here? What will remain of the spirit of my people? We love this land as the newborn loves the heartbeat of its mother. Therefore, if we sell you our lands, love them as we have loved them. Take care of them as we have taken care of them. Keep in your thoughts the memory of the lands as you have received them. Preserve the earth for all children and love it as God loves us all. In the same way that we are part of the earth, so are you. This land is precious to us. It is also for you. One thing we know, there is only one God. No man, whether red or white, can be separated from the other. Because we are all brothers after all. This awareness that Chief Seattle describes with so much love is at your disposal for you to share and expand with your thoughts. You, a person with a vision, are like a pebble in the stream that always moves out towards infinity, causing an impact on all who come into contact with that ripple of water that creates the spiritual world in which with such force I believe. You are what makes the world different. Your presence here is a divine necessity. Perfect and with a purpose. Your inner mind, quiet and invisible, governs your world and the world in which you are immersed. This is you creating miracles. These words of St. John of the Cross, found in Aldous Huxley's Philosophy of the Perennial, will give you confidence in your ability to produce a magical reality. God does not reserve such a high vocation, that of mystical contemplation, only for certain souls. On the contrary, he is willing to be embraced by all. But he finds few who allow him to do such sublime things for them. Many are those who, when he sends them trials, reject the effort and refuse to endure austerity and mortification, instead of submitting with perfect patience as they should. You will find a world full of miracles when you embrace your responsibility for its creation rather than reject it. Everything you know about the world is in your mind, and you create the thoughts that occupy that inner space. There are many things you can do on a daily basis to make Eden, that is your birthright, a reality. But whatever you do in the physical world, you must know that it is moved in its entirety by that divine and invisible soul that has temporarily installed itself in your body. By putting yourself on the side of your spiritual self first, before your material self, you will radiate that peace that is within you. You will see evidence in those who are still on the side of war and destruction that will determine your own resolve not to participate in that mindset. You will not be deterred from your mission just because others are not with you. In all areas of your life you will focus on what you stand for. Neither the bad news, nor the gossip, nor the media emphasis on tragedy and pessimism will capture your attention. You will see areas for improvement in all of this, but your inner and divine being will also tell you that acts of healing, kindness and friendship outnumber those of suffering. You will create a world of magical reality when you only decide to use your inner intelligence, divine and miraculous, to make it appear. In you and in all of us is the ability to be wise. If you see the world through this magical prism, you will have created it. It is not about illusions, it is something real for you, deep inside, in the only place you can live. Here is Jehovah speaking through the mouth of his prophet. If I am here, all the others are here. If I am not here, there is no one here. And the same goes for you. You are the ultimate reason for magical reality in this world. As I approach the final paragraph of this book, I am thrilled to think that I have been able to create this work about magical reality from within my thinking. In his writing, going through all the stages of his development, I have had a guide. I live to radiate this miraculous feeling within me, and I know that this inner voice is capable of creating true magical reality in many ways. But, more than knowing the magic that I have created in my personal life, with my glorious family, I shudder inside at the awareness that she can change something in your life and in the entire physical world in which we are immersed. My final quote on the subject is from the ancient writer Philo the Jew, 1st century AD. Houses, cities, countries, and nations have known great happiness when a single individual has paid attention to goodness and beauty. Such men not only liberate themselves but fill those they meet with a free thought. You will be that single individual, a spiritual being who pays attention to goodness and beauty. I know that you will fill yourself and those around you with a new freedom of thought, the freedom to create magical reality. And your magical zones. How to use the miraculous power of the mind. Wayne Dyer.